The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The second leg of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour started off with a bang at the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw, Poland. Players were excited to show off their rapid form in the faster time control. With nearly every game ending decisively, players took their wins and lumps in stride. All except former world champion Viswanathan Anand, who insisted on crushing everyone he battled, winning all three of his games. The legendary veteran has set the pace. Can anyone catch him? Day 2 of fast-paced chess coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz, hosted here in Warsaw, Poland. We start the day in front of the gorgeous Saxon Gardens as we are getting ready for the players to arrive. They had enough time to adjust to the requirements of Rapid Blitz and are ready for another action-packed day. Let's go to the studio and start today's round with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Fantastic footage of the springtime in the Polish capital as we welcome you to day 2 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw, Poland, the second stop of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Welcome and good morning. I'm Peter Svidler and with me is Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, as always, a great pleasure to be with you and Alejandro to call all the action. Yesterday was so much fun. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. Day 1 will go down as a perfect day for one Viswanathan Anand, as the Tiger of Madras can still roar. Peter, give us our current standings after day 1 of action.
Yeah. Very, very exciting day yesterday, and we assume the same will happen today.
Absolutely.
And this is a bit of a preview of our format with Vichy there on top after 3 games on 6 points, meaning that you get, as you can see on your screen, 2 points per win. And he is a full 2 points ahead in front of his nearest pursuers, and those include 2 of the candidates, Fabian Jan Krzysztof Duda and Aronian also on 4 points. And then a bunch of people on 50%, and the 2 youngsters bringing up the rear there both had a difficult day yesterday.
Absolutely. And our format, Peter?
The format is basically 3 round robins rolled into one. First, our 10 players will play a rapid round robin, 9 rounds of 25 plus 10 rapid games. And then on Sunday and Monday, they will play 2 full blitz round robins of 5 plus 2. Draw offers not allowed, as with the same as in classical, and you get double the points for rapid. So those 9 games assume additional importance because of that.
Absolutely. And day 1's in the history books. What's our remaining schedule?
We will have 3 more rounds of rapid today, 3 more rounds of rapid on Saturday, and then 9 rounds of blitz on both Sunday and Monday. With playoffs, if necessary, happening immediately after the last round finishes on Monday.
Wonderful. And Alejandro, good to see you, my friend, in studio. What a day we had yesterday. So many decisive games, Alejandro.
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Peter. Of course, we're here early in the studio in St. Louis, and yesterday was quite a doozy. Of course, in Bucharest, we had a lot of action and a lot of fights, but some of those days, we just had 1 decisive game out of 5 classical games in Rapid. No such thing. Take a look at how we started off in Warsaw with 11 out of the first 15 games being decisive. We had a victor in every single one of them. About 73% of the games finished with somebody winning. And let's take a look also at the players by their age, and it almost looks like it's the standings as Viswanathan and Aronian are there near the top, and the youngsters, the upcoming players, the wildcards Shevchenko and Gavrilescu, with only 19 years of age, a significant age gap between them and the rest of the field. Well, they're having some trouble here in the event, starting out with only half a point out of their first 6 games. Certainly with some problems is youth against experience in this tournament. And remember, we have this as a part of the Grand Chess Tour. We already have one tournament in the books as MVL took down the prize in Bucharest, but he split the GCT points. We had a 3-way tie for first. And in this tournament, we have 4 of the players participating: Wesley So, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, and Richard Rapport, who really needs to make a comeback in these tournaments if he wants to have a shot at taking the Grand Chess Tour title for himself. Here's a person that is no stranger at taking the title, our defending GCT champion Wesley So. Started a little tepid, I would say, in Warsaw, but did take advantage of Kirill Shevchenko's fighting spirit, who, well, left it down a pawn early in a Rookie 1 Berlin. But Wesley, not a stranger to winning any of these events. Let's take a look at who he is facing as we go to Warsaw with Anastasia and Cristian, who have the key pairings for today.
Welcome back, everybody, to day 2 of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz from location here in Warsaw, Poland. I am your host to give you all the live updates of the action. Grandmaster Cristian Chirila alongside my co-host, woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Anastasia, yesterday we had an amazing day filled with exciting chess, but the story of the day has to be the fulminant rise of Viswanathan Anand. Talk to me for a second. What games do you have your eyes set on for today's matchups?
Yeah, it's been a really great day, and we had chance to witness it in the playing venue, which is just next to the studio. And it was a really great pleasure to see Vishy win in all those games, and he's in a good shape, in a good mood, of course, after the day 1. But today my eyes will be on his game against Ukrainian player Kirill Shevchenko, who has his chance today to prove that he still is able to play against those strong guys, you know. And today he will play and he will have his chance. He's a brave Ukrainian guy, so let's see. I think he will try to do his best today. What do you think, Cristian?
Let's see if the Tiger of Madras will be able to continue his roar. That one is a big matchup indeed. I have my eyes set on the battle between the 2 Poles, Radoslav Wojtaszek versus Jan Krzysztof Duda, the 5-time Polish champion, just crowned Polish champion. Wojtaszek will be playing the white pieces, and we see their head-to-head is equal. 1 win for Radek, 1 loss, and 2 draws. Of course, this is only in rapid chess. They've played plenty of time in classical chess. This one is going to be an explosive affair. Guys, how about yourselves? What games do you have your eyes set on?
Well, thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. Those are going to be 2 very exciting games indeed. But let's take a look at all of the pairings, and then I'll tell you my picks. Peter.
Certainly, yeah. Up top there is a game where Anton Korobov is white against Fabi Caruana.
I'll stop right there.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
my pick. That's going to be an exciting game, Peter.
And I want to continue my plea that I issued, desperately yesterday, that, we abandon all other interviews and just interview Anton Korobov about every single game in the tournament, and also about non-game related stuff.
Precisely.
And there he is. There he is, the man himself, looking very dapper.
Did he get a haircut? I'm not 100% sure. Hard to tell.
Hard to tell, yeah. that's one way to describe it.
The rest of the pairings, Peter, sorry.
Richard Rapport, white against David Gavrilescu, who so far hasn't gotten any points at all.
Right.
Had a very tough day yesterday. And will in general have, I think, a very tough event, because he was basically thrown off a deep end. I think he got the invitation maybe 5 days prior to the tournament. And this is very, very difficult to suddenly find himself preparing for a tournament of this magnitude.
Agreed.
I've already seen glimpses yesterday of why he is considered to be a very promising Romanian youngster. I think he's a good player. It's just a very difficult sort of first experience of playing these guys. The all-Polish duel, the guys in Warsaw spoke about. Wesley against Levon would normally be
a marquee matchup,
a central game of the round. But there are so many exciting players in this field that you kind of gloss over it. And Vishy against Kirill.
Anastasia's choice, Vishy, the experience. 9-time world champion, Viswanathan Anand, up against the youth.
Yeah.
The youths. And there we get a beautiful view of the playing stage. Certainly I can imagine being in there in person. You really get the gravity of both the location, the museum.
It is a very, a very, very beautiful venue to play. And as you see on your screen, this is a theater inside the Museum of the History of Polish Jews.
Exactly. In Bucharest, we had a number of really outstanding sportsmen who were making the ceremonial first moves. Is that going to be a tradition that they'll continue in Warsaw?
We had a chess official and an active chess player do the honors yesterday. Apart from Gary doing, I think, round 1, and then the president of the Polish Chess Federation did round 2. We don't exactly know who it will be today. We might have info sort of live together with you, because it normally appears on our screen.
And here we go.
We
do have another guest of honor.
Choosing the old Polish board.
The Secretary of State. That's a very prestigious minister, making D2, D4, and with a little flourish.
Yeah.
I mean,
and also a move that is very, clearly knows what Radek's repertoire is.
Studied his database.
Yes. Yes.
Nice.
Well played, sir. Yeah.
Well played.
Well played. And we
round 4.
Off we go.
We do appear to have liftoff. Yes.
Absolutely. And I just so happen to have Anton Korobov versus Fabi on my board, and I do see in English, as there you see our tournament leader, Vichy, in an open Sicilian.
Yes.
Looks 4 knights.
I think Shevchenko plays the Sveshnikov. It depends on which. The question now, I think, mainly is which move order he chooses, whether he wants to allow the 4 knights or just go e5 straight away. Yeah, we also have a Pirc in the all Polish duel.
And
which is quite interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the Pirc, by the way. I mean, I was raised on it. Had a lot of wonderful games with the Pirc, but I do recognize it's a little dicey.
I've played tons of it when I was in my 20s, and I didn't even do that poorly. It's just that at some point, once you get to a certain level of a position, the fun kind of dissipates.
Right.
You no longer really get the positions you play the opening 4.
To begin, right?
And,
and also the fact is that White has such a wide variety of approaches against the
And also
Pirc.
my feelings got hurt, because I remember I played in my first ever Linares in '98, and I think in round 2, potentially, I played the Pirc against Vichy. And Mig, who in those times used to write a column for, I think, the Week in Chess, he was writing a column for
Chess
them.
Ninja.
Yeah, at Chess Ninja. Wonderful guy. I don't see him often enough for my liking. He had a column where he introduced the, I think, the Chicken Chess Index. And I wasn't...
I don't like where this is going.
Yeah, no. Actually, I mean, if you play the Pirc, you really shouldn't be on, like, that wasn't...
That shouldn't be...
Yeah, that wasn't the accusation, but he did immediately award me the jankiest opening of the tournament award. And I was better by move 15. I did lose the game, but I was better by move 15. And I thought, yeah, I mean, if this is what I get for for trying to play fighting openings.
Wow. Wow.
I'll just go back to playing my Zaitsevs and Marshalls and things.
I'm going to keep an eye on the Pirc defense, the all-Polish derby, but I want to switch it over to you, Alejandro, as we've got a Sveshnikov.
Nothing much happening. We're still waiting for the results of the opening. Shevchenko and Vichy, they're going straight into a mainline Sveshnikov with c3, I expect. Either bishop g5 or castle or rook b8, one of these moves that has become quite popular throughout the many years. In the game that you guys were focusing on, actually the move bishop c4 is super rare.
Yes, it is.
This game between Radek and Jan Krzysztof. Knight f6 seems to be like everybody's choice in this position, but e6, I was not expecting Duda to play the move knight f6 just because I think he wants to mix things up somehow. So he doesn't really want to go into normal channels. He plays the move e6. You playing a French down a tempo with d5 later? What is your point here after castling, or do you go h4? This is going to be a fun one because I think the players are going to be straight out of theory. We know that Radek loves his theory, but I think that Duda is playing really hard not to fall into any kind of deep theoretical battle.
I think it's just just going to play the hippo now, right? I mean, having gone d6 and e6, you're kind of supposed to play the hippo now.
You're supposed to spiritually play the hippo here.
The hippo is where you bring your knights to d7 and e7, and either b6 and bishop b7 or a6 bishop b5 and bishop b7, and as you say, the hippo.
Or h6 g5 knight g6 and get mated on the king. So
Yeah,
that's
that's kind of like the black lion they're calling it these days. It's very hard to keep up to date with all of the naming of the openings, and I'm not even sure.
Well, the hippo's
how.
easy.
Yeah, and this is one of those cases where it's definitely one of those cases where the English name for the opening is just much better than what I was taught to use, because it's called the Uitelke.
The what?
There was a Hungarian international master, I think, who pioneered it in sometime mid previous century, and it was never called the hippo in my childhood. And if it had a name at all, it was called the Uitelke, which. Your face says it all on the topic of the Uitelke, yeah.
No, I've known it as a hippo since I was a kid.
Me too. Yeah. The hippopotamus, and it was really made famous, at least for Americans, when Petrosian essayed it in the World Championship against Spassky. I mean, like, it just seems so strange to play such a cramped game.
Probably a must-win game, I would assume.
Yeah, I would assume so as well. b7, b6, like I said, bishop b7, knight e7, castles, and you were mentioning, Peter, that black's approach can be, the suicidal h6, g5, knight g6 kind
Even
of
though,
stuff.
somewhat shockingly, it often is a lot harder to refute than it looks.
Precisely,
optically.
because it's sort of like when white tries to play e5 and take advantage of his better development. First of all, it's not clear that you're better developed, but secondly, black could shut down the position with d5. Conversely, if you try the other one, then comes the other shutdown. So it's this flexible approach means that, well, you can't just force the position open, and which is why you mentioned earlier maybe a more concrete approach before you had castled with h4, h5, Peter.
Alejandro said h4, and I thought he definitely, with the king still on e1, including h4, and perhaps, having said that, black very clearly plays h6 in many of these positions anyway. And definitely doesn't mind h5, g5. The issue with playing g5 for black in these types of positions is that it invites h4. Right. With the white pawn already on h5, your structure on the king side there will be a lot less prone to getting blown up later. So
I'm just putting some moves on the board to demonstrate what you mean.
Yeah, like so if you do this, you get immediately hit with h4, g4, and then the thing starts collapsing. But if white actually spends 2 tempi getting the pawn to h5 and then you play g5, you're much better off compared. But yeah, Radek, I think, is a very restrained player, and he's done something else altogether.
I can imagine Michael Bassman, for one, gleefully playing g5 in such a position. Honestly, you might be losing.
No, I think I'm taking this position with black.
That's what I'm saying.
I think I'm fine with it.
Exactly.
I played enough Beards in my childhood to be quite okay with this.
Okay,
but Radek instead plays knight g2, bishop b7, knight f1, which is an indication that he wants to play a kind of a Spanish type setup. The bishop often returns to d3. Knight f6 played.
Which is already an indication.
You have to start asking yourself if you want to allow d6, d5. I have a feeling if you play knight g3 here, black might not mind actually just responding with d5 straight away.
Right? Straight away, or even including castle?
Well, if you castle, I definitely play bishop d3 here. I'm no longer going to be allowing it. I'm pretty sure that...
Quick question for you, as we just get into a position that looks like this. Wouldn't you describe this as some kind of an accelerated Ruy Lopez?
This is a Breyer, but black, it's a kind of a double-edged sword, because one of the issues black often has in slow Spanish structures is that the pawn on b5, which will be there by move like 6 in most cases, right? Would be somewhat weak, and white could play against it by playing a4 and attacking it. Here it's on b6, so there is no weakness. But there's also much less scope for trying to expand on the queen side. Like, you can't really play b5, c4, and knight c5.
Exactly.
So your knight on d7 is very cramped. And I think here, black's position is a lot more solid, but it's also a lot more difficult to figure out what our counterplay is here.
Okay, we'll leave it at that and shoot it over to Alejandro. What game are we looking at there, Alejandro?
Well, we have the game between Wesley So and Levon Aronian. Of course, we have to take a look at this one, but it is a quiet type of Catalan. We've actually seen this position several times over the Grand Chess Tours. This one specifically with Levon Aronian on the black side of this structure, where white structure is a bit weak. You have the C4 pawn and A2 pawn long-term weaknesses, but you can see the difference of activity in the pieces. This has been reached at the 2700 level many, many times. I think that black has only won this position once from the over 70 games that I have at the Grandmaster level. Peter, I think you know which one that is.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you the story of how I got here?
How you got to? I was actually wondering how you got to this position.
It's a kind of a funny story. This happened to me twice in my entire career, and this is the second time. Basically, I somehow won. I think I was much worse with the white. This is the rapid tiebreak against Fabi in the Hunted 2011 World Cup, the one that I ended up winning, and we made two somewhat uneventful draws in Classical, and then I won some kind of a, weirdly enough, Slav on the white side. I was slightly worse out of the opening and then outplayed Fabi a bit. And I needed the draw in this game. And I spent the entire 10 minutes between the games trying to figure out which Grunfeld he will play against me. Didn't really settle on any kind of an answer, but still, like, Grunfeld is my only opening. So it's not really very. Yeah, it's not really very relevant what he does, because I'm gonna play the Grunfeld anyway. And I came to the board in this kind of a dream state, and he went d4, I went knight f6, he went c4, and I kind of woke up from the dream state in my e7 pawn in my hand.
What?
Seriously, I'm not joking about this.
Oh.
Like I just sort of up, and I've already touched it. It's not like I'm reaching for it. It's in my hand. I have played some non-Grunfeld openings in my life, but like seriously, this was a kind of an unpleasant shock. And I mean, I put it on e6 because I mean, I played the Budapest as a youngster, but not going to play the Budapest in a must-draw game against Fabi.
That's hilarious.
And this is how I played this Catalan.
And then you won, and then you beat Fabi.
Yeah, I was I think completely busted out of the It's just.
That's hilarious. That's very, very funny. Take it away, Alejandro. What happened next?
I'm going to skip ahead because we had a ton of moves and it's rapid time control. We do have to get to all the games. This is the position on the board. There's still some pressure. You have a knight on c6, and it does look a little dangerous still. I don't think that black has completely solved these issues, but the rook will come to c7. There is some counter pressure on the pawn on b5. There will be some tactics at some point, hopefully with a5, once the knight on c6 is not fully defended. Computers say 0-0. Obviously, I think that white is preferable in this position.
Choice.
But it does seem like Levon is doing just fine in this one.
All right, thank you for that. I just wanted to quickly switch to the Vishy Anand game as he's up against Kirill. Again, a very, very theoretical duel still going on. The move h2, h4.
Not at all, right? This bishop b6 move is extremely rare.
Yeah, I wanted to say that bishop g5 is main move.
Or b8.
Rook b8, yeah, both of them.
Are the two main moves. And bishop e6. Okay, go ahead, Alejandro. A very rare move, bishop e6.
That's it. It's been played, what, 20 times out of the thousands of games? Yeah.
And so Vishy very quickly said, look, your bishop on g5 is a little awkward. It's kind of stuck. And oftentimes, it's important that the bishop go to g5 and patrols this diagonal. I'm going to stop you. I'm just going to stop you. I'm going to play h4.
Also, I think an early example of how practical and how good Vishy is at just making those decisions, because I'm pretty sure Vishy is one of the people who may have actually looked at bishop e6 at some point in his life, but probably not today.
Right.
And, you know, people are liable to like spend 5 minutes trying to figure out what this is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Vishy knows it's kind of sort of irrelevant and also pointless and a waste of time and energy. So he just makes a move which generally is going to be useful in every single position like this.
Exactly.
And just goes from it. Goes to, next question, please.
Yeah.
Because he knows there will be, like, game doesn't end if he doesn't make the best move in this position.
Exactly.
So, let's just make a move and play.
Exactly. h4, again, oftentimes this knight on c2 wants to support his colleague, either knight c3 or knight b4.
Oh, it's a very logical move.
And if the bishop is not on g5, tickling the knight on e3, then the move h4 is very useful.
I mean, the one question I do have is maybe black has enough time to take on d5, go knight e7 and d5. But maybe you don't equalize even if you do all that. This is my big question, because e5 you pretty much never worried with black,
No,
right? This is the dream scenario in pretty much every single Shevchenko position.
Yeah, you don't really want to occupy d5.
Yeah. So you take with the queen, I go knight e7, and I go d6, d5 next move against whichever square you choose, like queen d3, d5.
Yeah, let's just go,
Yeah.
right? And let's
Knight
go.
e3 or rook d1 or
Maybe rook d1.
Yeah, rook
Maybe
d1 I thought was maybe... Actually, maybe you can even make an argument for long castling, weirdly.
I played h4.
Yeah, because we have a pawn on h4, bishop g5 check is not an issue. Here d5, d4 becomes maybe somewhat interesting, actually.
Only because I put my king
Yeah,
on d1.
I was going to suggest it's playable even after rook d1, to be honest.
But wait a minute. Okay, so what Peter and I are trying to avoid for black is a duel where I get to now use
something
my
like this could be very
H-pawn
unpleasant.
as a very powerful battering ram, even at the cost of an a2 pawn. The white attack might be too strong.
Which is why d5, d4, I think, is a very topical idea in these types of positions.
But then you've got to be...
Yeah, takes f4 worries
precisely.
me quite a bit, yeah.
Yes, as white looks to again.
Yeah, I thought knight g6, but g3 just covers everything so beautifully. Just covers absolutely everything. And then we go e5 and we win pretty much.
Exactly.
Yeah, they actually played all of this, including queen d3. So the conversation we've had has not been wasted.
A fruitful conversation. Very nice.
I wasn't sure, but it felt to me that this could be one way to justify having played
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6, yeah.
Right. But okay, now having said that, if you don't play d5, that is going to be a very poor excuse for a pawn on the O.
If you allow rook d1, knight e3, you will. Yeah, he has played d5, and now is an interesting moment in the game.
Exactly, because we did look at rook d1, we did look at castles, but the other third option, maybe this is more...
I'm still going d4. Yeah, I'm still going d4, and I'm going knight c6. Maybe. Yeah, seems playable for black. I'm not sure I'm so happy, but seems playable for black.
Exactly. It's not like... Yeah, okay, I completely agree with that.
So
I think castles, by the way, is, if you're talking about very ambitious, for me, that's got to be the most ambitious move, rook d1.
I wonder if we can play castles queen b6, but maybe it's not great anyway, because I think he takes d5, queen takes f2. f2 is not that relevant. And the pawn on d5 will be. I mean, it gets to d6, and let's say we go
d7.
We go d6, queen e4, bishop d3. It doesn't look great for black.
The pawn might be on the doorstep before you know it. Alejandro, you've got an English with Anton, bishop on a1. Okay, take it away.
This is the English between Anton Korobov and Fabiano Caruana. You can see it's in English by the structure. White has not really put any central pressure. You can imagine all of the rooks came off on the A file. No real need to go through the entire game. This is the current position. Close to equal. Fabi has just played the move g5, maybe trying to mix something up, trying to get in some space on the king side. Don't expect this one to be fireworks. Too many pieces, in my opinion, have already been traded. So approximate equality on this one. Meanwhile, another game that we just haven't taken a look at, Richard Rapport is playing against Gavrilescu, and this is a King's Indian attack type of position here on the king side. With the move knight h2, he might play knight g4 very soon. Black has already broken with b5. This is going to be the opposite. This is going to be a lot of fireworks as white is trying to break open this king side, usually with a sacrifice on the h6 square. And black saying, well, I need to do my own counterplay on this side of the board. I need to get b5, c4, something in order to break apart this position with where all my pieces are. So the battle of who gets there first, that's always a fun one. I'm looking forward to this particular game as opposed to a couple of others.
Thank you for that. And by the way, a few comments. Love Richie's shirt. Start with the obvious. Second, the King's Indian attack. I love this comment by R2 Yusupov. What attack?
Yeah, and I think this is also sort of the modern understanding of the opening is very much that and the plan that David is showing here is actually very topical, where black just moves away the rook from f8, and then often you just go h6, you put something on f8, normally the bishop, sometimes the queen, but normally the bishop. Here, and it solves most of the issues with the potential sacrifices on the king side. And it looks like you have this mass of pieces aimed at the black king. But this is sort of the full extent of what you can achieve very often. And then black just starts their own counterplay on the queen side. and you kind of struggle to go any further, because you can play something like queen d2 and hint at the sacrifice on h6. It doesn't actually win very often when so many pieces get traded, but also you can play king h7. If black really is scared about it, black can play king h7 and return the ball.
Here, there's just one tactical problem, right? It's c4.
Yeah. I mean, right here it loses a full piece,
Yeah,
and this is also why bishop f8 and not queen f8 was played. But my larger point of that, the fact, like if you play a7, a5 here, for instance, just to give a demonstration.
Exactly.
A useful move like a5, because a5, a4, knight a5 probably is what we want to do.
Precisely.
And white goes knight h6, g8, bishop h6.
Let's go.
And we take, and we could play bishop f8, sorry, queen f8.
Exactly.
Yeah, it will be very difficult to imagine exactly where the mating attack is coming from.
First of all, there
Bishop
is
d3 as well,
but just a pause, but just to show that the piece sacrifice doesn't win on its own.
Yeah, and this is why it's important to include queen c7, d8, because queen from d8 the queen joins the defense much quicker than it would have done from the c7 square.
Exactly. But first, let me interrupt and jump over to Warsaw with Cristian. What do you have for us, our friend?
Just to build up on those last two games that you guys were having your eyes on between Viswanathan and Kirill Shevchenko, as well as the game between Richard Rapport and David Gavrilescu against the youngest players in the field. Now, I talked with Kirill Shevchenko yesterday over dinner, and he was saying, I played too rash. I was trying to kill them in the opening and in the middle game. I sacrificed a piece against Richard Rapport in the first round, and unfortunately for him, these players, these 27, 2800s, know how to defend, know how to take advantage of every single mistake. So I told him, calm down, play a bit of a quieter brand of chess, as well as don't fall behind on the clock. This is a big problem that I'm seeing from the 19-year-olds in the event, both David Gavrilescu and Kirill Shevchenko. They're intimidated, it feels like, about their opposition, and they're spending too much time. And this is exactly what I'm seeing right now as well. Check the time situation in both Rapport Gavrilescu. Gavrilescu only 15 minutes on the clock. Richard Rapport 20 minutes. I told them, stay within 1 minute, 2 minutes within that distance of your opponent. You cannot allow yourself to fall 5-6 minutes behind on the clock. And unfortunately for Gavrilescu, as we approach those last 5 minutes of the game, well, Richard Rapport is going to prepare a sacrifice as we enter those last 5 minutes. I'm a bit worried about this one. Now, let's see what's happening in the Anand Shevchenko. I told you yesterday I'm going to be a bit more tame with the black pieces against Vishy Anand. Check what's happening in the game right now. He just sacrificed 2 pawns in the last 2 moves. He played d5, e takes d5, and then e4. And unfortunately for him, Vishy said, yeah, give me the pawns. And right now, it's about time to show me the compensation. And there's absolutely no compensation in the position. You're going to burn your time. You're going to try to find that compensation, and you're not going to come up with anything. So this is why I'm worried in these 2 games about the youngest participants in this event. Guys, back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cristian, for those insights.
Thanks for that. And I
jump on it, Peter.
I agree with the general tenor of what Cristian was saying, but if we can bring up the Anand Shevchenko position on the screen, I want to say that I agree with the first part, but not the second part, because he very much sort of listened to you, kind of nodded and thought to himself, yeah, I've spoken to Cristian, now it's time to do the exact opposite. but I mean, there is compensation here, but he will be down a piece in 2 moves, basically. I think he is actually planning to go knight d5. Okay. I mean,
okay. Go ahead. Tell us what you thought he was planning.
I'm pretty sure the idea was to play knight d5, long castles, knight c3.
Exactly. That's
b
what
takes c3, queen a5.
Exactly. That's
I'm pretty sure that was what he was intending. And then he realized queen b4, queen a2, and probably queen a3. Although queen a3 is not forced, but probably queen a3.
Queen a2.
Is probably not enough for full compensation. I still would have liked to watch him do this, because despite only having 1 pawn for the king on c1 is so precarious. Like, I just want to play rook c8, a5 before. I have long-term compensation here.
I'm kind of thinking I might want to.
Yeah, but then I'm not worse at all, right?
I know. It's
even the endgame after bishop e7, I think, is fine here, right? I can play bishop e7 here and just make you give away this exchange.
So it's two pieces. Interesting. I agree with you.
But he ended up bailing, and I don't like him bailing, because I think the position he got, that one I don't like at all. That one I think actually is very, very little compensation.
Well, now
queen b6. Yeah,
now we've castled, and now the question is, where is this knight heading?
So he played queen b6 here. He wants, I guess, to play a5 and b4. And the entire play is very much predicated on reviving the bishop on f6, lengthening the diagonal for the bishop on f6. But it seems slow. It seems like against an experienced player like Vishy, who understands very much what he is faced with, what the plans are, he will find a way to continue creating counter threats, and a5 and b4 probably never lands.
Yeah,
and then you don't really have enough for the two pawns.
I think you're almost obliged to play after bishop.
Yeah, bishop d3 is not forced as well.
D6.
Yeah, but not bishop d3 is logical. Now we play something like queen f5 or what have you. Yeah.
That was the intention. And,
yeah.
Well, 2 pawns is 2 pawns,
Yeah,
Peter.
this one I don't like. This one I don't like. The knight d5, knight c3 would have been very funny, specifically after the conversation Cristian had with him yesterday. Would have been extremely funny if he did this in the first game back. But I also think it would have been better.
Yeah, Alejandro, jump in. I mean, it's whimsical. Knight takes e3. It's fun, but is it?
Tell me how bad the machine thinks this is.
Yeah, I mean,
good news and bad news.
Please.
The good news is that it's better than what happened in the game.
It is better than what happened in the game, right?
Yeah, so if you take here, e4 takes, knight takes d5, long castle, it forces black to sacrifice the piece. Of course, we have the spin. So knight takes c3, white has no choice, you have to take on c3.
Right.
And I assume queen a5 is the only way.
That was the plan.
And I think black might be doing okay if you get, I don't know, one extra tempo. Even with the extra tempo, I'm not sure like how good this is. It's compensation, but it's not full compensation. Even if I just, throw a tempo away. But moves like rook h3 are really annoying because you don't want to take with the bishop.
Right.
Queen b4 is pretty annoying. Even a move like bishop d3 asks, are you going to mate me or am I going to mate you? It's not entirely clear. So this was much better than what happened in the game, because in the game after bishop d3, as you guys are mentioning, white gets the comp, white gets the pass d pawn, white gets the attack. Yeah, you're not very happy that this king is on c1 because you see a5 and b4 coming, you see targets on the side of the board, but it's going to take a while. You still have some time to chill and explore the development, the attack on the king side, the pass d pawn, and by the moment you start making real threats, black still hasn't gotten his attack rolling, so where's the comp exactly? Not really clear to me. I think Shevchenko, I don't say this very often, but he might have wanted to listen to Cristian a little bit more.
What? There you have it, everybody. A broadcast first. You might want to listen to Cristian. Okay. Peter, jump in on, because this game of Richard Rapport really does have, I like these maneuvering games where I'm building up attack, and it's almost like even though very little has been traded, in fact, the undercurrents are like every tempo can be meaningful. Yeah. Tell us what's happened, and has white built up at last an attack?
Well, it's difficult to say, and what you see Richie doing right now is what you end up defaulting to very often, because
break through.
Because the sacrifices on h6 are no longer really on the menu. The old time of giving mate, the old time way of giving mate in those positions, which was to put the knight on g5 and expect black to take. This really only works when black has played g7, g6, and with pawn on h4, of course. You don't go to the pawn on h5. Yeah. But this idea of playing h5 and then building up towards g4 and g5, we've seen those. Like Fischer has won some games like this.
Where somehow the knight ends up nestling in, and it's all tactically brilliant and lightning strikes and everything else.
But what Richie is doing is really the only realistic way of opening something up on the king side. And the question is how much black succeeds in distracting white on the other side of the board. And right now I think the answer is Richie is way ahead, right?
Right.
In terms of
Doing
achievements.
the prying.
Achievements.
Where did Black's Tempe go?
Yeah.
He kind of, well, what did he do? He put his
that was
bishop,
fine.
queen on c7, back to d8, rook to f8. Then he went knight e7 just because he wanted to be as discouraging as possible. And
Okay.
the problem is any c4 or d4 gets
Yeah.
met with the blocking alternative. h5 just taking away a square and making this next part possible. This move
Yeah,
g4.
he has played d5, d4 now, I think realizing that he can no longer really pass and give white an absolutely free hand. But I'm not sure what the reply is to knight c4. I'm pretty sure we just go knight c4 here without cd, cd.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what the reply is. Allowing it to land on d6 seems
No, you cannot, right?
impossible. So we have to take. And now after g takes c4, both knight e7 and knight d7 are completely hamstrung by the structure. DC-BC looks like we've created a passer on the A file, but what we actually created is a position in which it will be very comfortable to be giving mate on the king side because
This is a kind of position that can drive a coach crazy because we're going to tell you don't double your pawns or anything like this. But these two pawns on c4 and
They
c3
control
are
so much.
absolutely magnificent. These knights would love to hang out on either the d5 and or the d4 squares, and the c4 and c3 pawn
this
are
is
playing a
absolute-
fantastic role.
close to ideal structure for white on the king side. You know?
Yeah.
I would much rather have this than, let's say, the pawns on c4 and a4, where black has no passer on the a file. for
Right.
instance. Like,
Yeah. No.
just
This is a
much
dream
rather
come,
have this.
dream come true for
Yeah.
Richie, and I agree wholeheartedly.
He's played rook a b8 after takes, which is understandable instead of d. I mean, d takes c3, b takes c3 is unthinkable, really.
Right, so
So
we
he's played
didn't-
rook a b8 here, and Richie very quickly played bishop c1, which is also like a cute acknowledgement that everything basically is exactly where it should be. Rook a2 invites queen b3. You don't want to put anything on b1 because then black might be able to trade
Clear.
queen for the queen for the
Clear.
two rooks. So yeah, you have to spend a tempo on a somewhat weird-looking move. But now white is free to start doing things in the center and on the king side.
It's sort of like Thor, you know, winding up with Mullinger, you know, his magical hammer. He's going to play g5. And when it lands, it's going to be it's going to be kasplat.
Queen e4, bishop f1, d3 also probably wins the game if it happens. Right?
Queen e4, bishop f1, bishop d3 looks also.
I mean, it's very slow,
Awesome.
but also black isn't really doing very much. So
It's funny how, like, the moment you guys realize one of the sides has a bad position, you're just like,
I
all
love
over
it.
It's
I
like,
love it.
I
I
can
know
play
what I'm
g5,
talking
I can play
about.
queen e4, I can bring my bishop.
It's a
black
good
can't do
position
anything.
for white, right?
It's a pretty good position for white, yes.
All right.
Yeah, no.
we'll leave it there, and we're just going to jump around a little bit because games are heating up. This is
knight on the
anthem.
rim. Knight on the rim is dim, but if you have two,
Well,
maybe,
if you have two,
maybe you're doing very well. Who knows?
Yeah, then
That was the nursery rhyme I learned.
what? Two knights on the rim. By the way, this bishop on a1. I was wondering why white was a piece down here, right? I mean, it was
No.
like, no, he's not.
And honestly, he might be a bit better.
Exactly.
He might be more than a bit better, actually.
well,
'cause
I
it's-
mean, the knight is landing on
Yeah.
b6.
it's awkward
That's
to
kind
protect
of-
the pawn on e5.
Yeah, exactly. Do you have to
Queen
play
c7
queen
maybe.
c7?
Yeah. Queen c7.
Looks right.
Knight b6.
Also looks right.
We don't have threats yet, but we have ways to improve our position, I would assume. And
Well, this kind of feels a little awkward. Like the desirable knight g6 will only
runs into knight f5. Yeah, that one you really, really don't want to allow.
help us out on this one.
Maybe knight d7 is fine, though.
Knight
right,
d7?
right here. Yeah.
Right
just
here.
go knight d7.
And just invite.
Yeah, sort of disentangle things a little bit.
I agree. Knight
I
d7.
don't want to help you. I don't get it. Like,
What?
the engine just says queen e6, queen takes b7, d4, black is slightly better.
Oh my word.
You just give up the pawns. You play
Well,
d4.
there's this guy on a1, which Yasser failed to even recognize for a piece, right? So we want to play. We want to maybe hint at some queen a2 in some futures, and
Yeah.
and we also just want to completely kill it off, not let it move.
Yeah, queen d5 is actually very strong. At that point, king g1, queen a2 actually wins a piece.
Yeah.
Wow, some magical counterplay.
4.
Yeah, d4, you can start with d4, you can start with queen e6. The whole point, put the pawn in front of the bishop's diagonal so that it kills the bishop and it allows the access of the queen to the king side. It's a bit of a hidden resource, but activity much
Wow.
more important than the b7 pawn here.
Yeah, I
thank
think
you for that.
I think
That's
the
very-
important point is sort of never put your queen on c7 because it has no squares.
Yeah, it has
there.
no squares then.
And having actually prospects for that queen is way more important than preserving the seemingly the base of your pawn chain. You're you're taught to respect the base of the pawn chain, but
Yes, you are.
yeah, not
And the
here,
more
apparently.
the more you're looking at d5, d4, the more you realize, whoa, that's a massively powerful move. Just queen d5 check, queen a2 is coming. This knight on e7, which I kind of thought was, well, a stick in the mud, so to speak. It's not pulling its weight. Suddenly has
yeah,
this
definitely
access
another
to
reason
this
to play
gorgeous
d5,
square.
d4. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, we could be witnessing a turnaround, and it's kind of magical. Because I'm sure when Anton's doing all of this, queen a8, knight a4, the dopamine is going. This is great. This is great. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. What's happening in the hedgehog, Alejandro?
The hippo.
Hippo, sorry.
Different animal, come on.
Yeah, I got that wrong.
It's a curious decision that Radek Wojtaszek has taken here. We see this position basically the same thing. You got the strong center. Black has actually put the pawn on c4, started some kind of Spanish type activity in the queen side. And here you could close things down with a5. You could also keep the tension as white played a move h4, or he could commit. Push the pawn to e5 and force a reaction from black. The question I have is, what is he planning to do against bishop takes f3? You don't really want to take with the queen because of this problem. Takes it on e5, and I don't think you want to take with the rook. If you take with the rook, you just play b4, knight fd5, something like this. I'm not really sure why you would have given me the d5 square. But if you take, it's the same thing. Knight fd5 and b4 is coming, and this knight it's huge. It's a great knight. Now, why did I take on f3 first? Because if I take this way and you take with the knight, maybe h4, h5 comes, and maybe here with the knight here, you do actually get play on against the king side. But if you eliminate the knight first, I think this looks terrible for white. You get knight fd5, this pawn on e5 is immediately hanging, was an important part of taking on f3 first. And the move b4 is coming, the move bishop takes e5 is coming. You have to defend against all of these things. Knight d7 taking on e5 is also going to be an available plan. So, and you definitely don't want to take with the pawn. I'm assuming you're taking with the queen. So this, I think, is a very strong sequence right now for Duda, taking advantage of the fact that perhaps e5 was mistimed. Definitely not approved by the engines. Hate the move. Think after bishop takes f3, black is already much better, because I assume they're going to take with the bishop. The engines think that it's only a little bit better for black, but that's because they assume that you take with the g pawn. I don't know about that.
You don't normally play e5 to recapture the
No,
g
it
pawn.
actually makes some sense here, but I really, really hate
Whoa.
e4, e5. Yeah, he hasn't taken on
I
f3.
am shocked by that. I just wanted to ask you, Peter. You know me, I'm the pawn grabber here. Bishop f3, queen f3. He didn't mention it, Alejandro, but takes with the pawn.
Yeah, I'm not sure why not knight d7 as well. Yeah, I was kind of wondering. But
my eyes kind of like kind of flashed Amber Alert signal. Look at that. That looks like a pretty clean pawn to me.
yeah. But honestly, I think GF is just much stronger.
Well,
we
forced,
go
I think.
GF and f4. We support the pawn on e5. Then we try to put the knight on e4, aim towards the d6 square. I'm pretty sure that was the plan. But I still really, really dislike e5, just because I've played these positions. This structure, I don't have much experience playing against the hippo specifically, but you get exactly this structure. Let's say if we go back to move 16, prior to e4, e5.
Yeah.
These types of structures, whether black plays c5, c4, or cd4, which I think happened more in my games, you get them from bishop b5, check knight d7 lines quite a bit.
Yes.
And reviving that bishop on b7 is sort of never on your agenda. Like it's supposed to be very restricted by the pawn on e4, and you're supposed to continually asking the question of black. Do you want to play d5, e5, knight e4? Do you want to play e5, d5 and leave it on b7 forever entombed? Or are you just going to let me play freely here without really challenging my center in any way? I really don't quite understand why we've given that bishop squares and why we have opened up the long diagonal for it. H4 here, having played rook a2, why aren't we playing rook ea1, for instance? I also don't quite understand.
Right.
Yeah, I'm surprised by Radek's decision. I don't know why he felt obliged to play e5 here at all.
Could the e-pawn be somehow weak? I could like take twice on a4,
and
queen c6. I don't know.
Yeah, rook a1 maybe not the way to go. Even though, yeah.
I mean, it sort of starts to get messy.
Yeah, this is a bit annoying actually. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It's you certainly like to think that, hey, you know, white does have something.
Honestly, somewhat weirdly, I'm not against the idea of playing even a4, a5 maybe, and then just switching everything to the king side.
Which is what I wanted to ask you, Peter. I studied the games of Boris Spassky, and one of the things that I noticed that whenever Spassky played the Breyer, he was really anxious to sacrifice a knight for 2 pawns on the d5 square, and he won some wonderful games on the black side of this sacrifice. Were you raised with this kind of classical?
Yeah, I did it in
decision?
some side steps. Yeah, I liked that as well as a kid, because yeah, it gives the opposition some air to breathe. It's normally like quote unquote unsound,
right?
But it's much more fun than retreating to d7 and playing this cramped position where none of your stuff goes anywhere. Holding. Yeah, I'm very much of the same opinion. It's just that I think in 2022 you don't expect this to be machine approved.
No, of course
because
not.
we've learned that those compensations aren't entirely enough.
Now, conversely, capturing on e5, knight takes e5. Oops, sorry. I think the bishop
d5 was played, a5, knight bd7, and bishop f4.
Knight f7 is always something that you want to be concerned about. Hence, we saw the move bishop d5, revitalizing, strengthening, if you will, the pawn on e6.
Queen b7, f3. If white had a pawn on b4, you would be very, very happy. But black, I think, will start pushing b5, b4 very soon, maybe even immediately. I don't really see why you wouldn't do it immediately. And
well, I have to sidestep b3.
Yeah, we pretty much never take on before breaking up our own structure. And yeah, I still feel like this is a pretty decent outcome for white. I think maybe they're...
I do too.
Yeah, and this is where bishop takes f3 comes in. I understand that, you know, after the impassioned speech I gave about, you know, giving this bishop squares.
I was moved, man. Yeah. I mean, the tears almost started rolling down my cheeks.
It's a bit disingenuous to suggest, you know, you absolutely give it up. It's an obvious move, bishop takes f3. It's not really that obvious, but
right.
I think it was clearly stronger than what we've gotten here.
Exactly. I think white's for choice. Alejandro, oh, sorry. We'll just wait for a moment as you... Yes, indeed.
And looks like in the meantime, we had a lot of moves happen in the Rapport Gavrilescu game. We also have...
But I got to toss it over to Alejandro for the Wesley So game. What's happening there? I mean, wow.
Certainly the landscape changed in this one, even though perhaps the evaluation hasn't, because here the move knight d4 was played, and you could play a bunch of things. f5, his possible knight a5 hitting the rook was one of them, but this does invite Wesley to change the character of the position. You could just retreat the rook, but Wesley said, well, let's see what happens if I sacrifice an exchange. You do get 2 pawns for it, and it's one of those positions where it's not easy immediately to see what's stronger here, the bishop and the 2 pawns or the rook. A rook is very active, and if it finds itself attacking weaknesses like h4 and a4, it's going to be difficult for white to defend them. That being said, it's 2 extra pawns, and the bishop is on an open diagonal and an open board, and the knight is not great. So who's better in this position? For me, it's hard to say. I like the rook, but material is very reduced. Rook c7 was played, check, king e7, knight e6 is currently in the battle that we have. I'm going to see rook c3, rook a3 come on the board. There will be positions where you could go knight d4, knight f5, you can pick up h6 in many positions. So this is going to be a very sharp endgame. I have a feeling that it should be a draw with proper play, but I think that at some point it's going to heat up with both sides having their chances.
Yeah, no, I like the 2 pawns because I like the fact that the knight is on a5. But it's one of those things that it's a la tempo, right? I mean, just as Alejandro was saying, you get your rook and knight coordinating, it's going to be great. Boy, talk about having a measure of one another, Peter.
Yeah, that's a long record for Rapid and Blitz, considering how few tournaments there are on the calendar of Rapid and Blitz compared to...
Yeah, that's actually kind of surprising.
Yeah,
does this count their tie break?
From America
Bucharest.
Cup? From Bucharest.
Probably.
Probably,
We don't
right?
know. We don't know for sure, but we assume it probably does. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, somebody's keeping great stats if that were the case. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Anton and Fabi. Not too surprising for me, but Fabi didn't pick up on the strength of d5, d4, just
he's gone
killing
for,
this bishop,
yeah,
right?
He's gone for a similar, sort of spiritually, parts of it are very similar. Once again, he's not even remotely interested in protecting the pawn on b7. He wants to activate the queen.
Right.
But compared to what we were discussing, the bishop on a1 is very much alive here, which leads me to think that black is probably fine. You get the feeling that after the move queen e2 that he played, he will find a way to trade off the knight on h4 and give some kind of a perpetual. But white also should be entirely untroubled here. I don't really expect white to have any problems equalizing. Seems to me like a position where some kind of a perpetual is extremely like knight g6, or if you take on f6, bishop takes f6, and then take on h4 and start giving checks. Should be a draw.
Because you always have this perpetual...
Or knight f5 even, yeah, because we have this perpetual construction.
Right.
The moment the black queen gets access to the f3 square, white will have to accept the draw.
Yeah, feels right. Okay, still a lot of games going on. Things are heating up. Richie's game, look at this.
Yeah, Richie's game I'm
to
very
quote
curious
somebody,
about.
It blowed up.
Yeah, my first instinct was to say it must be absolutely winning for white, but I have been unable to.
My first instinct was that white had incredible compensation, and then I realized they're equal material.
Yeah,
incredible compensation.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, it looks absolutely winning, in part because of exactly that same reason, that like you normally have to sacrifice something for a position like this, but black actually isn't far away from some kind of stability. Like you play knight f5 here, I would assume. c3 is hanging. We do finally have some counterplay. Yeah, but it looks like queen takes c3 here. I mean, maybe we're not that dead.
Oh, it was totally dead. It's like +7.
What about now?
Now it's only +3.
Okay.
Only.
Well, let's take you down some lines. Because rook e4, queen takes c3 is on the board, and we're going to have a few moves quickly. We can keep up with the players. Check has been played. You have to play king f8. If you play knight g6, I will happily take that on g6, so don't even think about that one. King f8 has to be played. I'm surprised it hasn't been played already.
Then we're going to drop in.
But that's the thing, right? You drop in with the queen. The bishop is more or less trapped. King e8 is one move, but it's not very human. Bishop takes e5 is kind of crazy, but it might be your best chance because at least you're hitting the rook at the end. Of course, you couldn't take on the previous move because queen takes h8. But you can take on a5. There's rook b1 is not a move because the queen is guarding this square. There's no real problems with the move queen e1, picking up stuff. Because remember, queen h8 is such a big problem, right?
Here it comes.
And here it is.
Queen h7.
And because queen h8 is such a big problem in every position, you don't have the time to untether your queen to the diagonal, which means that white's just basically winning in this position.
It should be a full-on killing attack, Peter.
Right.
That feels.
Yeah, that feels gone.
Yeah.
I'm a bit surprised. I didn't think he absolutely needed not to react to g takes h6. If we go back to like move 28, 29-ish.
Tell me when to stop.
Yeah, even knight b6 is maybe not forced. But let's say here, knight b6, gh.
Yeah.
I thought you have to kind of close your eyes and go g takes h6 here.
And
Or perhaps knight f5 on the previous move and then gh, gh. And
I was inspired by what you suggested earlier. If you could put your bishop
but
on
now,
F1,
but now we have an
queen-
f5 square for the knight, which will blunt some of that plan, right? I mean, I think the issue is more than we don't really. If we don't take on c4 here, we don't really have counterplay as such, right? We're kind of stuck shuffling things around. But yeah, what he got in the game, you do feel like you're going to get mated here.
I do.
You do get the feeling that you're going to get mated.
Oh, sorry. I think that was my bad. Let me. Where am I? Sorry. Wrong game. And we do have the queen on
Yeah, he's gone
h8.
king e8, which is a move that, yeah, Alejandro mentioned it's possible to make this move, but it doesn't really change the evaluation very much. The idea, of course, being that if white does take on h8 with check, we play king d7, and now both the rook on a1 is still hanging and the queen on h8 is also hanging. But Richie very calmly goes rook ga4.
Defends
Defends the rook, and also regrettably for black, if you play bishop takes e5, I think bishop d2,
Bishop D2
bishop
is
going to be very, very hurtful.
Yeah, that's terrible.
You can take on a1 twice, but then after knight g5, your entire kingside collapses, and the h-pawn is still alive. You never save it. Like specifically knight g5. If you give black one more tempo to somehow not lose the f7 pawn with check, maybe you can have some hopes for the future.
But that's exactly the problem, Peter. You lose the f7 pawn with check, the e6 pawn goes with check, and suddenly you're flushed away.
Yeah,
it's
everything
all gone.
collapses. Yeah.
And as predicted, this game did end in a draw,
was
one
the
of the many perpetuals that we were thinking about. So
let's just see how it happened.
Yep.
You called it, Peter. That was the whole...
Yeah, knight c8, knight g6, or knight f5, I assume, would have led to the same,
Yeah.
Once the knight on h4 is traded away or lured away, you get the f3, d1, f3, d1 perpetual.
Exactly.
And once again, they've done the thing.
Without doing the thing?
Without doing the thing, but yeah, I really hope the arbiters don't give them a hard time for it.
The perpetual check was inevitable. Best play by both sides, and a draw. And over to you, Alejandro. Is Vichy doing his perfect thing?
this is a funny game because the way that Kirill Shevchenko plays chess, it's like material does not exist to this man. But also time management doesn't exist. It's not a good combination. Because we had in this position...
Yeah, 3 seconds, I think, on 9 seconds that he made
a move on 3 seconds. We'll let Vichy think on this one. But if you go to this position, he just kept sacrificing stuff. The move b4 just throws the kitchen sink. You can play knight c4 and take this rook. You can even consider taking on b4. You can even evade and go the move c4. Knight c4 was the one chosen. Queen b7 was played in the game.
Yeah, I'm curious why we didn't take on e5. I couldn't really figure out why we don't take on e5.
Honestly, there's not enough time to explain like everything, but knight takes e5 was the engine recommendation. And there were lines afterward, like knight takes, bishop takes, b takes, c3. The line goes on, but the engine doesn't really believe in this attack. Instead, c takes before was playable, and you might be wondering, why not queen takes, pins the knight, saves the rook for now, regains a pawn. But as I said, Shevchenko a pawn's not about that. Queen takes before queen d2 trades the queens, which might be the reason that Shevchenko didn't want to go into that. Everything is losing, so he says, well, if I'm losing, let me just keep the queens on and try to attack. Rook b5. Vichy says, I gotta defend this guy. a3, a5 played, rook h3, Shevchenko. Now we can switch down to his last 10 seconds.
Yeah, we should probably be watching it like this. Yeah.
Right.
And then takes on b4, a4, beautiful move.
Beautiful move.
And to close the shop.
And he's consolidating, right? You can just see that the rook on h3 does a beautiful job of defending b3 if necessary.
Yeah, the one issue I see here for white, well, slight issue, is that you probably play something like king b1 here, and then the pawn on a4 will get attacked by either queen a7 or queen a6 or something. And the only real way to protect it would be to play b2, b3, which does actually open up the bishop on f6. Black, you know, the bishop itself doesn't really win you the game. You need to get the queen closer to those squares to actually do something. And the queen from either a7 or a6 doesn't really have a good path towards the dark squared long diagonal, but you would prefer not to have to play b3. And yeah, this is also actually kind of smart. He goes king b1, b3,
himself,
creating a very strong idea of queen b4.
Right.
If you give black a tempo here, I have a feeling if you allow queen b4 here, you might actually be in trouble with white. But obviously it's white to move, meaning that
you could just play a move like knight a3.
Knight a3 or something. But knight a3 is not a very pleasant move to make because it gives you, like rook c2 here. Are you sure you want to do this?
Ooh, rook c2.
Yeah.
Rook c2. Excuse me. Full stop.
So yeah, knight a3 I think is wrong, but maybe queen e3 is good. Yeah, queen e3, queen takes b3, and this
queen
is what
e3 is pretty nice. Queen a7.
He's done it.
Queen the problem with queen a7. Are you actually thrown in queen takes a4? Queen takes c5.
Well, it becomes tricky, but I'm guessing the king runs away. Yeah, like I go queen a2, bishop takes b2 first, knight takes b2, queen a1 check. But
by the way, there is still a d pawn in this one. So if I go like queen takes b3 and you go like
b8.
rook b8, unfortunately, the
I would prefer
d7.
not to. I would prefer not to, honestly. I would like if there.
You know what I'm saying, though. You know that's a.
Yes, but like if there's any choice at all, I would prefer not to touch the pawn on b3 here because that does give black a lot of activity. Man,
the top engine move is so brutal and it's so good, and it's so straightforward.
d7.
It's rook f3.
And,
d7,
but then it goes
f3.
queen a4, knight a3, I think, on your screen, right?
Does it? What happens if I just take on f6?
Oh, no, it doesn't go. No, sorry, yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the computer engine top move is rook f3, intending
basically
just
saying,
rook takes f6.
Yeah, like if that piece is gone from the board, the win becomes very, very straightforward in most cases. So yeah, it's a.
And could I ask the question, why d7 again?
No, d7 I like. D7.
I'm mesmerized by the impact.
But I
that
think
this deep pawn
I think
is
we
gonna have.
ignore it. I think we go like g6. Here,
Well, yeah, I was about to say, don't ignore it too much because I'm going to go queen e8.
G6
mate.
or h5 or I don't know,
Okay,
g6 I think, because I don't
G6.
think you have this
Threatening mate.
This threatens mate. Yeah, this is why I didn't want to play g6. Let's go instead of g6. Let's go.
Yes. Yes.
But I hate everything else as well.
Yes.
I hate everything else as well. It's
I
annoying.
just say, if you play h5, I'm ready for you,
Yeah,
Peter.
check and bishop d3 check.
Please sign the score sheet, right? We're having fun. Are we having fun after d7, Alejandro?
No, because there's an engine move I don't want to put on, so we're not having fun with that game.
He's a party pooper. He doesn't
Okay,
even want to
d7 is not good because bishop e7. Nobody's ever going to find that.
Well, out of necessity, you might.
You might.
Because everything else just loses very, very straightforwardly to back rank threats.
And at
this
some
also
point, I
protects
really
c5.
want to take this pawn, and your bishop's not on f6, hitting
Yeah.
b2, and I don't know. A moment ago, I tried knight a3, and you went rook c2 and hurt my feelings. With your bishop not on f6.
No, but now c5 is protected, so
Yeah,
I
I
just
could
take on
take
a4,
on d7, right?
or take on d7. Or
Yeah, understood.
game sort of continues. I assume d7 doesn't throw everything away, but game very much continues after bishop e7.
Yes.
And rook f3, though, that's the cruel
Rook
move.
f3 is a cruncher, but it's a tough move to find. And d7
Yeah,
played,
that's gone
I
d7.
think it's just a much more human move.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
30 seconds
Exactly.
for Chirila. He kind of needs to play bishop e7 because we went through the list and we kind of I think we explained why all the normal
G6,
moves.
h5,
Yeah, those lose. So it's either bishop e7 or king f8, but nobody goes king f8 here. So the question is, you need to realize, you can actually move the bishop away from its ideal diagonal. It's not an easy
Exactly.
move to make. Like
Exactly.
your entire counterplay is based on the bishop on f6.
Exactly.
And now you have to, close your eyes and move it away. Yeah.
Yeah,
this is-
G6.
G6. I mean, that's a human move, right?
Yeah, but
Right.
now
How
h5.
do you play bishop e7?
Yeah, but now h5 just is crunch, because you reintroduce the mating threat of queen e8 and h6 mate,
I don't know. but
and black is just gonna fall behind
Do
in the
you want to
race.
include queen e8 check first?
No, I think I go h5 here.
So g6, h5 immediately.
Yeah, I think
I'm
I
just
go
afraid.
h5 here.
Well, afraid, but bishop e7.
But now hg queen c3 is kind of mate in that direction. This is the issue, yeah, because like we've actually opened up we have actually opened up the h file for white to give counter mate there,
Yeah, okay. That is kind of funny, actually. Sorry, I just have to put that on the board, this idea.
Including
including
with the takes. Yeah.
And you take over the long diagonal.
Yeah.
That's not a threat that you usually see against the fianchetto bishop.
Yeah, like it's
But, okay.
and this is why
h5 on the board, Vishy.
Yeah, knight e5 on the board as well.
but now
you just take the knight.
Yeah.
Knight takes knight, and I
queen
think that's
a4
game
we
over.
have queen takes b3 if all else fails with a
If all-
very easily winning
very
technical
easily winning,
position.
yeah.
Yeah. You can also probably throw in h takes g6. I don't think it spoils anything.
H takes
Include
G6.
hg because queen a4 is not a threat. Knight c4 with the pin on the rook on c5 is not a threat either.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, queen a4 would be a threat, but we take so much on the king side that it doesn't really make.
Holy
that much of a
smokes,
difference.
guys. I mean, no, seriously,
four
four out of four. I
Four
mean,
out of 4 seems very.
Vishy will sit there and say,
Close,
what took me so long to get back into competitive chess? I mean, this is
Yeah.
sweet.
Yeah, it is. It is very heartwarming.
And just to switch to some of the other games, I wanted to Wesley
Yeah.
So.
We're going to switch to the Richard game because it's just about over here.
You get the feeling there is mate on the. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Whoa.
something has to be made here.
Nothing like a good king hunt. There is rook takes
just-
e7.
Yeah,
Bishop
it's just gone
takes
bishop takes
e5?
d5, attacking the knight on
Yeah, that's
e7.
easy enough,
Yeah,
right?
that just ends the game straight away. Yeah, king takes.
King
yeah.
takes. Whoa.
Well, I mean, he had no choice. It's like we're not criticizing this move.
Bold.
He had no choice.
Bold.
And now queen f3 check. I mean, I would have just played queen f3 check here. I think that's the
easiest,
the
right?
simplest. You just start chasing.
Yeah, the king cannot. There are landmines on d6 and d4 squares that will walk into a bishop.
I think it actually kind of does end the game.
Yeah,
because
queen f3 is just the end
Yeah,
of the
king
game.
d6 bishop f4 loses the full queen. Going forward to the 4th rank will get you mated.
Queen e4 rook d7
Queen
is
e4
over.
rook d7 also costs you the full queen. So yeah, it's just
Or just mate, actually.
I'm guessing most moves here, which aren't a blunder of queen in 1, are in the range of +5 to +12, but queen f3 seems to be the cleanest. Yeah, like it's just,
Queen
f3,
and the pawn on
check.
h7 is white.
yeah, I mean, even without the pawn on h7, it's probably completely winning for white. But there's also a pawn on
I
h7.
like that. Pawn on h7. I don't like that open h file. Who invited that open h? I like g8 square being covered by the pawn on h7 as well. And
just
look
goes
at
rook
this.
takes. Yeah.
Well, it's good enough.
Wow.
If it was a wins, right? You can't criticize that.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
Clear. But queen f3 was very, very compelling.
Yeah, queen f3 was. It was very pretty, right? Yeah, it was very
Knight
pretty.
takes, and now we go queen f3, I guess.
Or
Whoa, Richie is.
Queen b7. Richie's
I mean,
got his
Richie
own.
found. Yeah, Richie found.
They're all good.
found
King
some kind of
d6,
a
bishop f4 is.
It's sweet.
What? King 6, rook a6?
King d6, rook d6.
Rook a6 is mate in 2, right?
King d6, queen d7 is made in 1.
Mate in 1.
Anastasia,
We found a number of things wrong with the king d6 move. Yeah, the king goes forward. Yeah.
yes.
And I think we can also find something wrong with it.
Now, this is the type of position where everybody in the tournament hall comes.
Vultures are
And
here.
it's like everybody.
Rook a4, king d3, queen f3, and it will be mate. Like the king will get to the, to the actual opposing back rank and will
Right.
get mate.
Yeah,
there.
somebody said something about staircase mate or whatever.
Yeah, like queen f3, king d2, rook a2, and then I have to there's only one check after king c1, but it will be enough.
It'll be good enough, right?
Yeah, queen a3.
Is it the only way to mate? It is, right?
Well, I mean, I have a feeling if we pass, we still win. Like if I play king f1 in that position, I probably still win. But why do it?
That's true. Actually, king f1 is winning.
I mean,
Probably still winning. Yeah.
Not to criticize his approach, but he can trick himself.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm surprised he chose this. I think there was absolutely no reason not to just win the game instantaneously with checks when both rooks were on the board, which
Exactly.
makes it easier to give mate. Yeah, I'm very surprised queen f3 check.
And by
wasn't
the way,
played
we
now.
do have a handshake in the Viswanathan Anand as
Kirill-
Vishy
yeah,
goes
Vishy.
to
4 out of 4.
Yeah, the streak. The streak.
continues.
Look at this. We were privileged here in St. Louis when Fabiano went on a 7-0 streak in classical chess, which was really remarkable. What? 4 out of 4.
And this one's almost over. The youngsters having trouble in Warsaw. 19-year-old Shevchenko, 19-year-old Gavrilescu have only been able to score 1 draw out of 8 games.
Ouch.
Yeah,
ouch.
I mean,
No.
queen c4 still wins. I'm in a very weird position of trying to criticize somebody who is currently probably like mate in 8 on our viewers' screens.
You're also wondering why he hasn't mated yet, right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
I mean, Bishop
Queen
F4.
g7, bishop
G5. Check.
Only move, yeah?
Check.
Oh no, I mean,
Check.
I mean.
But do you go queen g7, king h2?
Queen
so that on rook
D5.
h7 you go bishop h6.
Okay, we're looking for the artistic finish.
Yes.
Bishop anywhere. Right?
Bishop somewhere.
Bishop C3 check. I don't want to be artistic.
No, bishop f4 or whatever. Yeah, bishop a5 maybe. Bishop a5.
Don't you feel you also should resign that some point?
Hang on, bishop a5.
Bishop H6.
Is bishop a5 force queen d2? Is that the
Yeah,
only
like queen
move?
d2 is the only legal move in the position, right? So
Yes.
yeah, I don't know why we're continuing here. But
Richie.
All right, very good. Let's go to the Levon game because that
Please.
one definitely heated up. As you can see that Levon has misplayed this endgame. His king is on g7, and it just did not belong there. The king is too passive
Yeah,
on
that's,
g7.
But he was sort of prompted to do that
He was
because he
prompted
allowed
to-
h4, h5, and now the pawn on h6
Yes.
is a legitimate target.
It's a legitimate target, and look what's happened on the board. He has this problem that the knight has landed on c6. He's
Beautiful
not on,
square.
Yeah, he's not on time to take on a4. So rook a3, knight takes a5, rook a4, knight c4 just doesn't work.
Correct.
So you have to decide what to do with the knight. If you take on c6, unfortunately,
That's a seriously powerful passer.
Yeah, I'm still tempted to try to do this, like play king f8 here.
King F8
No,
here.
we need the king closer to the c6 pawn here, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, can I go
But it
marching
looks
in?
horrible. Yeah, king f5, king e7, e4, and then the king goes in.
And the king goes in.
Yeah,
I
this
couldn't
looks
do-
horrible.
Couldn't agree with you
Yeah.
more. One of these passers, either the H. By the way, the bishop on d5 is just a monster. Even if long way
term,
from term, you take my a pawn, and then you push your pawn all the way to a3. The bishop on d5 says, "I've been waiting. What took you so long?"
and
Yeah,
that-
perhaps this is the best defense still to take on b7, but of course white is now better. You have this powerful pawn on b5 that's passed, I assume.
Yeah, you would like to play knight c5, knight a4 here, but that allows b5. No, b6 actually maybe is a draw, right? So maybe you do that. You take, and if white plays b6 here, I think by this point he's gone. I'm surprised he's played this so quickly. Maybe there's nothing stronger, but you get the feeling that this knight ending is far and away black's
Best.
But actually, the knight on d5 is so restricted.
Yeah, but it's actually really bad endgame, right? If
Yeah,
you can
because
continue
the
down
king
the
on g7.
Continue down the line, Yasser.
By the way, knight takes b6. I completely agree. Is black's best
You have to. You
chance.
have to.
And wouldn't it be amazing? Dare we say
If
it,
Lev got away with it
Lev
again.
got away with this again. Following what you had asked me to do, Alejandro.
No,
can
if you see this endgame, how bad is it? Yeah, I just think it's fine. Like +1 and black should hold somehow, but
this knight is kind of dominated.
Yeah, like if you allow a 4 or
right?
5 here, the knight is actually gone.
Right? It will never return.
It will never move. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it will die actually.
It
yeah.
will die. It will-
I think knight e7 is a mistake. I think you're supposed to play knight c7 and like aim it towards the g7 square via e8. Maybe this is the plan. Like
That's
king
actually-
king f7, and then knight e8
It's
or
actually a
e6.
pretty good plan.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
a great plan, actually. Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing.
And yeah, I thought knight e7 was forced, and I thought it was borderline losing. But yeah, knight e7. Yeah, like we go king f7 here, right? We force a king to g4. It seems like I will play knight e8 or knight e6. Yeah, I will go knight g7 check there. Knight g7, e4. Maybe we can even play a 5 check question mark. Yeah.
Excellent.
F5.
Oh, he didn't do it. He allowed the pawn to
That
go.
is
Oh, that's
shocking
crazy.
to me. That is
That
That's
shocking.
crazy.
is
He
just
must have thought the knight endgame was lost, panicked, and made some other move. But with the pawn on b7, there's no way, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
wait
this-
a minute.
this
Is
can't
he
possibly-
tricking
This
Wesley
can't
somehow?
possibly work. Yeah.
No way. So instead of taking
This
the pawn,
is very, very surprising to me.
he made a check. So why doesn't just everything?
Yeah, I think he calculated that this somehow
Well, there's
holds.
only 2 legal moves, right?
Yeah.
King
King c4,
c4,
rook
Yeah,
c1.
King c4 is correct, because king e4, knight c5, I take on b7,
Right.
that's clear.
Now, if we go king b4, then he can go knight c5 and 4.
I'm pretty sure this is the plan, but it's
But why? Oh, because b8 I have
Knight
yeah,
a6
knight
check.
a6, yeah.
Yeah. We can under promote to a knight.
But,
Nah, no, stop it. King b5? Why not king b5?
Yeah, king b5 looks strong. I wonder if you still play knight c, like
Like knight c3, what do you?
knight
I
c3,
don't know.
king c5 or king c6. Yeah, one of those.
Just any
I don't know.
trade
Yeah.
of the
Yeah,
minor
it's
piece.
just done, yeah.
The king on g7
It's
it
just
takes you 20
it's just
moves
such a
to
strange,
get, to
just
get
such a strange
counterplay.
decision for.
And he
for-
has done it.
He's
He's
gone
done
king
it.
b4, which is I think a slightly weaker move. Yeah, now knight c5 actually gives black a
No.
chance.
I mean, if Levon saves this,
No,
it's,
no.
it's just no way,
No,
right?
no way. By the way,
By the
once
way,
again,
king b4 was a mistake.
right?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
king
why
b5 was just
allow
much
knight
better.
a6 check?
Much better.
King b5 just was, yeah, okay.
King b5, king d4.
yeah, we can go b8 knight here.
I thought
No,
about it
no.
too, the under promotion, but that's not why we put a
Yeah.
pawn on b7. Okay, knight b5, guys.
It's
Knight
also, also objectively not good because of knight d3, right?
Pardon me?
b8, no, I wasn't suggesting it seriously. Knight
Yeah.
d3 is very strong.
No, I'm thinking knight b5.
Yeah, and there, my question is, we have knight
And he's
a6.
done it?
We have knight a6 or knight d7. Yeah.
He put his knight back on a
But
d7.
I was also wondering how bad would be to play knight b7, bishop b7, rook e1.
Yes,
But then
I was going to play
knight
e4.
d4. Knight d4 is actually much
Knight
strong.
d4.
Knight d4 is even strong.
Love
Get the
it.
knight
That's
over.
easy. Then that's easy. And we're covering h1 with our bishop as
Yeah.
well. But
So,
now
yeah,
that this piece is so passive on d7,
Yeah, and Wesley has played knight d4 here, which is once again, yeah, this is where you want this knight to be.
oh, it's a dream.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a dreamboat knight.
Park it on a 5 and then think from there, where with your entire structure completely safe. Still a very difficult position for black.
Loose pieces drop off.
Yes.
Defend your pieces in these endings. If you can
Yes.
put your pawn on e4, which defends your bishop on e4, your knight on f5, do it.
Yeah, and
Protect your
we
pieces.
also see the earlier nicely played endgame sort of bearing fruit for Wesley, because the pawn on h6 in dire trouble now.
Exactly. Again, this bishop is a monster.
And
it
if
defends.
white picks up the h6 pawn here without giving up anything, yeah, the two very outside passers probably decide the game in white's favor, I would assume.
I would have
Yeah,
said
rook
so.
b1 check though is a bit awkward now, because if you play king c4, knight b6, knight d5 is an obvious response, and if you play king c3, maybe black has time enough to play knight c5 and try to pick up the pawn on b7. And if the pawn on b7 actually does fall, your situation improves.
Bishop
Yeah, he's gone bishop b3, and
B3.
Levon immediately replies with rook h1.
Knowing that
Yeah.
H pawn is actually
Yeah,
such a dangerous pawn.
Yeah, you need to get rid of the h5 pawn if at all possible. Basically,
Exactly.
your situation very much depends on it.
Okay.
I mean,
Again, I mean,
It's
give
not so easy.
Levon credit. He's
not so
putting
easy.
He's putting a challenge to his opponent in a very difficult circumstance.
And in the meantime, we should still be watching this, but I will say that Jan Krzysztof is trying to outplay Radek from that slightly quiet position, but
I see.
yeah, the material is maybe low enough for Radek to hold, but it's unclear.
By the way, king b5.
Yeah, this is a very concrete way to perhaps win sort of by force, like rook h5.
King-
We probably play bishop e6 first. I don't know. King c6
Yeah.
is also possible, but
Bishop e6.
so we
I
play
like
bishop
that.
e6, we force knight b8, and then we try to
chase and hunt.
attack it with the king. But as usual, the king
not so easy.
The king on its own doesn't actually win that duel against the
No,
knight.
the knight kind of flip-flops all over the table.
Wait,
I'm
what is the
think-
line?
We're thinking
Rook h5.
he's done it. Rook
Yeah,
h5.
you can't actually go king c6. Yeah, you have to play. He's played e4, which is maybe a smarter move than bishop e6.
because he wants to
freeing
trap
up the bishop. Yeah,
Right, he wants to put his bishop on
Yeah.
c4
Rook h3 played by
trap-
Levon.
to trap the knight when you go king b7.
Yeah.
King c7. Sorry.
So where do we put our bishop here as white? Probably still d5 because it's a, it's difficult to blunder it there. It's protected. Yeah, but yeah, Wesley goes with bishop c4. I was wondering about that, but now you have to have a move after rook c. I guess rook c3. He wants to go e5, e6, e7. Maybe this is what he's pushing for.
What?
Actually,
We've
creating a second passer.
We've got another very prominent passer, and immediately rook c3.
Yeah.
Intending to meet
Yeah.
e5 with takes on c4, or
I think that might be lost. I think the issue
Yeah,
for
with
black
the
is
pawn
that
on b7,
the
yeah.
h pawn is too far away to distract the knight on f5 quickly enough. I think you lose
Right.
that position. If they weren't as low on time, we could try showing it on the analysis board. Like
Right.
e5, we double take, we take on c4, right?
we're expecting.
Yeah, but Wesley correctly, I think, decides against it. But now the king is coming in. Like if the king lands on c7, I think.
I don't want the king to land
Yeah,
on c7.
Levon is getting closer and closer to.
This is
Oh,
amazing.
no.
This is the moment. This is where Wesley has to be alert. Knight g8, knight f6 is winning.
Knight g8,
Yeah.
knight f6. Nice.
40 seconds, and moves like knight g8 check are
He was very
easy
alert
to-
against Nepo when he played that move bishop f7. He's looking. No!
Oh, wrong way.
Oh, he was so close.
Wait, what?
He could have played knight
People
g8.
keep missing these things against Levon.
I mean, I'm telling you, it's a.
I mean, knight g8, knight f6 is not hard.
Not hard.
Not hard at all.
Yeah, it's
Oh
yeah. You would
my.
assume a player of Wesley's caliber finds it, but now I think Levon just saves this.
Yep, it's just blockaded. He gets a king to c7 and then he chills.
So, just a second. Is it so simple? I go knight d4.
I don't even see a plan anymore.
Oh, he played bishop to
Bishop
d5.
d5, king
rook
c7,
c1
or rook
whatever,
c1
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, king c7. I'm assuming knight d4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was so.
But what's the
simple.
threat? Like, how do you
E5, knight e6
Yeah,
check.
I mean, I can go knight d7 here if I want, right? Rook c1 is also fine, just to move it away from forks, right?
Yes,
Very
get out of
professional,
the-
very professional move there by Levon, because the way you lose this is you blunder some kind of a stupid fork. somewhere, yeah.
No question about it. But okay, e5, less.
Takes knight d7. I mean,
That's
black is completely
Yeah,
in
'cause rook
trouble.
c5.
Now you've got king back on the b8 square.
Yeah, knight
You're
d6, king
right.
d6. You're just
Oh my
not
god.
even. Yeah,
Wow.
He's offering a draw here pretty much with knight d6, knight d4.
Wow, Levon just
I know,
escaping everything.
And so many different ways
Of
that
Wesley
of
winning.
of having a lost position tactically, strategically, he
Yeah,
saves
Levon even
them.
says no to a repetition. I don't think he's playing for a win necessarily, but he says, yeah, the knight belongs on d7. I don't need to grovel. I'm going to make
That
this drop
badly.
comfortably.
Yeah, that badly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also a good technique on a 3-fold repetition. You could make a move that
But
makes
what
your
about,
position worse.
hold on, there was bishop e6 there? What would you have done on bishop e6?
Rook b1 check always exists, right?
A rook b1
I
check.
mean, it's just...
I wanted to, drive the knight back to b8 and perhaps put the bishop on c8. I don't know. He didn't do it. He
No.
played knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3 we go rook f1, I assume. Sort of provoke f5, so we'd never even have to think about that again.
Right, that's
And
shut
then,
down.
and then we play, I don't know, rook b1, and we chill.
Exactly.
We really do chill by this point. Like, it's just...
Not even close anymore.
there's not a semblance of a threat.
Okay, I mean, Levon ties for first, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. But I mean, that there ought to be something like how many lost positions will Levon achieve and go undefeated?
Yeah, like at some point, like you collect enough stamps, right, on the card that you get
You cash it in for around the
something.
trip,
Yeah, for
around the
something.
world trip.
something, yeah. And in the meantime, looks like
sandwich.
Young Krzysztof is
And-
going to there's going to be a handshake in the Young Krzysztof game momentarily.
Because whoa, guys!
Rook
What
G2,
happened
yeah.
here?
Rook G2.
Black is winning.
Yeah,
Rook
that's what we were
G2.
saying. Yeah, Rook G2 and
Oh
resigns,
my
yeah.
goodness! And that's just it.
Yeah, outplayed him slowly from a position which didn't look that horrible, but
By the way, for Duda, that's such an important victory
Yep.
in front of the Polish fans. And say,
With the black pieces, 2
you're-
points for the Rapid. It was huge. He came in with a fighting spirit with the hippo,
Yep,
and he got what he wanted.
he sure did,
Yeah.
and he outplayed his opponent in a lengthy game. Nice. And back to
this is our final game of the round, yeah, and looks like now we will finally get this repetition that we were kind of threatening our viewers with, yeah.
threatening our viewers with the repetition. Take that, you viewers.
You viewers. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, what a game.
How many wins did did Wesley miss?
Plenty.
Plenty.
I mean, you go down this game and you will see that the engine had Wesley on +5 throughout most of it, most of the end game. Clearly, the most relevant point where you think this is where I can finish the game off was right here, right? Instead of going knight f5 check in this position, we mentioned the move knight g8 check. The king can't, because of the bishop action on e6 and f7, you can't keep touch with the pawn on f6, has to go somewhere, and you have just about enough time to take on f6 here because the pawn is not defended. The knight cannot defend b8 and f6 at the same time. It's overloaded. And here you just have these 2 passed pawns defend different than the game, and it's over. White just wins. There were other cases previously, like once the pawn got to b7, there was the plan of putting the bishop on c6, especially, on c6 and then b5, just to trap the knight on b8 and then attack it. And it doesn't really matter that you come and take my pawn and start pushing. It's too slow. So in many cases here in these positions, and when he started giving checks, obviously here king b5 is like
Another easy one.
much easier than king b4 because it allows this move knight c5. The move
Right.
king b4
Wesley missed.
yes, allows the knight back into the game. But even this is winning, and at this point he went for the h6 pawn, but bishop c6, knight b8, and then just king b5 or start with bishop b5 or king b5 is fine. The idea is to go king b6, bishop b5. You attack the knight on a7, you just die. I mean, you can't defend the knight. The knight is trapped, and the moment that you move the knight out, I take it and promote. So you don't have time, you can't even play rook h1. It's just dead. So more than one, maybe more than 10 ways for Wesley to win. But Levon keeps drawing these games.
Remarkable.
It's remarkable. But a man that won his round, Richard Rapport, is in Warsaw with Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro. We are indeed with the dominant victor of the round, Richie Rapport. Richie, welcome to the studio. Tell us your first impressions of Poland and the Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, I have been to Poland already, and I have been playing Rapid and Blitz in Poland, so, you know, not much has changed in this regard. It's a new event, and it's going well. I mean, from the organization standpoint of view, from my play point of view, it's going okay, I guess.
50% in the first day. How would you assess that?
I guess I had 2 blacks, so I would say it's okay. But of course, I had probably more in my games, but it's normal result. Yeah, last game I lost kind of stupidly, so obviously it was not so satisfying. But other than that, okay, this is rapid, so anything goes. Yeah.
Today you chose this e4 followed by d3 King's Indian attack sort of setup. How did you approach today's game? Did you want it to go out and play a long game, make him think? How did you approach it?
Yeah, I usually play like this in Rapid and Blitz. I will spoil it for my next opponents. Yeah, so it's not obviously the most principled move, but okay. I guess I like, or maybe not, I don't like, because white is, I think, almost always even worse in these positions, but I feel like with shorter time controls, maybe it can get slightly difficult to play as black, and I think this is what happened in the game. There was this maneuvering phase.
What would you say the critical moments were?
Yeah, I mean, I was, like when he played b5, okay, yeah, this is completely normal.
This is normal stuff.
Standard stuff, and then, yeah, so it was, yeah, this b5 is a mistake, obviously, because of the structure. I think he forgot that I can play c3, because it would be a little slightly different story if I was forced to capture. But after c3, knight c6, AB, I'm just clearly better. He has no squares, and
so the idea being that if you take now c3.
Yeah, this is not. Yeah, I mean, it still is completely fine, of course, but not as bad as the game was for him. Yeah, and after the next one was, yeah, I tried to then go for this idea with g4, which I did in the game, and probably the next moment was when he played d4. I think after d4. Yeah, like I think here, like I am just clearly better in after knight c4 and dc. It's a bit absurd because he has a pass pawn and I have double pawns, but I have the bishop pair, and my strange structure is kind of dominating his knight, so he has no squares. And then I ended up getting a mid attack.
After that, he went for a walk. His king went for a walk.
Oh, nice.
Somewhere around here. And he went king to e8, and it felt like maybe he's hiding, but how did you assess the position at this point?
Yeah,
were you sure that you were winning?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I am maybe down the pawn for a while, but okay, I'm taking it on a5. So basically it's equal material. I have bishop pair, I have a pawn on h7 almost, which I'm promoting, and his king is totally exposed, and I have no virtual weaknesses, yeah. So, I mean, I wasn't too skeptical. It's just very awkward position, so maybe it could be a little bit confusing, but I was not doubting too much that I should be the one who is calling the shots, sort of. Yeah.
Richie, you're playing Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces in just 10 minutes. Preface that game for us.
Yeah, no idea. I like to play Fabian, so we'll see. It'll be fun, that's for sure.
Definitely having our eyes on that. Thank you very much, Richie, and good luck in the next game. And we will be going on a break. Stay tuned. We'll be coming back shortly.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Hello and welcome back to day 2 of the Warsaw Superbet Rapid and Blitz, and the standings have
Pretty clear.
Yeah,
Wow.
pretty clear. And
Leaders.
the 2 leaders up top there are Vichy on 100%, by the way.
Applause. Yeah.
Yes, and the local favorite, young Krzysztof Duda, the man who will play the candidates tournament in a month's time in Madrid, in clear second on
Home crowd is happy, deliriously happy with Duda's result.
Absolutely, doing really well. Won a nice game on the black side against another of the local players, Wojtaszek, who is not having such a great event. Fabian Levon on 5 out of 8, as is Richard Rapport, who won a very nice attacking game last round. And for today's promotion,
For Peter, yes.
yes,
the
this is the item of the day.
handsome magnetic set.
Yeah, it's a magnetic 8-inch wooden travel set crafted from maple and ebony. Features fully magnetic pieces and comes with a great traveling case to hold all of your pieces. And available, as is with most cases, with most things we promote on the show, at cubiticstl.com. It's a very, very nicely looking set. And
of course,
have you
it's a
had
travel
one?
set. This is one of my favorite travel sets. One that I carried around for the better part of 40 years. The pieces are the same. It's a different case. These are magnetic. I
Yeah.
used to have the pegged sets. So
yeah.
like they slotted
Yeah,
inside.
I grew up on both of those things. I didn't. I don't think I traveled very much with magnetic sets, but we definitely had them in-house, so to speak.
Right,
But
the peg sets, yeah.
Yeah.
And as the games get underway, we are again in round 5, and here are the pairings. What do we like?
I think for me, there's a
Aronian,
clear
Anand.
one there. Levon Vichy.
Yeah, baby.
Levon Vichy is clearly the game of the round.
And
absolutely,
Duda
but we do
second.
have the Ukrainian derby up top there. Anton doing quite well, and Kirill so far not so much. Yes, Levon versus Vichy is clearly the game of the
Look
day.
at this, the candidates, the all candidates matchup on the 5th board.
Yes,
Fabi versus Richie.
Fabi versus Vichy
Some
versus
great-
Richie. Yeah, Gavrilescu, White against Wojtaszek, and Duda saw also, on a normal day would have been something very much to look forward to. And we have some interesting openings. Kirill Shevchenko essaying the Grand Prix attack against Korobov continues in the same way, and yet he is not going to back down. I'm pretty sure, if we didn't think that already, we would have kind of known after his game against Vichy that he was not going to suddenly change his approach.
And in the Levon game versus Vichy, again, one of these Joko piano positions where
Hang on
instead
a second,
of A5, instead of A6.
The knight is on B8 and it's not going to C6, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, this came from the bishop.
This is a bishop opening. Yeah, sorry. And Vichy is doing something clever here. Yeah, as you can see, yeah, he's just very often in the Italians, you spend a lot of time actually improving the knight on C6 because it's by far your worst light piece.
Exactly.
So Vichy says, I am not interested in spending, oodles of time on that. I'll just develop it to D7, F8.
Right.
Or D7, C5, and then E6 perhaps in some positions, or A6, C5. But I think it goes to D7 in most cases. So yeah, it should be. It's a very symmetrical position. Knight B7 actually leads to full symmetry right now if Black wants it. You can also spend a tempo on Rook E8 first, because maybe you want to play Rook E8, Bishop E6, and then Knight D7 in some cases.
Just asking.
Yeah, and this is what he does. Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
This is what he
Inviting
does.
the trade of bishops. I always felt that in these positions, the light square bishop for white, the B3 bishop, was White's best minor piece, frankly, and the move bishop E6, I always found to be a very compelling way of play.
Yeah, it does become very Italian in spirit, like Bishop E6. I'm pretty sure we play Bishop C2. I don't think we allow that trade.
Not at all.
And
yes.
yeah, Bishop E6 on the board. I'm pretty sure Levon is going to play Bishop C2. If you play something like Knight F1 here, it's fine, but I think you kind of relinquish all hopes of any kind of an advantage. Takes. I would even throw in A7, A5 here pretty early, maybe even immediately, trying to fix that pawn on B3 and then Knight B7. Completely fine for Black, as probably is the position after Bishop C2 as well, but Bishop C2 does allow for slightly more complicated positions. I think we can play Knight B7 now. One thing to watch out for Black in these types of positions is you obviously don't want to allow Knight G5.
Yes.
with the bishop on h6. So I would consider playing h6 normally, but here knight g5 is so well met by bishop g4 that we don't have to spend a tempo on it yet. Once white plays h3, though.
And you're trying desperately to play f2, f3, but the computer won't allow you to play.
The computer won't allow it, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Bishop g4 is a good answer tonight.
Yeah, and instead of all this, Levin immediately goes d3, d4 here, and doesn't even play h3.
Exactly.
And this is
thereby inviting.
Yeah, this is very kind of Italian-ish in spirit. But the knight already being on d7, not having to reroute it to anywhere, should be fine for black.
Feels like you're ahead.
Yeah. Also, there is an immediate move bishop g4, which I don't know if the arrow is from here or
no,
from
that's
the previous
from
the previous position.
Yeah, that's my bad.
But it's actually very playable here, and it might lead to very sharp positions because e takes d4 is an immediate threat. If you play knight c4, maybe knight c4 is because d6 is hanging.
Unfortunately,
d6 is hanging.
After crazy lines like this, you got to calculate.
Yeah, you just have to start to calculate. Yeah, and obviously not obligatory for black whatsoever.
No.
One question I have is, can we actually afford to play d6, d5 straight away? Probably not, because after e takes d5, I have to move the bishop away from e6, and now we take with the knight on e5, right? Knight takes e5, knight takes e5.
Knight g4.
Specifically to connect the queen on d1 with the g4 square. And after knight takes e5, d5, the fact that we don't have knight g4, I think, makes this
disturbing.
Yeah, makes this not work for black.
But if you played knight d7 now, you would have Marshall Gambit-like compensation.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Yasser. Yes.
Right, yes. Alejandro? I mean, jump right on in.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
You got a French defense on your board. What's going on?
We do have Richard Rapport in the tournament, which is why we have hopes for the French. But remember, Korobov's also in it. Now, after the move queen g4, queen c7, the main move of this position by far is knight e7, going into the poison pawn maneuver. Very sharp, very theoretical, not something that Richard is interested in discussing with Fabiano Caruana. Instead, the move f6 was played, and actually I was looking at this not so long ago. I was trying to make the maneuver playable for black again. I tried this once in a while.
Generations of players have gone before you, Alejandro.
It's all terrible. It's like very depressing, this research. Knight f3 was played, c4, and I'm specifically looking at this move c4. After knight f3 as an attempt to equalize the game with black. The idea is that you go knight c6 and try to long castle at some point quickly, and you hold on to the pressure on e5, try to see where white is actually going to make progress, because if you take, you're happy to take with the knight in these positions. The tempo is pretty important. But this queen h5 check move is actually super annoying. It looks like a waste of tempo because of g6, but the thing is, this pawn is really supporting this pawn on f6, and after queen h4, it's hard to keep all of your dark squares preserved in this position. Pawn takes will come, bishop g5 will come, you're just too weak. And after queen f7, which is the only other good option of blocking the check, you actually happily go into the endgame and go g4. And the idea is that you take on f6 at some point, you don't have to do it anytime soon, and you go g5 when you force black to take with the g-pawn and then exploit the weakened dark squares. And actually this is a very big advantage for white. I had looked at this before, Fabi had clearly looked at this before, because he played the move g4, which is a novelty, instantly. And after bishop d7, he is having a little bit of a thing. The move bishop d7 is probably not going to change the character of the position. It develops a bishop, yada yada. The rook is going to come to b1. It's going to attack this pawn. This pawn on c2 is weak. I expect the bishop to jump to a4 at some point to attack it. This pawn will probably be defended by a rook on b2 or a king on d2. Probably the king, because Fabi, after some thought, has put the bishop on f4, already knowing that he's going to target the e5 square. After taking on f6 one day and playing g5, he's also giving his king room on d2 after the move bishop a4, so I can defend this weakness, and the king is not hemming in the bishop. The engines love white's position, but this is typical for the French, especially this kind of French endgames. The more you play these lines, you kind of realize why they love this position so much. It is much easier to play with the white pieces. Every opening of the position also helps the bishops, which currently white has more of. So practical game, difficult structure, objectively better for white, but it's a French. It will have a fight.
All right, very good. And We've spoken, Peter, about the beautiful chairs, the gamer chairs that the players are having in Warsaw. But Levon, man, he didn't have his mobility. His wheel was broken. He said, "Hey, I need the sports."
Just to
chair.
clarify, not his wheel, the chair's wheel.
Yeah.
His wheels are fine.
His wheels are. I'm not sure. Wait a minute. They could be half broken. His wheels. But yes, he needed a change of chair there.
And he got it. So
that was why the
things are good.
The play had been paused in his game against Viswanathan Anand.
But
I was listening to everything that Alejandro was saying, and the move G4 being a novelty, but when the presented in the way that Alejandro was saying, at a certain moment, white is ready to capture on F6, go G5.
It's very clearly indicated by G4. Yeah.
Yeah, take possession of the E5 square, and that will be huge. Richard did not go for the counterplay that usually is associated.
King to2 just solves all of it so easily that it feels like a waste of a tempo.
Precisely, the king looks regal.
We're playing King to2 anyway in most cases.
Exactly.
I would suspect. So why provoke it?
And that was why Richard, in response, played knight C6.
Yeah,
and I suspect
I'm expecting King to2 even here, to be honest. King to2 or maybe H4. Asking the question if we want to allow H5 or if we want to play H5 ourselves. Actually, H5 from black here is quite decent if we start with H4, because I thought my plan was to respond with E takes F6, but then H takes G is a very useful intermezzo potentially.
Exactly, you can take this.
And
but
just maybe King takes G7, and the structure gets kind of broken up. Maybe even here white is better after knight E5, honestly.
It feels, like the bishops are about ready to take control over the position.
So H4 is definitely playable, but other moves are of course possible. You can play King G2. You can maybe play Rook B1. I don't know why we're playing Rook B1 because B6 is a very comfortable response, but maybe just throw it in to have a rook on a semi-open file, even if currently it's not doing very much there.
Exactly.
Plenty of options. I do agree with what Alejandro said, that it looks like a reasonably promising endgame for white with the bishops, and eventually the position will become open. And I think actually an additional reason to play G4 this early, I don't know how relevant it is, but the position is so closed that maybe, ugly as it sounds, black could consider playing F6, F5, closing everything down completely, with a pawn on G2, obviously not here, but let's say if instead of G4 we make some kind of a normal developing move, I don't know,
Bishop F4.
F5 looks unbelievably ugly to even contemplate. But on the other hand, it does close everything down very, very comfortably, and the bishop on F1, bringing it into the game might become a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, it's not. It's definitely going H3 directions.
Yeah. So by playing G4 as early as white has done, we are saying
he crosses that pawn. As ugly as you said it, you described it as being positionally ugly, but I do like this G4. Going back to our tournament leader, Alejandro, how's Vichy doing?
It's sharpening up. Let's take a look at what happened in this game. We left it off in this position, and Bishop G4 was your consideration among other moves. Bishop G4 you guys liked because of the pressure on the D4 square, and the tactical solution came with H3 here and G4. Levon saying, I have to go for broke in this position, otherwise the diagonal is too annoying. The bishop retreats to G6, and after taking on E5, you could take with the pawn, but after knight takes, you could still take with the pawn in this position by Vichy, but Vichy thought this is the right time to take with the rook. Rook takes E5 on the board, and now black has a ton of activity. The bishop is active, these pieces are attacking E4, but you're constantly tactically worried about this king disappearing from the diagonal so that I could play F4, attack the rook, and F5 to trap the bishop. So immediately the problem for Vichy will be, what do you reply against King G2? Anything that's not King G2 is just much better for black. Huge strategical threat from black, the move D5.
Exactly.
It opens up the entire center, and you cannot take on D5 because I take on E1, take on E1, bishop takes C2 at the end. D5 is a huge threat. The question is, does it work after King G2? Because D5, I don't meet with any of those moves. I meet with F4 instantly, attacking the rook and forcing you to sacrifice something on e4, which the engines think is a little bit better for white, but not that much better for white. Instead, the move knight c4 came on the board, attacking this bishop on b6, this rook on e5, this pawn on d6. But what about the counter? Because the engines are saying rook e6 is good for black, but knight takes e4 immediately is much stronger.
Yeah.
You attack the pawn on f2. You cannot take on the rook on e5.
I like
Just cannot
that
do
one.
that.
I like knight e4.
Knight e4 would be huge, because after bishop takes e4, you could just take on e4 and be much, much better. The engine's thinking that you can even take on f2 check. That one is a little bit wild. Let's take a look at these lines. Check, takes, queen h4. Currently down 2 pieces for black, but you're going to get back 1 on e4. King g2, the engine saying, is the only move. Don't really know why the other ones lose so quickly, but they lose. And rook takes e4, and black has huge compensation for the piece in this position. Opposite color bishops, weak king, rook coming to e8.
Knight e4 already on the board, by the way.
Knight e4 on the board.
Wow.
And even though this is very nice, taking on f2, you could just take on e4 back.
And be much better.
And be much better in this
As
position.
black.
So, as black.
Right.
So Vichy, with the initiative, with the advantage, in the 5th game here against Levon Aronian, about even time, 20-some minutes for both players, and Vichy looks a bit confused about what Levon is doing. What's going on?
Levon's had like 5-6 lost positions that he's drawn, but I mean, he's really pushing the envelope to the extreme. Yeah. But first of all, let's jump to Warsaw and check in with Anastasia and Cristian. What's going on?
Thank you, Yasser. Yes, we were hanging around with the players in between rounds, and actually, Anastasia, you overheard something. Tell us a bit about that.
No, I just wanted to mention, first of all, that it's a really nice atmosphere, and after the games, all players come to the nice area and they just chat with each other. And actually, just before the game, Viswanathan Anand and Levon Aronian, they had this friendly chat discussion, and they were talking about this famous Russian, Soviet, let's say, movie. Probably Peter knows it, of course. I mean, Gentlemen of Fortune, and they were like translating, and Michael Khodorkovsky was also the part of the discussion. So they had really friendly chat, and it was really great to see them then, going to play their game. And now we see it's such a mess on the board. And actually, yesterday they were chatting again with Levon, and Vichy said it's better never to speak with Levon before the game. So I don't know why he broke this rule, and they were still chatting before that. So I mean, it's really nice to be here and see the players, even after the game, analyzing a little bit. It's interesting that nobody has computers with them, so probably they had all the preparation at home. But sometimes they check their phones and they want to see if they made any mistakes between the rounds. Some of them, they don't do that. They just try to rest. So it's really interesting. But I think today it's a really nice derby between Ukrainian players. I think Kirill got some chances in his game. What do you think?
Absolutely. That one is definitely an interesting one. And you were mentioning they don't check the computers. Actually, I have only seen 1 second. That of Jan Krzysztof Duda. Nobody else is here. So they're not looking at the engine, they're just going and playing. And that's why we're having all these very, very exciting games. Another thing about Levon, he was saying that he's getting used to these half miracles, saving half, but only for half a point. So he wants more. He wants to save this type of losing positions, but win them. So he was a little bit disappointed. Now Viswanathan Anand is just incredible. He's in such a great shape right now. Again, with a better position against Levon right now with the black pieces. This is just incredible. And this one, the game between Caruana and Rapport, I have to say I'm very impressed with the way Rapport is handling the opening phase, especially against an expert such as Fabiano Caruana. 21 minutes for Richie, only 16 minutes for Rapport. And another game that I was having my eyes on is the one between Gavrilescu, the Romanian, who right now is struggling. 0 out of 4. He needs to come back from that. And he's playing Wojtaszek Radoslav, who also lost his previous game against Duda. So this one is a big, big matchup. What I told David in between the rounds, I told him play faster. Just play more confidently and try to keep the tension in the position. And I like what I'm seeing from him right now. At least the position doesn't seem as imbalanced. I think he will be able to calm down the waters and potentially make a draw. Let's see what happens in this one. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Anastasia, and thank you, Cristian. I especially like the interplay between the players before the games. They really are friendly, but look at what Levon is doing against Vichy. He just blundered terribly, and Vichy is about to go. Can you believe it? 5 in a row, baby. I mean, this is really...
Knight b6, knight f2, queen g2 is not what you want to see. And there's a number of ways for black to be completely winning now.
I think Alejandro expressed it better. Best, king g2 was basically a forced move in order to play f4.
I'm very surprised he hasn't.
Knight c4 was a blunder.
It's just very logical. And
knight takes e4, threatening bishop takes f2. Knight takes b6, blunder. 2 bad moves in a row, and look at what's happening. Knight f2, you can't take on
king
f2.
f2, queen h4 is resigned, so he was forced to play queen g2, and now Vichy has a choice. Like queen takes b6 is a very comfortable, technical. Yeah, rook e5, knight takes g4, I think is the simplest. You have to play rook e3. I will just take on e3 with the knight, and I will play some kind of an endgame where I have pawns and white doesn't.
A lot of them, and white doesn't.
And white just doesn't. So kind of resigns. Yeah, queen b6 played. I'm actually expecting kind of a handshake soon.
It's so bad. Jump in, Alejandro, please.
Von Aronian. He will not resign. He will find chance. No way, he doesn't find chances from here.
Not here.
It's too gone. It's too gone.
How many pawns are we talking already?
Right now it's 2 pawns, but
he will be down 3.
He'll be down 3.
Down 3 in a worse position, and no weaknesses and no counterplay, and Vichy on the opposite side of it.
Vichy's king.
It's safe.
It's pretty safe.
At some point he'll play h6.
I mean, we have a beautiful term, Fort Knox. That's where we keep our gold, right? And that black king, that looks like Fort Knox right now. So if you're in Aronian shoes and you're saying, where do I go? I'm going to go after the king. Well, good luck with that.
No, I mean, it's
not happening.
It's a weird one because
it's so bad.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
I mean, the material count is just.
Yeah, I get it. It feels like black should be missing a piece or something.
Yeah, like right? Take the rook on A8
of the board, and,
right?
and then you start thinking, like, is this interesting? Does this work?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so bizarre. Black is also 2 pawns up right now. It's just...
And by the way, Cristian will invite Vichy on set, and Vichy will go like, am I dreaming? Could you please pinch me and tell me, I'm awake? Like this is reality, right? And he has played rook takes e5 and knight takes g4. Yeah, Vichy doesn't have to be asked twice. You want to give me a 3rd pawn? I'll take it. Check.
Yeah, this is.
This is just done.
I haven't really. I don't think I've ever seen Levon play as weirdly and like I really
successfully. Yes.
Yeah, but also successfully as here. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm watching.
Right.
This is weird, right?
He is very tactically aware and like
exactly.
I have my biggest question. Like if we go back to the position where he went knight c4, yes, it's a tactical oversight. He clearly underestimated, / missed knight takes c4, but you're still worse after rook e6. This is my point. Like, how do you?
Yeah, you're actually much worse. Yeah.
How do you come to this conclusion? Like, how do you go for this position instead of king g2? Because if you play king g2, yes, it's a mess, but it's a mess where like you instantly realize you don't know who is better.
Right.
And if the other option, the option you actually go for, like, I mean, he knows he's worse there.
Yeah.
It's not like he doesn't realize he's worse. It's just a question of how much.
Right.
I can't really figure out why he would play knight c4 there.
And then knight b6 to follow it up.
It all compounds itself, but the starting point there is you have a decent move and you don't make it, despite all your other options being clearly inferior.
Horrible. And their lifetime head-to-head matchups in rapid chess, again, take a look. These guys have been around the horn.
And Levon in plus against Vichy. Levon generally has been I think a unpleasant opponent
Not
for Vichy.
Many people have that kind of a score against Vichy. I mean, if you said Magnus had that score, I said, okay, that's Magnus.
Levon's good.
Levon, wow.
Yeah, for me, this is always,
And Levon, king g2. All part of the plan. All part of the plan. King g2.
He's only down
3 pawns currently.
Right now.
Well, he will win the d6 pawn back, and then he will get mated. Yeah.
And then he will promptly get mated, yes.
And then he'll get mated. I don't really even having watched the Bucharest and now this, I still don't quite understand why he's continuing. I think it's mainly out of kind of annoyance and
frustration and
Frustration
anger
and,
and gnashing of teeth. And there goes the pawn. Look at that.
just
There you go. Now he's only down to 2.
Much
success.
Rook E.
Rook E8, you can't even develop the bishop. This is so
Yeah,
horrifying.
B2 is hanging.
Yeah.
But you so desperately want to play Rook D8.
It's not
Why?
Just, not just
Why?
yet.
Why?
Queen D5.
Because then you could
the
play.
fancy.
That's what I mean.
But
Queen
now you
D5.
can't play Rook D.
Queen E2.
I understand.
Yeah.
No, I mean everything won. We don't have to.
Yeah.
We don't
Wow.
have to. We don't have to vulture this position. Yeah.
Oh, yes, we do.
93 rook. Like I really don't understand why he's continuing. I think it's mainly just to get the swearing out of the system.
Yes.
Because like if you resign here, you have to go to the players' lounge. It will be empty apart from Vichy.
Right. Nobody
You don't particularly want to talk
share
to
your
Vichy
angst.
after this, and you're just stewing there, extremely annoyed. And
Right.
And by staying at the board, you can sort of get some of this out of your system.
Exactly.
And, yeah, like you just resign here.
Knight D3, very, very
Rook E8,
nice.
Queen F5. Like you can take the entire queen side of the board. I think Black is winning. Like if you remove A7, B7, and C6 pawns off the board here, I think Black is still winning.
Yeah, but you like the pawn on C6 because you're going to put your queen on D5 and it will be protected. As you said, very well, you're going to get yourself mated. One of the things I was very happy to see was in the game of Anton is I'm really getting disgusted by this move, Bishop C4. I mean, White is getting worse positions in an open Sicilian with Bishop C4. Instead, we have the F4, and we get a normal Shevchenko, which is kind of fun.
Instead of the Grand Prix, we ended up playing a line. I actually played a bit of this with White some 20 years ago. This line is sort of more. There's more venom to what White is doing than you perhaps.
And there you go. As expected, Levon did resign against
Wow.
Vichy. 5 out of 5 for the Tiger from Madras. What a
Well
beast!
done.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well done, Vichy. Vichy again. I mean, he's taken a sabbatical for a few months. As he's been saying, he's ambassador to chess and working with the juniors, and Shanghaiing them and playing in Blitz. And now he's back at the board, and now you see why he was such a world champion. I mean, when he's in form, he's snap, crackle, pop. Yep. But what do you think of the game of Anton and Kirill for a moment? Because it is a lot of fun.
It is very sharp, and also I want to say that
on opposite.
I've watched Anton play these structures a bit. He is very, very good at these types of positions. He understands material imbalances really well. He is very good at leaving stuff on pre's and sacrificing pawns and just changing structures. King B1 is very, very serious here, actually. Creates a threat of knight d5, and we can meet before with knight a2.
Yeah, this is where I was going with this whole thing. I mean, do you think that this is a dead end kind of? I mean, Black is trying to open up the king side.
I don't think this works. I think
Exactly.
I think with the bishop on d4 controlling so much, I just go e takes d5 here first to stop the
chaos.
the chaos, and then I will take on b4 with the knight.
Yeah.
Provoke bishop takes b4, and I think I'm doing quite well here with White. I think king b1, queen a5. I'm sort of somewhat surprised by and not sure about at all.
I don't see a good reply here, right?
Well, queen a5, king b1.
I don't like it.
I thought about bishop b7 with the intention of meeting knight d5 with bishop d8, but I get the feeling
That's
it might
clever.
lose. I get the feeling it might lose, but because after bishop c3, I will have to play queen a4, and I will have to pray that this queen somehow doesn't get picked up. And after, let's say, bishop b4, followed by b3,
I'd be very reluctant to go down this path. This could be.
Oh dear.
Oh my gosh! Look at
that
the
is,
discrepancies in shares.
This reminds me
I
of
mean,
the.
this is not fair. This is bad games.
This is why we have
Sorry,
an
Peter,
appeals
what does it
committee.
remind you of?
There was this tournament. Was it the candidates?
Yes,
where,
the candidates.
Yeah, where everybody was playing in this glorious chairs. And,
Yeah,
and Grishuk was playing basically with
An office chair.
No, it was like a stool. It was basically a stool, I think. What was he was
Well,
playing.
let's jump over to Warsaw and have an interview with our tournament leader.
Let's go.
Thank you, Yasser. Vichy, just simply mesmerizing chess up to this point. Can you remember the last time you started off with 5-0?
I at least not in the Grand Chess Tour. Yeah, but this was a gift. So it was, he just blanked out.
You talked with him a little bit after the game. What did you guys discuss? Did he miss this move, knight takes e4, or what was his miss?
No, I'll tell you, he, after DE5, instead of DE5, should I just tap it? Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
He thought, he later on said he should have played knight c4. And the idea was...
Instead of DE5.
Yes, and if I go ED4, then he takes on D6. And if rook E6, then knight F5.
That is correct, yeah.
But suddenly I'm seeing that instead of rook E6, I can play queen C7.
Queen to C7,
I don't
and
know
if
if
you
that's working,
take
and then
queen to
G3
G3, oh, you can just take it.
Oh,
The pawn is still on
the
D4.
pawn is on D4. Okay, that's
The pawn is
helpful.
still
Yeah.
on D4,
Okay.
yeah.
So that was. In fact, this might be more reasonable for him. I mean, I was surprised he went for G4 because I thought I'm already better. But if I have to play bishop C7, then it's entirely under control because he.
No, it does seem that taking and then rook E6.
Knight F5, maybe take on C3 and knight C5 or something.
Yep.
It's going to be okay
Queen
for
to
me.
C7. He has some compensation,
Yes.
of course, but actually there's no pawn down, so it's just a normal position. And he played take on E5, knight takes E4.
Well, this now he's, as far as I could see, he was just lost. He's just lost here. I mean, maybe I'm overly. Also, knight D4 still wasn't clear to me. But I was thinking D5, F4, D4. No, it's not that the computer likes. So what should I play here? Instead, some knight takes G4 or something. I mean, I was going to sit and think a bit, but I was expecting knight D4 because I almost thought it's only move. After knight E5, rook E5, I don't see a defense for him. If he goes king G2, I go
G2,
D5, and this is what he
D5.
had. He missed at the end. So, and once again, this computer is irritating me by saying that I'm completely wrong. We both hallucinated then because we thought this is game over, but now I see that rook F1 keeps white
And
very
rook
much in
F1
business.
is the only move. Yeah.
That is embarrassing. I spoilt the mesmerizing thing, but so we just both miscalculated.
Perhaps
and
rook
he,
F1.
and he panicked.
Yeah.
We just missed rook F1 at the end because it
Yeah.
looks like otherwise white can resign.
You cannot
And,
develop your pieces.
and somehow the problem is when you have a bishop on G6, you don't think the F7 pawn is going to drop.
Exactly.
And so a little bit of that. Oh, so king G2 is still playable then, and then.
But it definitely
Okay,
feels
so
like
we were
black.
both in another world. I mean, I was surprised, he was surprised, and then he went for this, of course. And now he should cut his losses and take on E4. Though already I'm not sure that I don't have bishop F2 check. But the way he did it,
After
it's
this
just resigns. I mean, and 3 pawns up or something. So no, he just blue screened. So that was it.
Everything is connecting perfectly right now for you. Did you do anything differently for this tournament in preparation, or is just everything gelling together?
I don't know. I didn't do anything very different. I tried to get back into shape, and I mean, the first game the day was quite good. I think there was a good. Admittedly, his E4
start.
was uncalled for, I think, but once he did it, I thought I did a decent job. Maybe the only thing was I needn't have allowed him B4 quite as fast with knight E3. There were still some other moves. Maybe if I had played G4 or something, I would have been even happier with my play. But that was a good game. This one, I think it's not Levon's level. I'm not going to pretend it is. So.
Good vibes. Definitely a lot of confidence for you, Vichy. We're looking forward to see you in the next game.
Thanks.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you,
Yeah.
Vishy.
That was a
Watch
ver-
out for those blue screens.
That was a very good description. Yeah, the fabled BSOD. Yeah.
Blue screen and blank out. But exciting things are happening, Alejandro, in Wesley So's game.
Absolutely. Wesley So here with the black pieces against Duda. They got to this highly topical position that I've seen many times myself. This is, of course, a line of the Berlin with a quick D5 take to take with the queen. The bishop drops back to C4. This position has been seen many times, and everybody's played bishop A3. And I had wondered why not A5 trap the bishop, and there's been tons of analysis on why you should not play A5 and allow bishop takes F2 and some complications that end up favoring black. Now, it is possible to say here as white, look, it's a rapid game, I'm gonna play a5, let's prove it over the board, I have some analysis, you have to be precise as black. The weird thing is, Duda thought for 10 minutes in this position, and then played a5. Okay. Which to Wesley, he knows this opening.
Right.
He instantly took on f2, took on f2, took on d3. Whoops, little misplay there. Queen e2, and we got to this position after queen takes, where black has 3 pawns already for the piece, and he's going to take a 4th one on b4. So after rook a3, queen takes b4, we kind of quickly reached this position. Duda with 8 minutes against 14 by Wesley. And we basically reached an endgame by force because white's position was so weak that you had to start shedding pawns and the king wasn't able to develop. We have a bishop against 4 pawns, but black is just very active. The knight is good. The knight is also coming to d5 at some point, and then you can start rolling. The pawns are going to roll f5, f4 at some point. Once I defend this guy, this rook is probably going to come to e8 pretty quickly, and it's going to force white completely into the defensive. I don't think that white is lost. The Indians love black. They do think it's a decisive advantage. I think that this probably is holdable for white, especially in a rapid game, but who's better? It's obviously black. Right. And the weird thing for me, straight out of the opening, in a topical opening, where you spend 11 minutes to play a 5. I'm not sure what's going on here. This, for a candidate, would be a huge misfire. Right. This is such a topical position.
Wow, thank you for that. And Peter, sometimes you just get your prep wrong.
But that's not how you get your prep wrong. Like it's the very, very long pause before you play a5 there it's something I would do, but I don't have prep, so
you're a man without prep. I understand.
So I can sort of understand how I would get to that point, because like, I would not really know anything, and I would become curious because
isn't that a piece?
There's a piece there on b6 which I can capture by playing a5. So why not try it?
Right.
But yeah, it's a very for players who actually play the Italian seriously, this is one of the absolute central positions. Even I can quote some lines at you if you really ask me to, and I don't play with either color, pretty much. So
mentioning,
it's a weird one for sure, because young Krzysztof is very well booked up these days, and you have to kind of perhaps even wonder if we need to start discussing the fabled shall we hide up prep topic, but it really doesn't seem like it. It seems like some kind of a strange misfire, as Alejandro described it.
I don't want to engage in any commentator's curse, but David, who has had a very bad start, let's just be plain about it. He's got the target on his back. He's up against the Polish champion, Radek, and he looks like he's making a draw. I'm not exactly sure.
It's a bit annoying, though.
Why he didn't play g4.
It's very annoying, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Because I wanted g4 last turn. I was about to say he was closing in on a draw. But
I mean, g4 last turn was much better because it worked better tempo-wise.
Right.
You can leave it on Yasser's board, but after g4, you're threatening f5, forces you to take on g4. Still, black is a bit better because outside pass pawns and stuff like that.
But you lost this anchor.
Exactly. You lose the anchor of the e4 knight. If you go back to the position we have on the board right now, you still kind of want to play g4, king f3, king d6. You still kind of want to go
but black
g4.
plays king d5.
Right.
Exactly, but now you gave me a free tempo to get the king to d5, defend on e4, attack the knight on d4. So yes, still should be salvageable for white, but you've made your life a lot harder with this inaccuracy.
It feels so. It feels so.
Something like knight d6 here.
He has played
g4,
g4, and he did it a tempo too soon. Tempo too late, pardon me. David making his life a lot more difficult again. To see this young man
and
get on the board. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I'm on very, very good terms with Radek, and I generally support Radek in everything he does. But you do feel that for the rest of the day or for the rest of the tournament, it's kind of important that David doesn't lose this one, because if you lose the first 4, but they're all fighting games, and as I said, like there were glimpses there of good play and everything. But if then you lose a 5 against 5 night ending,
that's not
to go 0-5.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's really not very good for his mental state. So yeah, I would like to see him actually hold those.
I'd like to turn the conversation back to our all candidates matchup. This is a very, I want to say, intriguing position. At least I find it to be the case between Fabi and Richard. When we saw the move G4, we, as Alejandro was explaining it to us, it was all based on this premise that we were going to take. After the pawn got recaptured, then we were going to play a G5, and thanks to further trades, the E5 square would
we were discussing the position
fall
after
into
H4,
our
H5,
mid.
yeah.
But what was curious was that after H5 takes, and there's no longer G5, and the players got to a very peculiar, blocked mess, and Peter try to break it down for us, please.
White still has the space, and White, I think, has the clearest single idea in the position, which is to play H5, H6. And I think this is what Rook H2 is attempting to prepare.
Oops, sorry.
Because we want the rook to not hang, so that H6 immediately creates a threat of H takes G7. And currently, like if I make a move B6 on the board, just to pass the move to White.
Do it.
If you play H6 here, the question is whether knight takes H6 with the intention of meeting bishop takes H6 with F5 is playable.
Oh, crafty.
If this is playable, then maybe H6 is not a threat yet, right? Because if you, like, bishop takes H6 would be the way to justify previous play. If you go back a couple of ply, like, you clearly don't want to be taking on H6, after H6, knight H6. If you take with the knight, GH, EF, black goes, I mean, unless this works tactically, because this still is a very, very concrete situation, right?
Right.
We want to play bishop H5 check next, king takes F6 loses in exchange to bishop E5 simply.
Maybe get mated as well.
And maybe this works out. And then we don't need to calculate bishop H6. And
no, knight takes H6 is,
I think that's why Richie played the move knight E7 to G8. Don't want to deal with any of this H6
but also,
business.
Exactly. And you defend F6, which is actually quite crucial. Sorry.
I was wondering why, honestly, H6 wasn't even played with the rook on H1. And I think knight G8 would have been the answer there as well. Actually, come to think of it.
But could, in that case, can't we
HG, rook H1, GH, rook H8. And this is why I put the knight on G8. So
well, good for you, but so what that you put your knight on G8? I mean, I still won the E5 square, which I thought
just knight
is
F6
what
here,
it was all about.
EF on knight F6, it's just very good.
I mean,
Alejandro, could we play H6 previous move?
Yes.
Okay.
Was it good?
Yes.
Why didn't we do it, Alejandro?
We will have Fabiano Caruana with Cristian Chirila after the game to explain why.
All questions will be answered.
H6 here was actually super strong. HG, a huge threat because you take and take on F6. This is not good enough. Well, obviously that's not good enough. That's not good enough. This is also not good enough because of what you said. Takes on F6. You cannot recapture twice. That's dead. Yeah. So H6 was hugely strong. You cannot take here because importantly you take with the knight and you have bishop H5 following it up. That's just brutal. None of this works. H6 just plus a lot.
Plus a lot.
Just really, you force pawn takes, and that's such a sad move to make.
Wow, so rook H2 was a little bit too fancy.
It was fancy play syndrome after rook H2, and now after knight G8, you have trouble making progress. You start trading knights, but the moment you start trading pieces in this position, you feel like something's gone wrong for white.
Right, and you mentioned, Peter, that there is this long-term issue that white has, that the bishop on E2 is just somehow passive.
Yeah, and this is why you wanted to start opening up files on the king side as early as possible while it was on the table, because it does give your bishop on E2 squares to participate in the game.
Scope, yeah.
Yeah, we were playing bishop H5 check in every single position there,
which is
what you want to do, yeah.
Wow. Okay, Alejandro, that's, wow. I just don't understand how you could not play H6 there when you've been gifted the position where it actually works.
It's because you guys might be thinking, wow, these commentators are so critical about not playing H6 when he could. He was just preparing it. But the thing is, you've done all of your position. The entirety of white's position is to play H6.
Right.
So you play it the moment you have the chance.
Yeah.
Because you must. everything is your rook on h2, the knight that was on g4, the bishop on e2. All of your pieces, even the bishop on f4, they're geared for you to play h6. It comes to the crucial moment that when you are able to play h6, you have to execute it.
Yeah, breaking down this.
Honestly, I think he just missed knight g8. I think
He felt he was helpless.
He felt that black basically is as prepared as black can be prepared for h6, and he assumed he has one more tempo to continue building it up. And after knight g8, he's gone knight e3. Rook gh1 is kind of not the direction you want to go.
He went knight e3,
Yeah,
trading knights.
And fe. And the response from Richie is quite interesting because he actually went f6, f5, the move not here, but in general, like it kills off much of your counterplay.
Oh, that's a beautiful
But it
move.
also locks everything down, right?
Oh, that's a beautiful move. F5.
Bishop on
now
E-
the
yeah.
bishop on e2 really does suffer.
Yeah, you're basically saying this would have been completely lost if this bishop on e2 was any other minor piece.
Right.
But it's still on e2. It will not have any moves in this game.
Exactly. It's a big spectator.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a role. What a turnaround! I mean, that could make all the difference in the world right there.
Yeah, this is difficult now for both players to even do anything.
Exactly. Going around the horn, I wanted to just again, I'd like to see these junior players doing well. I want to see David getting on the scoreboard, and I think he's doing okay.
Yeah.
Isn't he? Now he can play king d3 and knight
Yeah,
e3.
king d3, knight e3 check is a nice restructuring there, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I think he's finally chilling.
Kind of pushing black a little bit backwards on the back foot. So
Yeah, this should end in a draw.
all right, very good. And Wesley, back over to you. What? This is
Hang on.
crazy.
Takes.
Oh, well, this is just terrible for white. I mean,
Yeah, it's not a lot of fun.
Knight on g4
What?
currently is under severe threat. Both h5 and f5 are threatening to actually win it, so you have to create a square for it. I assume something like bishop. I would like to play bishop takes a7 because we
Very
need,
good, very good.
we need to.
because you need to make room for the knight.
Yes, but also we are, black has four pawns for the piece currently. I would like it to be 3.
Exactly, and
But I get the feeling that it might not work out.
Whoa, he takes it.
well,
Minute and 30, by the way, for Duda, so he doesn't have a lot of time.
sometimes you got to look at the forced awkward moves, but that Peter, you got a feeling that that's going to get punished rather quickly,
You have to do it though.
right?
Yeah, Wesley just comes out of a game that he was winning in so many different ways. And he didn't
Against
find the finish.
Levon,
He
yeah.
didn't find the finish, didn't find the finish, right?
Right.
The engines don't think that he's that much better. It's just...
After bishop a7.
Yeah, it's -1, so it is better for black, but not that much better. And it starts with a king on knight d3 check. The king has to go to g3, you go f5, f4. So all of these things need to be played by Wesley, and he didn't do it properly the previous time, right?
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You can't go
Knight
king
of
to
2.
g3.
No, it's
knight
been
f2.
played. Yeah, knight f2 now.
Ah, sorry. For some reason, I was thinking like knight e3 was the only possible square, but this bishop on a7, it's like from the grave, right?
Yeah, it reaches over and protects, yeah.
reaches across the board. And, okay, king g4. And
Yeah, interestingly, knight f2 hasn't been played yet. I'm guessing he is considering rook takes d3, but that looks so lost that you shouldn't
No
be
way,
considering.
right?
No way.
Yeah, I'm just curious.
knight f2 is box.
Yeah.
Wait,
Whoa,
what?
he's
Wait.
done something
Rook
else.
b1. Yeah. I found what he was thinking about. Yeah, he felt.
What?
Well, it's an understandable move, right? But it invites b6.
It invites taking the knight.
Rook b7 e3 or what?
No, I take a knight.
But rook b7, I can very easily imagine why you would. But maybe c5 followed by e3 or something. Yeah, and just.
I mean, wait a minute.
Just could we?
And David gets his first full
And
point as he
yay.
does draw his game against Radek. Remember
They are claiming a repetition.
they're
I
coming a
believe.
repetition. The games in Rapid count for double.
Whoa. Well, again, our congratulations to David. I mean, it's very, very tough. I mean, even if he had 5 months of preparation, he would be the clear underdog. But 5 days?
Yeah,
of
it's
preparation?
just not easy at all.
You just get thrown to the wolves.
It sounds a bit condescending to congratulate somebody on making a draw with white, but it's important. Like we've had people absolutely bombed, like
really strong
Bador Jabava, who was above 2,700 at his peak.
And while he was invited to Leuven,
and he had an absolute nightmare, and he had much more experience compared to David.
Exactly.
Playing in events like this. So yeah, it's just important at some point to get something onto the scoreboard, to like tell yourself, I can actually play against these guys. I don't have to, suffer endlessly.
Right. Again, I just want to. I personally, I'm finding myself stunned by the decision to trade light squared bishops.
Everything was. I think I can get behind it.
You can?
We were kind of running out of moves, and
we're just so cramped.
If he believes this hold, if he believes it works out tactically, you can definitely, like the bishop on e8 was kind of poor, and also the rooks on h7 and h8, if they don't actually have the h file to look forward to, they look a bit silly, right?
Well, I got a dream. I got a dream to bring the knight on g8.
I actually like it a lot, because in particular if king b2, which is what Fabi played, is the only move in the position, I like it quite a bit, because I think now we can trade rooks, right? I think we can go rook g8 even. I was worried about rook g8, rook e7, but I think that's probably playing for a loss. Because I will play rook g1, rook h1, and I will ask you, is this not mate? Yeah, if you prick me, do I not bleed? This kind of a question, you know.
Okay.
So if we can play rook g8, get one pair of rooks off, black is maybe slightly better, no?
Absolutely, no question about. No, maybe more than slightly.
Maybe more than slightly. Yeah.
I remember I had this exact ending against Anatoly Karpov and completely killed him somehow. Never mind, that was one of my worst nightmares. I didn't win that. I just wanted to go back to our the Duda game, the all-candidate matchup, because I'm just stunned by this move, rook b1. Alejandro, could you take it away for us?
Rook b1 was a great move, and Wesley responded perfectly. We were thinking of pawn takes, but after rook takes on b7, c5, we thought, okay, this pawn is passed, but there's still the resource of rook b8 in this position. And the idea is that after takes, you're no longer defending the square on e1. So after e3, rook takes e2, I have the move king f2 at the end, holding down that pawn. And this pawn has gotten a lot faster in this position. So instead of taking the knight, correct is to play the move c5 immediately, which was actually what Wesley played without taking the knight, and then going e3. And the point is that if you take on e3, just f4 takes, recreates the passed pawn.
If you take on e3, rook takes e3 is mate in 1, I would like to point out.
Sorry?
If you take on e3, rook takes e3 is mate in 1, which is cute, but stronger than f4 check.
Stronger than f4. Slightly stronger.
The goal of chess.
I like the queens. It was a strong
I'm with you
queen
on that one, Alejandro. Yeah, the checkmates, sometimes they're not there, but the queen is a queen.
Queen is always a queen. All right, knight h6 was played in the game instead, but after gh, rook takes d3, e2, rook b1, and you can kind of see why you threw in the knight check, so that you don't take with check and that the pawn structure in front of the king is a little bit messed up. But this endgame is just dead, right? You don't have enough material as white. No. Yeah, you'll get a pawn that's weak on f5. Maybe this pawn is not going to die because bishop b6 will hold it, but it's also not going to promote.
Yeah, no, rook e3 check looks like lights out. Rook e3 check, king f2,
followed
f4.
by rook a3 or f4, yeah.
f4,
I think White's biggest question is, White's biggest problem is that you're also, the king is so unsafe that you're also getting linear mated, yeah.
And 13 seconds, and there's the head shake as Duda recognizes rook a3. He likes your move. And the king is getting hunted.
Apparently there's a threat.
You go rook takes c5, but
no, you never hold that. You just never hold that.
With one h pawn, maybe there is some hope. Some of these endgames are not that easy. But with two h pawns allowing you to play h5, h4 at some point and like challenge the pawn on g3 without really giving white a passer, it's completely lost. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I just
go
like
rook
the
c5,
idea
rook
that,
a5,
you know,
yeah.
I've got an exchange in 3 pawns against a bishop and 2 pawns. You're thinking, well, I mean, it's not completely, yeah, it's completely hopeless. All right, wow, a nice swing for Wesley there, should he win this. And what about the Anton game? Anton, we lost track of Anton.
Well, let's take a look at his game, as Shevchenko is in time pressure. He seems to be a player that gets into time pressure in all of these rapid games. We've seen him go down to seconds in many games. In this tournament, and he's doing it again. 20-some seconds for Kirill Shevchenko. Anton Korobov still with plenty of time. 7 minutes on his clock. A4. Position's a mess. I think we could have paid more attention to this game if we didn't have such great stories.
Vishy,
Wesley.
Yeah.
But it's still a fun position. You see this as some kind of Sicilian
rook d4 I
endgame.
think is a good move. I think white is fine now. The question is whether he can handle it on 28 seconds. And he is a very, very strong blitz player. Kirill Shevchenko. He is arguably his biggest success came in that Lindore Sabi sponsored blitz tournament after the Riga Grand Swiss, in which most of the players of the Grand Swiss participated.
Exactly.
Winning in a very dramatic fashion, because I think Fabi was basically a second away from winning the whole tournament, and then Haik Martirosyan blundered mate in 1, I think, against Kirill in the last round.
That's helpful.
Yeah, which does help if you can get that to happen to you.
Right, right. But by the way, what I wanted to say is, in the current position, Kirill suddenly, he's got the passer.
He's got very solid, like 2 bishops.
A, B, C, B, 2 bishops.
Yeah.
B pawn is hot to trot. I mean, this is great news for Kirill fans.
Yeah, I think he's fine at the very least. Yeah, maybe even a bit better. I'm guessing Black is not doing that poorly. Yeah, but
why not significantly better, Peter?
I think you probably can.
If I put a bishop on d5, you check.
Sure, but I think we probably, if we play precisely enough, we should be able to generate enough counterplay against the g5 pawn to create distractions. But yeah, I'm taking white here every day of the week.
Sure.
It's just
that. Fair. Because I was thinking, if you tried rook f3, for example.
Bishop takes c5 unfortunately wins a piece.
Precisely. Yeah. And wow, Varuzhin is expressing interest in the move king f7. That's a visual move, bringing your king out of
to g6. Yeah, I think that's the way to go, and it's not very easy to find. I think there are
absolutely
it's definitely
hidden move.
Yeah, falls under the category of things you can definitely miss in a practical game. And even then, you have to kind of wonder if white just goes all in with like b4, king f7, king g6, b5, b6, and so on.
Yeah.
You can very easily lose like this with white, because if black somehow manages to stop it,
on b8 or b6,
or perhaps not even crossing to b6 somehow.
Right.
You are giving up the pawn on g5 for nothing, and then black has 2 connected passers on the king side. But yeah, it's a kind of a strange.
Ooh, I thought I thought he was reaching. He grabbed the rook in the end. But I thought he was reaching for his king there.
Yeah, and rook b8 is a very human decision here, not even allowing before b5. I think you're worried about the b pawn reaching good squares.
Exactly.
Yeah. In the meantime, Wesley actually, I think he's thinking alongside the same lines as me. Like, he's wondering whether this endgame with and the 3 against 2 and the x exchange might be drawn. Yeah.
He's paused.
Because I think what happens there is, if you're not careful, you might drift into this famous endgame with the rook and the h-pawn against the king and a dark squared bishop.
Right.
Which is winning, but you have to know how. And even if you know how, you don't win every single time, because you get mixed up. It's one of the more difficult technical endgames in existence. In particular, sort of considering how simple it looks at me.
I think he convinced himself. Did Wesley that, in fact, this position is winning. He will put his rook on a4.
So basically, we never play g3 here. We go h3, we put the bishop on b8, we play king f3. And we keep the bishop on the h2, b8 diagonal. Yes, black will eventually, if black wants to, black will eventually like get the king to e4, play f4, play f3.
Yes.
We put the king on g1. Yes. We abandon the idea of protecting the h-pawn. We understand the h-pawn will eventually fall.
Right.
But then, that endgame with the rook and the h-pawns, I have a feeling the fact that black has 2 is completely irrelevant. I don't think, maybe it makes it slightly
because
harder.
Because you need to play h3, h2.
it's possible it makes it slightly more difficult even because you might need those squares. I think the king often hides behind it in some positions.
I think it's actually a lot easier to win with 2 pawns because at some point when I think you can put a rook on g3 and you can cross backwards.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
to help-
yeah.
Just to help our audience.
Yeah, let's just put this on the board, yeah.
What the grandmasters are discussing is a position where white ends up having.
Let's just play h5 here and show the entire thing. Yeah, like-
Well, no. The idea is we're going to take everything off the board. These 2 pawns and this pawn. We're going to take these 3 pawns off the board. And we're going to put this black h pawn all the way on h3 and a white king on h2. And we're going to say, go ahead and beat me.
Yeah, the point there is that actually very often is a mistake, and the way to win that endgame is not even to play h5, h4. I think you're supposed to keep it on h4 for white and h5 for black. If I remember my
Classics.
classic script.
h5, yeah, correct.
So it crosses eventually.
Yeah.
But it crosses very, very late
very late.
for you to win comfortably there.
So we're anticipating that black will bring his king to e4. He will put his pawn on f4. He will be able to trade the f pawn for the g2 pawn, and somehow he'll win the pawn on h3.
You win the pawn because you're mating white, basically, right? So you have to. The h pawn has to go somewhere.
Yeah. But I just wanted to,
Please.
I did this long-winded explanation, and I started talking about it even earlier when we didn't even have this on the board, because
They're reaching the position you were talking about.
For amateurs who perhaps have never seen this endgame before, it looks like the most trivial thing in the world. Like,
Exactly.
why doesn't he resign, basically?
Victor Korchnoy's famous lament.
But yeah, rook and the rook pawn against the bishop of the opposite color, like the dark square bishop with the h pawn or the light square bishop with the a pawn, is actually trickier, a lot trickier than you would suspect, and very understandable that young Krzysztof here. This may have I thought this may have been a mistake.
That was a surprise to give up the
the diagonal, yeah, because
diagonal. We kind of. Where is that rook, by the way?
On c1, yeah.
Okay, it looked a little bit
It's
askew.
It's on c1.5, but
c1.5. Yes.
Yeah, but you still sort of c1 enough to not really have to.
Did you see enough? Did you see enough? Okay, so we're looking at, for example, a move like f4, right?
Yeah.
Just to throw it down there.
But white, I think, goes bishop b8.
Okay.
Or
Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Shouldn't matter.
And this is where
Although
Alejandro says
you can try restricting the bishop and getting king e3.
Exactly.
But this is
I'm going to play it crudely.
Yeah, this is the endgame. This is the endgame.
Exactly. Now take us from here, Peter. How are we supposed to go about winning this?
Please don't.
That's the funny part, right? That should be the easy part of the endgame.
Right? Okay, so we're going to put our rook on g3 like champions, right?
Yeah. First off, there is king h2 there, but let's show the entire thing. Like, let's not even go king h2, right? Let's go bishop b8.
After rook g3.
Yeah.
So we don't want to take the rook because that's a lost king in pawn endgame. So we just say we chill.
Yeah. And this is the endgame I was talking about. Yeah. It looks like it should be very, very trivial to win.
What are we talking
about? But as a matter of fact, because but this is probably where the h7 pawn comes in, right? This is where it becomes easy because we play, we push h3, h2, and then we get into those positions.
So we go like this.
Yeah.
Let's do it in a nice way. So
let's put the rook on some better square, right?
Okay, we tickle.
Move it away.
We tickle. We never like leaving our rooks on dark squares, so we tickle.
We go h2.
Do we go or king g4 first?
Yeah, with the second h pawn, I think let's go king g4 first. Yeah, let's go king g4 first.
And we wait.
Yeah, we go h2.
Yep. And
now bishop takes.
We kind of, we rock.
Bishop takes, king h3.
Okay.
Bishop g1. And now without the pawn on h7, this is a draw, because white has stalemate ideas, and you can't actually win this position. But with the pawn on, this probably is quite easily winning.
So the idea is that, as Alejandro says, you get to play check against the bishop, and you drive the king out of the corner, and you make an easy.
And then and then it becomes easier. Yeah, it still shockingly, even that is not
still works.
because I play bishop c7 here. Let's say in this position.
Exactly.
Weirdly, even this is not game over because you can't.
Remind me why the pawn had to be on h5. I remember it has to be on h5 and not on h4. On h4 it's a draw.
There's some reason, yeah. I can't really give you anything apart from this. There is some reason.
Okay. Well, we're definitely deep into our classics, guys, and this is
One interesting, like currently it
please.
says on our screen that it's basically mate in 18 or something. But can play h5, h4 here.
And I think it's a draw on h4. I think it's because you have to put the rook on g4.
Yeah. Now it says a draw. Now it says a draw.
This is
remarkable.
This is what I was
known.
talking about. Yeah. This is
Yeah,
winning.
that's an easy mistake.
I think
to
the way
make.
you win this is you put the rook on g4, and somehow when the bishop can't give a check, you go king h4 g5. You bring the king out.
You harass the bishop long enough to kind of dominate it
Somehow.
to such an extent.
So now you want to bring your king out.
The king needs to come out without allowing the king back into the corner. Without allowing the king to cross back into the corner and without allowing the check to the king on h4.
Yes, all of that needs to happen for this to be winning.
So the idea is to get a dream position, something like this. And why is it the fact that our king can come out so important?
Because then you just push the pawn.
Yeah, you play king f5 here. You play king, like bishop somewhere, you play king f5.
Right.
And then you start pushing h5, h4, h3, rook g2, and you win.
That's clear.
Yeah.
That's very clear.
But, yeah.
Wow, that is really a long-winded
Yeah.
I learned this because of Benko. Benko's
Pal Benko's
Endgame
column?
Secret Lab? Endgame Secret Lab?
His column in the Chess
Life, right?
magazine.
I love that. I love that column.
It's truly.
Truly was very good.
Pal was Pal's Endgame Laboratory.
That's what it was. Pal's Endgame Laboratory. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I once h6. I once spent an entire day at the Manhattan Chess Club, where Pal Benko was like regaling this audience with his endgame studies. He should have been selling tickets. It was so good. What's going on, Peter, in the Fabby's game with Richard Rapport? Again, this is a very important candidate's duel.
Yeah. Black somehow lost the b7 pawn, but white lost the e3 pawn.
How did that all happen?
Well, I mean...
somehow this ending I would have thought was better for black, but it's become better for white.
I mean, it's kind of a curious move, this last move, rook f7. It actually, by force, loses a5, but I mean, there's no danger for black anyway.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, he's gone knight g8 and then rook f7. You can take, play bishop b6, but it's still completely fine for black because the protected passer on f5 secures everything.
Your extra c2 pawn
isn't
that great.
It's not very good.
Let's go back to Wesley for a moment.
Oh yeah, Wesley actually got something that he was not supposed to get, and now you're winning very clearly. Yeah.
Yeah, he was not supposed to get this. He got much more than he's supposed to because now you
And
can't
he
really
kept his
stop.
f5 pawn as
Yeah,
well.
that's the thing, right?
Yeah, the bishop needed to be on the a7 g1 diagonal so that this didn't happen. Rook b6 g6 now ends the game. Yeah, very nicely done. This is why he was postponing a 4 f3.
Oh dear.
Because this is the absolute sort of best case, but it really isn't supposed to be
that
achievable.
Yeah.
White is not supposed to allow it.
Yeah.
And 5 rook g6. Yeah, and after rook g6, you just resign.
I think rook e6 will resign, right?
Yeah.
Rook e2 is coming.
Rook e6 is resigns. Yeah.
I like rook g6 better.
You like forcing g3 and then
provoking
provoking
g3, and then we win in any way, we like.
See, I mean, to be a good grandmaster, you have to be a bit of a sadist. I mean, let's face it. You kill, and you keep killing. You need to be a killer, Alejandro.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
That's the only way. Sounds a little cynical, but I mean, it's pretty true.
Yeah, I mean.
And we also have the old Ukrainian duel is still going on, and.
I hate when people do that.
Right.
Like, especially in a winning position.
Rook g6. And then he took his rook back.
Especially in a position where everything is winning and you're just waiting to resign, and your opponent does that. It feels so bad.
It's like, oh man.
What could he see there that he would dislike?
That's what Duda is thinking too. It's like, what could? I mean, I was ready to resign.
Rook e6.
Don't understand. I don't understand. Rook d6. Honestly, like if, let's say I play bishop b8 here, you go rook e2, I go king g3, rook g2, king f4. I like this one less than the one with the king completely locked in on h2. I don't like giving this king, you know, any breathing space whatsoever.
I think you're making a very good point, actually.
How's that a good point?
No, because he's saying, look, if White got to play king f4.
King f4, rook f2, you put the pawn on f3, the guy resigns. I mean, the guy.
But if you go rook g6 and force the guy to play g3, now the king never has a say.
I give a check from e2, I go king f2, king f3, I go rook g2, rook takes g3. Like the king will stay on h1 for the rest of the game, and I will just collect everything. I don't understand why this is not cleaner. I also understand it's completely irrelevant because everything wins.
But you know, I like precision, but I also like what you're talking about in terms of counterplay. Why give your opponent
any hope whatsoever? Yeah, with the king on h1, there will not be a single shred of hope for the rest of the game.
And by the way, we do have a draw in the game of Anton. That looked like a game that was full of vim and vigor. Sorry to both of those players that we didn't get a chance to spend more time on them. But
whoa, things are changing in the game with Bobby. This one's dead. Can we go somewhere else?
This really isn't very exciting anymore. Yeah, let's
Fabi, let's jump over.
Fabi perhaps thought that he won a piece with bishop f6 and knight d6 happened.
Yeah, he must have blanked completely because he's panicking right now.
He's saying knight e4, knight d2.
And Wesley won as expected. But this one changed dramatically, right?
It sure did.
It really. Well, also, this pawn got to f2.
Okay, the pawn's going to go to d7.
No,
sorry.
No, this pawn cannot go to d7.
But
d7 king c7 was probably annoying, right?
Yeah. Right.
So yeah, I think. But yeah, White is in trouble because we're not really.
I mean,
we go rook f3, rook c3, right? This is the threat.
And then we get another passer. Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, this game has had how many lives?
This game keeps giving us storylines.
Okay. King c7.
You have to take on a5.
You have to take on a5.
No other
move.
Rook f3, and
you go back to
unhappy,
a6.
Yeah. Rook c3.
You
get the feeling
you could play king d7. I mean,
I could, but I don't particularly want to.
You don't want to?
Maybe I don't know.
Okay, you don't want to. You don't want to. Rook takes c3.
So the edges are pretty adamant about rook b5, rook b2. Or check and then rook b5, rook b2. That's fine too.
Okay, but so let's do it.
That c2 needs to be defended. It is the base of your structure.
And we just toss it away.
Rook a3.
And we get a 3 versus 2.
And you get a 3 versus 2, in which you suffer, but, well, this one is probably the best version, right?
I don't know. I mean, I guess
you
just suffer. Whoa, what is going on?
He played king b7, really inviting rook b5 check, and it still wasn't played. And now you would assume this collapses. Yeah, I don't think this holds.
This does not hold, not even close.
Yeah. This looks lost, yeah.
Yeah, because now when you take on c2, you just already created a connected pass pawn.
Yes,
and also the rook on c5 is now very stuck. Like if I go, if we continue the line there, rook c3, king f2, rook c2, king e3, and I just go rook c2, b2, and nothing moves. Like nothing goes anywhere.
You have to shed a
Zuxwan, as our producer Tom would say.
Very well
Zuxwan.
Seems completely lost to me, like just completely and utterly lost.
Yeah, it's just hopeless.
Rook b3, g3 is a threat, or if you go king f4, rook e2, e4 takes d4 is a threat. Like
at this point you just win it.
It's just gone. Yeah.
However you want it, right?
It's just gone.
Yeah, and here we go. Well, Fabi has no choice. He has to take the pawn on f2.
He could throw a check. No, he can't because rook takes e2 defense f2.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked
King e3, yeah, I like rook b2, just not allowing rook b5 check.
I love rook b2.
I think rook b2 is a boss move. Yeah, that's a great move.
So
I think
a6
most
check,
other moves,
king takes a6.
I expect rook c1 also to be winning, or even king a6 maybe to be winning. But I like the idea of not giving squares. Yeah. I really like the idea of not giving any squares to any of the pieces.
Rook, I mean, I must say, I'm confused by this move, seriously.
He wants rook h3, rook d3. I mean,
he's a material man. He wants 3 connected pass pawns.
Okay, but what do you do after check?
King A6. I think we just win this way.
Yeah, yeah.
King A5.
Because you do pick up D4 by.
And we give a
check.
And that's it, I think.
Yeah, and this is the one we were getting in the other line as well. It's completely dead. Because the passers they very famously queen themselves. Like you go rook e4, king f6, you take on d4, you go rook d3, c3, d4, rook
It's
d2.
slow, but it's steady progress.
Whoa! By the way, the move rook f2 is pretty annoying.
That is quite.
That is quite annoying.
Yeah.
If king g6, rook f4. If king g4, you go rook d2 immediately.
Yeah.
You don't actually pick
that's
up e6.
nice.
Yeah,
That's nice.
That also is, yeah.
That is very cute.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I had asked Tom, our producer, if he had any advice for Fabi, and he said, "Don't fall into Zugzwang."
Yes.
I mean, Tom
did.
has the concept down. Huge swing in this game in Richie's favor. Where did it all go wrong, Alejandro? Was that knight d6?
Well, knight d6 already was better for black, but the endgame really fell apart with this final move, a5. I was mentioning that you have to bring the rook back, and it was still holdable. If you go check in this position here in rook b2, it's I was going to say a little ugly. It's really ugly. You take on c3, you might even have to give up a4, but as long it just kind of works out for black for white. If you play king a5 immediately, I play rook a2. I know.
Yeah.
I know, but you have to hold on to your pawns. If you move the rook up and down the board, I'll just do the same thing with my rook. I'm not going to move my king. And if you move your king, I'm going to push my pawn.
Clear.
So you have to take on c3 at some point, got to bite the bullet, and you take on f2. And this configuration is massively ugly. Rook h3 gives great winning chances. You can play rook h4, try to attack c3 as well. You might even win a4 in some variations. But it's still these two pawns against these three. You haven't created a connected pass pawn. At any point, you haven't created a pass pawn at all. And because of the structure, white still has holding. Actually, the engine thinks it's a draw. But in a practical game, I still would consider it just as holding chances for the white side. But certainly, it was back here where I think Fabi thought he was winning in this position. With check, king c6, and bishop e7 here, attacking this knight on d8, which is running out of squares. Because if you go to b7, I mean, it's horribly trapped. But more importantly, after bishop g5, if you take on c3, rook e7, you're going to be taking this important pawn on e6, and then this pawn is going to be promoting. Instead, the knight goes to f7, where it's controlling the bishop. And if the bishop goes anywhere random, like let's say bishop h4, you could take on c3. The engines are giving the weird king d7 so that you hold on to e6, but the game would have continued. I just think he thought he was winning after the move bishop f6, because it hits the knight, and it seems like it doesn't have squares. And the reason I say that he missed it is because knight d6 is absolutely forced in this position. It's using the fact that the bishop is now hanging, and finally the knight is coming in with the huge threat of knight e4 and knight d2. And Fabi thought after this move. He didn't instantly play after knight d6, pawn takes d6, which is the only move that doesn't lose instantly. So he must have been shell-shocked by this move, knight d6, changing the character of the position, and he wasn't able to psychologically recover, made one more mistake down the line in the endgame. This was already unpleasant to hold, and just wasn't able to hold on to his draw. And with Cristian, we have the Romanian champion, David Gavrilescu in Warsaw.
Thank you, Alejandro. We are indeed here with the Romanian superstar, David Gavrilescu, after his first draw of the event. David, first of all, how does it feel to be facing all these world superstars?
First of all, thank you for having me, Cristian. It's a very amazing tournament. I'm very glad to be a part of it, and I hope I can play better in the future and I can make better results.
Still a big opportunity for you. How did you handle the news that you will be playing in this event?
I was extremely happy, of course. I was actually playing in the Bundesliga in the weekend before the tournament, and I just saw it I just finished the game and had to run to the airport and just come here. But it's of course it was a very nice news, and I'm very happy to be here.
You didn't have much time between the Bundesliga and the start of this event. How did you adjust the strategy to play in this event?
Well, of course, it's very hard to prepare against these guys, so I just try to repair my repertoire and figure out where would be my weaknesses and try to improve on that in the few days I had. And I hope that I did a nice job and I could get nice position.
Well, let's talk about this last game of yours, the one against Wojtaszek. Difficult start for you in the first 4 rounds. What was your attitude, your mindset going into this game against Radoslav?
Well, of course, I was trying to push for a win to come back into the tournament. It was really tough the first few games, especially with so many blacks. But I'm trying to get back on, and I tried to push this game, but unfortunately I didn't quite get the opening position I wanted, so it was quite equal, I think, out of the opening. After, I'm not sure.
When did the theory stop?
I think about here, knight b takes d7, and here I was not sure. I mean, I think I have to play b3 because rook c8 and b5 will come right along. And here I was not quite sure. Bishop b2 is, of course, most natural. And here I wasn't sure if this is necessary. Probably it's just equalizing, but queen e2, maybe he even has b5. I wasn't sure. Maybe I just take, and yeah, I wasn't sure if here
things are getting a bit complicated.
Yeah, probably my a6 pawn will be pretty strong. Oh, queen e1 was really strong.
Queen to e1.
Yeah, I missed that.
That's a difficult thing
to
see.
That's really nice.
Because
and
rook to c5.
Yeah, and also rook f c8, knight c6. I think is the idea, and I'm just winning.
Actually, rook to c1 apparently.
Okay, this was not really in my calculation. This is why knight d5 I thought is the easier approach, but probably just minimize my advantage. Okay, advantage just because of my advantage.
Pawn structure.
Yeah, pawn structure and a little bit
of a space advantage.
Yeah. But it was not quite sure. And here I couldn't stop d5, and I think here, okay, of course the most complicated is c takes, e5, knight e4, maybe f4. But I thought my pawns are a little bit shaky there, and his knight on e4 would be pretty strong. So I thought that maybe there I'm risking, and I thought that is not really a need for that. So. I
simplify the position.
Yeah, entered in this endgame, and it's probably just a draw till the end.
Didn't feel like there was much happening after that.
It's probably just, yeah, every piece is matching, and it's just a draw.
You're playing Wesley So with the black pieces in the last round of today. How are you going to approach that one?
I would try to equalize from the opening. I know Wesley is playing mostly d4 now, but he can, of course, try everything. These players have a lot of tools in the opening, and I'll try to equalize first, and then see what the position can bring me, and maybe push for more.
Excellent. We'll let you go, get your preparation going, and we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
And we will be going into a commercial break. Stay tuned, and we'll be back shortly.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
We made it, guys!
That is my boy. Look at that kid.
You guys gotta see this.
That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
welcome back to the final round of the day today. We are nearing the end of day 2 of the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw. So far,
we're witnessing an incredible return of the Tiger Madras. Let's take a look at the current standings, Peter.
Yeah, and there you have it.
Wow. That's perfect.
Yeah, that is an actual 3-point lead.
5 out of 5.
Over Richie. Where did he come from?
He just beat.
Well, he won. Yeah, he won 2 games in a row so far today. Yeah, he beat Gavrilescu in round 1, and then he beat Fabi with black, which is a more difficult assignation. I would suggest. Yeah,
Wesley so in 3rd.
Yeah, Wesley also having a nice day. Yasser started by winning and then lost that game to Wesley.
Yes.
A very strange game, which we spoke about on stream, so no particular reason to go back over that ground.
But let's take a look at the pairings for the last round of the day. Peter, the honors.
Yeah, let's start with Vishy. Vishy is playing white against young Krzysztof Duda, who just had a kind of a nightmare on the white side against Wesley. So the big question is the impossible possible? You know, can you actually go 12 and 0?
We are about to find out.
But apart from that, Anton Korobov is white against Richard Rapport.
Very nice game.
Two very, very exciting players. Could be very good to watch. Radek is white against Fabi. Wesley is playing against David Gavrilescu, who finally got his first point on the board.
Yep.
And the young Ukrainian Kirill Shevchenko is playing white against Aronian. And there we have it.
And they are off.
French.
More French.
More French. I mean, I think I went a solid 2 years without casting a French, and this year, I can think of many.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Yeah.
Why is the French making a revival?
Right?
and Vishy sticks to his guns and goes with the advance, something he has already used in this tournament to beat Anton Korobov in the last in the last round of the day yesterday. So kind of a nice symmetry to it.
Exactly.
Destroyed Korobov. So I want to see this one. There's been a lot of theory developing in this particular variation.
Every time we watch him, he's somehow playing white. Why is he playing white so much?
What do you mean? Just give Vishy white. He's pretty good with it.
What he did against Anton earlier in the tournament on the white side of this was pretty impressive.
Yeah, but Queen B6 is slightly different to what Anton did.
Yes,
yeah, Queen B6 A3. We could have a very, very different game on our hands because arguably the main move in this position is c5, c4. There are obviously other ways to play this position, but c5, c4 at least used to be the way they played Queen B6.
Yes, absolutely, and they quickly played for knight a5 to stop
and
d3.
this leads to very, very strange positions, which should be better for white, but I think are very difficult to navigate properly and could be quite double-edged. Or you could play bishop d7, which after, let's say, b4, cd4, cd4, and rook c8, I think, is the main move in that position.
Exactly.
Is a whole other kettle of fish, yeah.
No question. And it's remarkable how different the two lines are. I mean, just like I've had games as on the black side that actually went like this, and I was trying
to
this theory settle my knight in on the c4 square, and that's a very different variation from c5, c4.
But c5, c4 already played by young Krzysztof, knight to knight a5, as you mentioned.
Right.
White generally has more space, but black's position is very, very solid.
I do remember a World Junior Championship where Artur Yusupov on the white side, his opponent erred egregiously with the move 97. And Artur clipped this pawn. And I came to the board many moves later, and it's a complete disaster for black. Well, and I was wondering
unsurprisingly,
what happened. This is how you could quickly lose the game as black if you blunder and the knight lands on the d6 square, which is why we have the move c4 and knight a5.
Yeah, but we should probably let this one stew for a bit, because this will be one of the slower ones to develop out of the opening. We have a King's Indian on our hands with Richard playing.
Wonderful. Once again, Richard playing the King's Indian, not successfully.
But not the classical one. He hasn't played knight c6 in this one. I wonder whether he really disliked what he got or he just wants to shake it up a little bit. Knight a6 d5 is a bit surprising to me. I want to say that this isn't really supposed to be all that much. I used to play in my King's Indian playing days, which weren't very successful, and they were quite a long time ago. But when I played the King's Indian, I played knight b7, not knight a6. But the move d4, d5 there, precisely because of what we're watching on the screen right now, because it allows you to play knight c5, hitting the pawn on e4 and following it up with a7, a5, always felt to me like a very, very, non-critical way to treat those positions.
You're not challenging.
Yeah,
black.
it seems like about close to the ideal scenario for black. But even here, and Anton is playing very, very quickly. Obviously, he has ideas here. Even here, you're maybe one tempo short. Like what we're watching on the screen right now is if you could play bishop d7 and a4 here with black, I would suggest black is better.
Right, clear.
Because pushing b5 before, or sorry, b2 before becomes pretty much impossible. The pawn on e4 is not going to be too weak, and if you want to go after it, like it will take 5 tempi to even create a threat against it. But unfortunately for black, if you play a4 here, you lose it on the spot. I think I've seen people do it.
Yeah, which is
I think I've seen people
concept,
do it. Yeah, knight takes a4 and something like h6, h5 here. With
or just going back to the more standard. But you're right, h6, h5, and I don't necessarily believe the pawn sacrifice at all. I mean, it's not instantly mate. And if it's not mate, and if it's not mate,
and the other option is what Richard has done. He's played bishop d7, but then you have to allow b4. And I assume you play knight b7 without taking on
bishop d7 on the board, and
yeah,
he did play b4.
Yeah, of course he played b. I mean, allowing b5.
Of course,
allowing a4 here is impossible. And now I'm guessing you go knight b7.
Knight b7.
Yeah, I'm guessing you go knight b7. White goes
knight.
I mean, you can play the immediate knight b3. You can wait for it.
Something to be said also, Peter, for the immediate c5. I mean, oftentimes you want to get in your queenside play, very, very, very forcing. In one case, we saw black sacrificing a pawn. In another case, we could see white sacrificing a pawn.
Yeah, but I think the amount of material that will come off the board, if you play c5 here, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to get everything off the board. So I will start with AB. I'm pretty sure I need to start with AB. I will take on A1. I will take on c5 3 times.
3 times. Yeah.
And black shouldn't be doing so poorly.
And you'll take 3 times.
Apologies.
Not at all. Incoming. And something like this. Yeah.
There's definitely compensation for the pawn, but it doesn't really feel horrible. I will play queen e7, rook b8, bishop f8.
Queen e7, rook b8, bishop f8.
And
away you go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's fine for white, but it shouldn't be bad for black either.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see what he did. By the way, he played c5.
Interesting,
so
yeah.
we might be going down this primrose path, and we'll let the players get to it. What do you have for us, Alejandro?
We didn't have to wait a long time for this French to stew, because take a look at what happened. We did have the moves in this game between Anand and Duda. Knight a5, rook b1, hinting that you want to break open with the move b3. This has been a plan for a very long time. And the move bishop d7 was considered to be the anti-plan of b3. The idea is that if you do play b3, which is played in the game, you take on b3. Actually, b4 was played in the game. C takes b3. Knight takes b3 is possible. c4 had been essayed once by Morozevich against Vaganian in a fascinating game, but white, even though white won that one, it was a little shaky. c4 hasn't been considered to be good for a long time, and since then, this variation kind of died off. And everybody started playing the move bishop e2 or h4, something along those lines, castling, preparing b3 later. But we're going to go straight into it. And you can see now the spin, bishop on a4 to the queen on d1, tactical problems. There was some analysis done theoretically on the move knight fd2. I did see it in a couple of books. More than one person mentioned this. Knight fd2, rook c8 with plenty of play for both sides. But knight takes a5 is Vichy's idea here after bishop takes d1. It is an exchange sacrifice. Check this out. Takes, takes. Black is currently up an exchange. If I take on d1, I can always take on a5. You take on b7, the knight's going to get trapped. The point is to go check on b5, and the king doesn't have great squares, because if you go to g5, then you take on b7 here, king takes c5, and then I have the tempo to take on d1. I basically gain a free pawn. Not the most important pawn, but a free pawn. King e7, king takes d1 is played instead, and b takes a5 is currently on the board. And currently, black is full exchange up. But what is the problem? King on e7 not very well developed. Look at the coordination of black's pieces. That being said, no queens on the board, so it's hard to actually checkmate the opponent's king. The edges are saying there is compensation, but probably not enough to actually get an advantage, not even equality here for the white side. You can imagine the rook is a lot of material. So very aggressive play here by Vishy, sacrificing an exchange, going into a weird endgame. The angels are not in love with it. And of course, this would be a refutation of the entire setup for black if this works.
Right.
So, you know, for all the French players out there, they're hoping this doesn't actually work out theoretically.
Right.
It is an exchange. I don't know how you're going to use it anytime soon. We know that rooks are pretty clumsy in the French. I think they're clumsy pieces in general. But in this particular case, you can imagine one day the position will open up, one day the rook is going to be worth more than that bishop on b5. It might take a while, but what threats is white planning on creating until that while comes?
And
Well,
as we've
thank
seen,
you,
a4 and f6 followed, and I'm a bit surprised by f6, to be honest.
Well, he was intimating bishop a3 check, so he had to deal with
Yeah,
bishop
that
a3.
is fair. Yeah, because I thought f6 was mainly to do with the fact that before you play king d8, you do need to secure the f7 pawn.
Correct.
But yeah, I've absolutely blanked on the idea of bishop a3 check,
Good,
actually
good.
winning the bishop on f8.
Bishop, yeah.
Yeah, good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah, I wanted to play h6.
h6.
Yeah, and
a small reminder that Duda is one of our candidates. He's going to be heading over to Spain alongside Fabiano Caruana and Richard Rapport.
And Gary Kasparov, in an interview with Cristian, famously said that he expects that the challenger to come from one of these three players.
That's a bold claim,
I was
considering...
about to say, give me the field, Gary.
You know, considering the top two seeds of the candidates are not in this tournament, that's a very bold claim to make.
So
yeah.
F7, weigh in on this position, Peter, because it is a full exchange, and obviously all of black's pieces are on the back rank. But, you know, give him a move or two, f6, knight e7, rook c8, and is it worth an exchange?
I would start by saying no, but this is also a Vishy game.
A very concrete position,
Vishy
though, right?
remains one of the people in the world of chess who has sort of the most ideas about everything. So I really am not expecting this to be entirely ad-libbed.
So ideas like if you put your king on f7, maybe
something
the
like
bishop?
bishop e7, although it allows rook a6, it doesn't actually win the e6 pawn, right?
Well, and a good thing it
Not
doesn't
G4.
win the...
I like G4 because you start seeing patterns in chess, right? I mean, G4, what does it immediately remind you of? The previous game, Fabiano Caruana against Richard Rapport, the same idea, the same structure. You get G4, you take on f6, you go G5, you break open that structure, you get the e5 square. Same ideas, same structure, same type of French, a lot of different resources around the position that are different, of course. Black is up the exchange, wasn't up the exchange in the other game. In this one, the queen side is completely locked down. There's no bishop coming to a. Lots of different ideas, but the structure is the same, and we still have some of the main ideas. G4, I love the move. Why
By
do you
the way,
compensation?
G4,
he even played it without rook e1, king f7.
He heard you without rook e1, pardon me, but he started with G4.
He started with G4.
Yeah. And I would expect the king to go to f7 nonetheless. And
Yeah, quite likely.
Are you
feels
gonna-
like this is how you start developing your pieces.
You have to.
Do you want to do this?
I don't know if I want to do it immediately because after bishop e7, or g7 maybe, I'm feeling that I'm helping black a bit.
Yeah, and any captures, I'm kind of happy that
Very
the
happy,
G file opened up. On a good day, I'm just going to go knight e7, knight f5, and put a rook on g8 and say, okay, you know, I'll land on g2 one day.
Yeah, more
G4.
rooks, more better.
More rooks, more better. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Let me just jump on over to the game of Levon Aronian for a moment because that's a different mess.
Yeah, that doesn't. They got there via a different, like a kind of a fancy move order, which I haven't seen very much. But it feels to me like I associate this structure with the name of Mikhail Chigorin for some reason, and generally, since the turn of the previous century, I think it was sort of well understood that if you allow black to meet d4, specifically the way Levon met it in this game with this setup of f6, d6, and the knight on d7, it weirdly becomes very, very difficult for white to make any progress at all in the center.
Because e5 is absolutely the bulwark of black's position.
And the knight on f3 specifically, like if that knight was on some kind of a better square, you probably would be slightly more optimistic about white's chances. But on f3, it is so well controlled by that triangle of pawns on d6, e5, and f6 that you will struggle to nominate a plan. And yeah, Levon is seemingly reasonably comfortable here, I would suggest.
Okay.
If the knight goes away from a4, we can include a5, a4 as a kind of a source of additional counterplay. Even if all it does is it trades the a pawn for
the a pawn was weak.
Yeah, it was the one weakness that perhaps white could play against long term, and now it's gone. And black does have the pair of bishops, so it looks like Levon is completely fine here, at least at first glance.
Okay, cool. Let's just, again, sorry, that was the Vichy game. We're going to jump to the Wesley So game versus David. David making his first point, if I can put it like that.
Yeah.
Slightly better for Wesley.
Always going to be a bit better for white,
right?
Because of the more active pieces.
Exactly.
But extremely solid structure. And
whoa, what is this one?
This is a Catalan, yeah.
It's a funny handling of the Catalan that I haven't seen before.
Okay, Alejandro jumped right in. So this is a standard Catalan.
But I've never seen a4. I've seen the idea of a5, but I haven't seen it with the idea of a4, queen a5, and then playing the move b6.
Fabi showing his prep.
Hopefully not his candidate's prep. It was just kind of ugly. I mean, the engine thinks it's fine, but I think it's ugly.
Yeah, I think it's sort of both, right? It's very solid. Black isn't really struggling very much, but it also the bishop on b7 is killed off. Yeah, what Yasser is indicating on the screen, perhaps the one way I can think of Black improving their position. Yeah, with white you kind of want to play e3, perhaps bishop f1, queen e2. If you could prevent the pawn from reaching the b5 square, the pawn on a4 eventually could become weak, which is why I think black is very incentivized to try to push for b6, b5 as early as possible if it works.
Cool, all right, and our final game that we haven't looked at yet looks like also a mess. This is the, when we left it, that was the pawn sacrifice. We talked about this, Peter, and more or less, you could have taken everything off if you had wanted at this point. How do you?
But then you're left with a very passive position. Like if you take on a4 twice here, right? You preserve the pawn on c5 at least for the time being, but you're left with that really, really stupid bishop on g7.
Agreed. Let's not go there with that.
So yeah, Richard chooses to try and equalize in a much more kind of a forced manner, yeah, by playing c6, trying to provoke d6, and now trying basically to trade the c6 pawn for the d6 pawn.
Okay. The question is, so if I take, you're going to play bishop d7.
Yeah,
and then I've got in a nasty pin. No, I'm in a nasty pin. Queen a8 is on your agenda.
Queen a8 is a problem. I don't think queen takes 6 is a very serious try.
No.
You have to choose between queen c3 and queen a3. Or queen before c5, I think, is another way to make an immediate draw, right?
Yeah.
c5, knight c5, rook a1, and then queen takes d6. And
c5? Oh, you still go queen a8. I apologize. I keep forgetting about this pin down the file. So Peter, say it again. What do you reckon white has as a way to avoid
queen c3
drawing?
maybe.
Queen c3. Okay, you defend a1.
Yeah.
You tickle
but
a5.
I guess rook a6 is just rook a6, queen g3, right? And then queen a8. Yeah, maybe rook a6 is just enough here. Knight c4 though. I haven't really settled on any kind of a different.
Knight c4 is nasty. That could actually
the issue
end
here.
the game.
The issue for black here is that if you make a draw here, you make a draw. But if you don't make it immediately, you probably never.
Yeah, I mean, if you ever allowed knight a and let this pawn live, that would be game set match.
Yeah, queen c3 played by Anton in the meantime. So yeah,
that's a very clever move.
We will now see what Richard thinks about the whole thing.
Yeah, and again, I'm with you 100%. If you don't make a draw in the next 3 moves. If you don't win the d6 pawn,
Or trade it for something.
or
yeah.
trade it for something, it will be really, really bad for black. So we'll keep an eye, as Richard looks like he's going into the tank here, because this is a very, very critical moment. And over to you, Alejandro. What do probably the engines think it's just fine?
The engines thinks black's better.
Because?
Rook a7 in this position.
The one move we didn't look at.
I'm trying to understand it. So okay, give me a second.
Well, we're just going after the d6 pawn. Basically.
What if I play rook a7, queen c5 is just a draw, but what?
Rook d7 also exists there, right? So
I guess you start playing for a win. Yeah. Black seems to be threatening the d6 and queen a8 ideas just about.
Just help me out here, guys. Queen b4
against
rook a7. If you go rook d7, then I've got knight c5 and knight b7.
I think rook queen a. No, queen a8 and knight b6, right? Okay.
That's a fork. So help me out. And
wait, what? I could have played rook d4 at the end. I'm not playing for an advantage, but I'm not playing for an advantage. Yeah, you can take on d8 and take on e6.
Yeah. First of all,
but I'm wondering if I can just go rook e8, bishop f8 here. Actually, with the white pieces where they are, I'm wondering if I have enough time.
And rook a7. There you go. Richie playing the most precise move, because even though we really like white's position
visually,
optically, but the more you analyze it, the more you realize, wait, d6 needs to be defended. Right. It is an important pawn. Can you do it?
This is one of those variations where if you get away with just capturing the pawn on d6, then you're absolutely fine.
Yeah, you're absolutely fine.
Yeah, nothing to.
Okay, yeah, Vishy has done something quite striking. Yeah, he's gone g5 without even taking on f6 there.
So that if I play f5, you're going to go g6
absolutely,
check.
Yeah, we're definitely going g6 check there.
Oh, that smells of prep. Oh, I mean, my gosh, that's such a pretty move. Oh, come on.
Oh, come on.
You gotta like that.
That's very nice, actually.
It is very cute, yeah.
Wow.
Also
and it
probably
just wins
close to winning,
completely.
Yeah. And it just completely
it doesn't win a little bit, it's over. Like the game is immedially over.
Rook
right?
g1 check even, yeah.
Yeah, rook g1 check.
You can be ruthless, yeah, now knight g5, and yeah, you can never go to e7 because bishop a3 remains a problem.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's just, you take this.
And take on a6 so that he doesn't go to a c7. Yes,
no counterplay for you. Oh my word. Oh, g6 is just a lovely shot. And yeah, that means I have to play bishop e7 to fight for the e5 square.
It also means that taking on f6 is twice on f6 is on tap for white. So bishop e7 certainly looks like a logical move. Problem is that if you take, I can just keep the tension also with the move h4.
And I think I like keeping the tension with h4.
Yeah, because can I play f5? f5, h5 is still very dangerous.
Because the g6 is
and you can't really move anything, right?
Yeah,
right?
You're completely stuck. You never have any squares for any of your pieces. This is a very nice concept by Vishy. I really, really like this.
I agree with you. And as we were coming on air for this game, you asked the question, can Vishy do the incredible 6-0? At this moment, I think Duda's fallen into some heavy prep.
Yeah.
And just to remind everybody where our standings are, Vishy Anand is making a statement. Wonderful, Peter.
Yeah, it is wonderful to watch, and as usual, when he's playing well, he is one of the most exciting players in the world to watch. You know, everything flows naturally, pieces go where they belong.
Yeah.
And he's also, as we're watching right now, he is very, very well booked up. And
yeah. People underestimate just how good he is. Opening prep was. Gary had this wonderful quip that when Aronian is playing great, the world's just a better place. Yeah. And it's sort of like Vishy too.
Yeah,
Vishy's playing great. It's just the world's a better place.
Yeah, definitely more than one person you can say that about, and Vishy very much belongs in this conversation.
H7, H6. Now, wow, that is really throwing down the very provocative challenge. Do you like that move, Peter?
I'm slightly spoiled by the fact that I saw the machine was suggesting it.
Oh.
I really should stop looking at Alejandro's screen, but it's like your mind is drawn to you know somewhere. Yeah, there's an answer there, and also there's Alejandro there. So you
and he's such an eye candy kind of guy.
Absolutely, yes.
Alejandro, why does the machine like h6?
Because of this detail that after pawn takes f6, you have an important move. King takes f6 is actually surprisingly okay. I don't know how, but king takes f6, bishop f4, bishop g7 holds.
What?
It doesn't, it's not the best way of playing, but it holds. But a better way of playing, I think a more human way of doing this, is to put the bishop on d6 first.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that when you check, which you kind of have to do, I can now take on f6. Of course, you don't take on e5 and give me a protected pass pawn there.
Right.
You take on f6, and then you're threatening to take on e5. So you have to play bishop f4. And now you defend, I think rook d8 is a human move. You just defend the bishop against any discoveries. Although the engine is saying that you could also start moving the rook to h7 and moving it to g7, getting some activity yourself. Obvious compensation, strong bishop, strong knight. I don't think that white's pieces are worth less than black's. But it's still an exchange, and you will eventually have to prove that your position remains as good as black's as the rooks improve. So compensation for Vichy, the edges are saying they're typical zeros, but a fascinating struggle ahead. h6 was an excellent move.
Wow. Wow. That was really throwing down the gauntlet. And I think Duda's fallen into some really great homework. And to find h7, h6, I mean, salute.
Yeah, it's very, very well, nicely played by the young Pole. In the meantime, yeah, we should be watching this, I guess, but things are developing on other boards. I think
just draw our attention to Wesley So's game for a second, as he's up against David. When we left it, we kind of liked Wesley's position, but somehow I really warmed up to Wesley's position after the rover, rook up, rook e3, and it just feels like this knight on e5 versus this passive bishop. You put the pawn back on e6, you give white an isolated pawn, and you know, we got all kinds of things to discuss. Somehow the pawn on d5 and the bishop on c6 don't make a good impression on my eyes. Peter.
It's a very straightforward plan as well, because I think if you give black enough time to somehow consolidate, there will not be enough for white to push. But rook e3 g3 is surprisingly annoying, because the pawn on h6 will start hanging straight away, and how do you even protect it? Like, you would like maybe to play something like bishop f8 here on general grounds. Yeah. But after rook g3. What is even the response to a very, very straightforward idea of bishop takes h6?
You're unfortunately being forced. I don't like reaching for the I don't like reaching for the g6 pawn either.
No,
but
I would like anything else.
King h7 hangs the f7 pawn, so it's surprisingly awkward. As you said.
I don't know what that anything else is. Honestly, so yeah, it's a tricky one for David too.
Is there anything? I'm very reluctant to allow queen h5.
It costs a full pawn as well, right? Even if you don't get mated after queen h5, which you might, which you very much could be getting mated.
Exactly.
Even the very simple of the double capture on e4, double capture on c6. And then we go rook e3 takes e4. It's not entirely equal. Even I was seriously considering it because I don't like anything else, but I'm not sure it equalizes. And also, as you pointed out, queen h5 could be extremely
very
dangerous.
chilling. So something for the young Romanian
to ponder here.
To ponder. Yeah. What do you have for us in the King's Indian?
Korobov updates here against Richard Rapport, because after the precise move rook a7, Korobov said, okay, I have to take the pawn on c6 just so I'm not worse, even if I lose my pawn on d6, who cares? But this turned out to be surprisingly bad. We thought about bishop d7, trade everything off on a4, let's make a draw. Right. Richard was not interested in any of that. He played the excellent move, queen a8. You cannot take on a8 because rook f takes a8. We have the same problem down the a file. No defense on the rook on a1. You cannot move this knight. It just gets picked up. So the queen has to retreat to c2, but here comes the tempo. Rook c8, queen d1, and rook c6. One of the good moves that black had in this position, just trying to pick up the d6 pawn in the best case scenario. And also, why not rook f to a6? Not to mention that it importantly stops the move knight b6. Knight b6 was a tempo move in many scenarios to get out of the pins. on the A file. So Rook C6, excellent move. Korobov now thinking, 17 minutes for him to find ways to play. Knight B3 seems to be the only move the engines are saying is not a hugely decisive advantage for black, but Knight B3 is tough to find, right? Rook takes A7, look, Rook takes A4,
D7.
but you got D7, and you're still gonna be okay. The engines don't think that it's fully equal. But even this is pretty ugly because, yeah, it's not the best bishop, but it's this problem, right? This problem on the A file, and I think the engines are advocating for this for white just because you don't lose the knight.
Wow.
But it barely holds. And they don't find anything better at this point. There's just nothing better that they can see to do against such strong threats like Rook F8, Rook CA6, Rook takes D6. Even the move Bishop F8 is a threat. Just bring the bishop that's not participating in the game into the game. This Rook is just stuck. It's stuck behind the Queen. The Queen can't move, and the Rook can't rejoin the fray. Huge problems for the Ukrainian player. Richard might be going on a hat trick today, as if he wins this game, it'll be 3 in a row for Richard Rapport.
Wow, not bad at all. Fantastic, in fact. Maybe his King's Indian isn't the most precise, but he's really making the most out of this position, Peter.
Absolutely,
I like what he's doing. A game I'd like to turn our attention to, only because of the visual effects, is Kirill versus Levon Aronian. 16 pawns on the board. And you don't see this often.
White has
the 5-pawn attack.
He's winning the prop bet. I'm not entirely sure what the prop bet was, but he's winning it.
5 pawns along the 4th rank. We know about the 4 pawns attack. We now have to talk about the 5 pawns attack. Black has less space.
I feel like black probably should still be fine. I do like having the bishops, but I very much like how Kirill treated this position from the moment that we last saw.
We left it on knight b6.
Yeah, he took on b6, which is obviously not something you dream of doing, undoubling the pawns. But you do have the space. And I also very much like this very forthright idea of pushing g4, creating a threat of knight f5, which Levon felt obliged to reply to with g7, g6. I'm pretty sure he was not dreaming of playing g7, g6 in this position, but allowing knight f5 is arguably worse.
Right.
So g6 is now a very, very clear-cut idea of challenging for the center with all you have, with knight g2, rook d8, f4. I tried figuring out if I like c6, c5 here. It's kind of a strange move because generally speaking, we are creating this huge hole on d5 for the knight on g2 to get to. But because there's a rook on d8, if you kind of naively reply to c5 with d5, d5, thinking that the knight e3, knight d5 will follow, I get my rook to d4 faster than you get your knight to d5, which I suspect will be good enough for black, like maybe just immediate rook d4. And I'm going to leave it there if you play bishop b2.
Right.
I'm not moving it. I'm very much offering it as a
student of Botvinnik.
Or Petros.
Petros, queen b6, queen c6. Go ahead, take my rook.
But I think the bigger issue is if you play c5 there, I think white starts by playing maybe f takes e5, or maybe the immediate d5, yes, you have solved, like there's now no more pressure on your center as such. But your bishop on f7, is very, very stuck. Yeah, the bishop on a3 will be on b2, heavily discouraging any kind of an opening in the center. Rook f1, double or triple on the f file, and it's probably okay.
White is having all the fun.
Yeah.
You're defending on the back foot the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to imagine how you enjoy this with black. And Levon goes with b6, b5, which is a different way of challenging for
space. And maybe one day hoping to shut down. Even so, I kind of thought that this bishop on a3, was going to go to b2 essentially. Okay, you tricked me. You forced me.
Yeah, something like this is playable. Even still, d4, d5 in the current position is probably not a huge mistake either. For white.
For white.
Yeah, without cb, maybe even without even opening the c file. I don't know which of the ways the pawns get traded here I prefer.
It's funny that all of the pawns, there seems to be a great deal of tension between the pawns, but in truth, there's 60 pawns on the board. It's really locked up. It's crazy. Nice position, and b5. And for Kirill, maybe this is his best chance of scoring well.
Yeah, but coming back to what Cristian told us about his conversation with the youngsters, yeah, he is once again down 10 minutes on the clock in a complicated position, perhaps not as complicated as some of the ones he's had early in the tournament, but still, this is not a very straightforward position to play, considering how many different things you can do with the structure in the center. So you have to weigh all of these things up. And he's playing against somebody who will be, extremely capable of exploiting
the slightest weakness.
The slightest weakness, and you don't want to go down too much on the clock against somebody like Lev.
What is the clock situation?
7 against 16, I think, on my screen.
Oh, that's a big edge. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. I did want to go back to our Vishy Anand game, if again, just for the fact that we were witnessing something incredible. Vishy, for those of you who are joining us late, first of all, shame on you. Second of all, 5 in a row.
Five in a row, and playing a very, very ambitious line in this game, where he basically gave up the exchange by move 10 or thereabouts, and is playing for sort of purely positional compensation here.
And look at that move.
Bishop A3. I would like to go Fe5 and kind of settle the structure here.
Okay, go ahead. Let's
takes.
I'm not sure I should be even.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're taking with the knight. Yeah,
like. But right now I'm
Rook
dominating.
H7 maybe.
Okay, just a second. I do have this nasty move.
That is very strong.
Bishop E2 to H5.
I do have H6, H5
no,
as a
you
response.
don't.
I do. I mean, I probably still play it here. Rook G5, Knight E7.
Uh-oh.
Bishop H5 I will take. I will play King G6. I will put the knight on F5, and I will claim that I have compensation. I probably do have compensation for the pawn.
Which is fair. Which is fair. You know what I was thinking. I get my bishop on H5. You got your king on F8, and you will never ever move again. Okay. Marvelous imbalanced position. Bishop A3 is not the first move that comes to your mind, I think.
Well, he wants to stop Knight E7, I think.
Yeah, but a lot of us we were focused on more or less, I think, on this move.
No, I think you have to stop Knight E7. I think Knight E7 is such an integral part of how Black comes out of the corner that any move that
allows
postpones it for a move is very, very high on the list.
Bishop A3, and Black is in a box. If he doesn't bite now with captures, I'm not sure I have a better suggestion.
I mean,
the problem is, I thought if I took Peter.
Exactly, yeah. I was planning to go Bishop F8 here.
Exactly.
And asking the question whether you want to trade those or not. There's compensation even if you trade. Like you can take on F8, play Knight D4. And
I was going to take with the rook.
Yeah, Knight D4, Knight D7, Bishop D7 is seemingly quite bad.
Yeah,
so
Bishop D7
you have to cover against this threat. Maybe you have time enough to play King E7, Rook F7, or H5, Rook H6, as you're indicating. But I mean, even sort of long-term positional compensation here. I go F2, F4.
Exactly. It's not.
And I'm not sure White is doing. Yeah, but, now you can actually do this. Yeah, Bishop 7, Rook H6. Yeah.
I'm just in time, but even I feel. Boy, okay, we do have the move
Fe5 played, and I'm very curious how Vishy is planning to respond to this.
I feel like it's one of those positions, Peter. I know I'm about to be handcuffed, and if I get handcuffed, I can just, I'm arrested. That's it. It's game over. But if I can avoid, being really tied up, it's an exchange.
It is still a full exchange there for Black.
That's a fascinating game. We'll keep an eye on that one. Absolutely. Again, the Levon Aronian game. Let's see what we did against B5. I think Hero made.
He played what he was suggesting: a CB, and Bishop C2. The Queen came out. D5, Queen B6, King H1. I think Black is fine. I think. Although you kind of need not G4 G5 is worrying me. I was about to say the structure is very solid, and then I realized we have to pay attention to the ideas of G4 G5.
G4 G5 might just actually be.
But Levon is allowing it because I think Levon also wants the structure to blow up. I think he very much welcomes.
Let's see it. I'm looking and I'm seeing a Queen G3 in the very near future, keeping in mind that Rook C2 is an issue. But Queen G3 might just blow up Black's position after the move G5. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I want to meet this. I was wondering if I can just pass, but then
With
GF
King G8,
like,
example?
for instance, King G8. You're just sidestepping the.
Let's put a reasonable move on the board. The last thing you ever want to do is capture here and allow a GF. Okay.
But I'm not sure I am happy with any of this. Like take on F6, take on E5.
Okay, that looks like let's go, right?
Kirill goes with Rook F1 instead of G5. Yeah. But I think he probably feels that it's not really going away.
Right.
Because Black isn't playing G6, G5 themselves. It gives up the F5 square for the knight on E3. So it's difficult to stop.
G5.
I don't mind the idea of postponing it for a move because it doesn't look like Black has very much to do.
Useful move. And
Queen
by the
C5,
way,
C2 maybe, yeah. Stopping Queen F2 is not nothing, yeah.
Exactly. That's useful. And again, I'm looking at this bishop on F7, Peter, and I'm saying you got to play B5, B4, Bishop E8, Bishop B5. You need 3 moves to ever bring that piece into an active square. And I don't know, but it looks visually very good for white. I don't know.
It looks very pleasing, yeah.
And Alejandro, you've got our favorite interview, Anton, position.
Yeah, but his position is not very good. Look at what happened. He did find knight b3 after a long thing, so kudos to him to keep the game alive and still manageable. After rook takes a4, the edges thought bishop takes b3 and then rook takes d6 was more precise. It gets kind of the same position in which black picks up this pawn on e4 by a tactical sequence. Of course, after d7, you kind of have to take this pawn. There's no real choice. And we land into this position in which black is currently up a pawn, but the knight, as long as it returns to the defense 4 against 3, you have very realistic chances of holding. The correct move in this position, just start bringing your pieces back. Knight d2, as played in the game, the queen has to go somewhere where a defensive rook on c6, probably c2 is going to be chosen. And again, 4 versus 3, no clear way to simplify this position into a draw for Anton. He's going to be suffering for a while. Queen c2 already on the board. As we see Richard gunning for his 3rd victory in a row today. He will need to destroy this defense of Anton, and it will be a stiff defense because 4 versus 3 is theoretically a draw in most endgames, which allows white to exchange pieces in many positions. Now, which ones do you want to exchange first? That's complicated. I think that if you get the rooks off, that's probably the easiest way. Draw this.
That probably is ideal, yeah.
Ideal for white is to take the rooks off, but 4 versus 3, even if you get the minor pieces off, that should be comfortable. Still, those exchanges have not happened, and black is more active.
Richard came on the show today. I had an interview with Cristian where he said, well, he had this draw, 2 draws and a win yesterday, and it was sort of like, okay, rapid chess, anything can happen. But if he were to go 3 and oh boy, that puts a lot of wind in his sails. Again, he's going to go to Madrid next month, play to try to become challenger of the world champion Magnus Carlsen, so he would love a good result here, Peter.
Yeah, in the meantime, in the 2 games we were talking about previously, both kind of proceeded along the expected path. We actually got all the way to 94 h5 in the Vichy versus Duda game. We had that on the board previously.
Yep.
White still optically has decent compensation, but black is a couple of moves away. If you get to play 97 and then put a rook on g8 and put another one on h6 perhaps, everything is covered.
Yep.
Everything is covered, and you start at some point counting, how many rooks you have on the board.
You're pleased.
And once you start making quiet moves like King E2, this is an indication that perhaps, although maybe he is creating a, no, this is clever.
Why?
Knight e7, I want to go bishop d7.
Yes, I go
rook h6, and I want to remind you there's also the queen side on the board, right? Rook b1.
I think that's a very, and the idea is that with your king here, this rook is kind of passive.
We also opened up the first rank for the now rook b6, and I've gotten to the weaknesses.
You certainly have. At this point, I'm probably going to go knight c6, or I'm going to do something to try to relieve
I like knight c6. Yeah, I think knight 6 is correct.
To relieve the pressure.
I think knight 6 is correct, but white shouldn't be worse at all there. I think white is fine at the very least.
King e2.
97 isn't forced. You can start with maybe rook h6, but
Yeah.
It's hard to find a better move for black after bishop d7 than knight e7. Though.
Well, the reason that we might want to start with rook h6 is now
maybe rook
bishop
g8.
d7.
Yeah. Maybe rook
we,
g8.
we, we, we
Hang
can-
on, no. Bishop e6, rook g7. I wanted
Nice
that.
find.
I wanted that.
Nice find.
I wanted that with the rook on f8, but it wasn't working. But it's working. It's working now.
If it was a puzzle rush, you'd see it instantly. But
It wasn't. He still saw it.
it wasn't. But that was pretty.
Yeah, it is.
That
I was trying to make that
very-
work for the last I don't know how long. It wasn't working with the rook on f8.
Nice.
Now,
That
because
was-
this exists, after
Yes.
bishop d7, what do you play? Like rook h6, bishop d7, how do you avoid...
Knight e7.
Yeah, what is your other move?
Yeah, it looks like you kind of have to, right? Everything else
Right.
seems worse. Rook b1 is still a threat, so you might as well just develop a piece.
Right, it's not like rook g6, I'll take on g6 and calculate that out. I'll just play rook b1 anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah. Even though I'm not sure taking on g6 is bad.
No, I don't think it is.
Yeah, so looks like
remarkable
maybe we're
that
headed
this-
towards that position, knight e7, rook b1, and I very much like your knight c6 because you do need to limit the amount of pieces on the board, like you.
Well, all of white's pieces are
Mm-hmm.
optimized, whereas black's needs, black needs to throw in
I think-
h4 and rook h5 and rook
Man,
g8.
the shocking thing for me is that this is zeros. After specifically rook b8, rook b6, knight g6.
Oh.
Rook b8. Sorry, I'm sorry. What should I do?
Yeah, well, you have to defend b7. This one you cannot give up.
So rook b8,
Yes.
rook b6,
Yeah.
And knight g6, apparently.
and knight g6, triple zeros.
Triple zeros.
Life is unfair.
And then you die.
Why?
Why?
e5 sagging.
Because the king is on e2 and there's a lot of jumps. Like you take on e6 with check, king goes to f8, and then suddenly you realize that e5 is hanging, knight f4 check is also a very serious threat, and you can't deal with all of it properly. So black actually develops some counterplay. But yeah, finding this over the board, yeah, I don't know.
Wow.
Difficult.
Wow. Okay. We'll definitely keep an eye on that game. Let's go to Wesley. We haven't seen Wesley in a while.
Yeah, I very
we
much...
did see the 94,
yeah,
sorry.
I very much like how David is defending here. He's gone bishop d6 and then king f8, the move that I think is very easy to miss as an idea in general.
Getting on your sneakers and getting ready to run for them hills.
And now, yeah, the pieces have come out. Bishop d2 is a clever move here, by the way, looking like it's abandoning the pawn on e5, but the bishop will come to c3 or b4. I was wondering if the proper way to respond here is just to take on e5 and play queen f5 and put the rook on e6 and claim that, nobody is better because it's just completely symmetrical. But I guess maybe white is sort of faster. You can play bishop c3 here, kind of inviting rook e6.
I can plant the bishop on d6.
I like the rook there. That was my point. I think the bishop.
No,
on
I
d6
know the
does
rook is going to
nothing.
go on e6. Ah, okay, fair.
I think if you play bishop before bishop d6, you kind of abandon any hope of advantage because it really does nothing at all there. I want it on c3 and I want the rook on d6, like bishop c3, rook e6, rook d1.
Okay.
And then eventually I want to plonk it on d6 and claim that I have something. I'm not sure I have anything on it.
Guys, what are you guys looking at? Gavrilescu played g5.
Okay.
Like a boss.
Look at
that move.
Like a
G5.
boss.
Like a boss.
Whoa, that's a feisty move. The idea, of course, the rook on g4, it's kind of trapped, right? I'm a few moves away.
F6 is a huge threat.
F6 is a
huge
threat,
big threat.
because the knight on e5 is trapped. Queen e6, f5, f4 is not such a lousy threat either, actually. And I understand that you guys were trying to equalize this for black, but that's only because you read the names. Wesley playing Gavrilescu. But then when you realize you take the names away, you just look at the position. Black has a pair of bishops, the rook's stuck on g4, and you just have actual serious tactical problems as white. It's not white that's playing for a win here, guys.
Wow. No, you're right. We were under the spell of
rating,
Wesley.
right?
So,
Yeah.
and
I mean, huge credit has to go to Gavrilescu for
spotting
spotting the
G5.
fact that he should be playing for a win here.
Yeah,
right.
absolutely.
No, that was, frankly, that was hidden. That was. I didn't see that coming. That's a cold shower. Can I just look at some? Oh, you're defending F1. I was looking.
F1 out of all the things, yeah.
Well, I was hoping.
I see.
I was hoping that I got some nasties.
Yeah, unfortunately, FE also doesn't have a threat because you're not threatening. E takes d6, right?
Yeah, I can even go king g8. Like FE, king g8 is probably even more efficient, right? FE, and just go king g8 or king g7 or whatever.
Right. Yeah, and again,
just sidestep all of those threats.
Yeah. I was playing rook f1 and h4 and rook g4. If none of this comes with any oomph, I take it all back. Wesley. Oh
yeah, Wesley's
goodness,
still doing well on the clock, but that's about the only thing you can say for his position here. I would suspect.
Maybe the good news is like even though the knight's trapped, maybe the bishop's trapped. Could I play like a4 and force the bishop to go to some square that I can capture it?
You mean right now?
Yeah.
A4 immediately.
Yeah. Just so that I don't lose a piece.
I think we go bishop c6, and the issue is like if you take. You're now stuck with this horrible. No, I think with the rook. Why would it go?
Of course.
Yeah. This rook on g4 is really not very beautiful.
It's just dead. This rook is just dead. Yeah, the queen is moving. You go f5. What is this?
Wait a minute. Hold on. But I'm trying to avoid reciting. Bishop f4. I do have queen a3 check. Ha ha ha. And
I can throw in rook c2 to start, right? I can be maybe slightly clever about things.
That is
unless I blundered f3. I did blunder f3. I don't know if it's strong or not.
Dang. Keeping it going, Peter. Nice.
Somehow. There's also a slightly large. Like if we go back for a second, like to a previous move, like I can go, for instance, perhaps. I don't know. Yeah. You want to play bishop c3. My point was, if I play rook e6 here.
Yes.
Sort of putting it on a protected square to blunt f3. You're not actually threatening to take, because rook c2 in the end just gives me a large. No, it doesn't. Like you have bishop c3, rook e1.
Right.
Okay, I need to stop rambling. we need to wait for Wesley to make a move and then
and a good move at that. And Wesley's clock is, Peter, how much time?
5 against 3.5. Yeah.
Okay, but Wesley has just this move g5 has just stopped the American Grandmaster and said, whoa, he didn't see that coming.
I don't think he expected this. I think he expected, as sort of we did, he expected a fight for equality.
Defensive reaction.
He's gone queen e3, g3, which
does what?
Shouldn't be good, yeah.
Queen e3, g3. Kind of threatening bishop. Oh, he's got knight g6 check.
He is defending
f6.
against f6 by creating this knight g6 tactic.
Yeah. F6 knight g6. Because knight g6 is not a threat on its own.
No, right?
Yeah. And this, I think, should give you an idea that rook e6 is like the first thing you look at in this position is probably rook e6, just to protect the bishop on d6.
That looks like a great start.
And now f6 is back being a very strong threat.
Back in the menu.
Front burner. But here's
White's busted.
No, come on. I'm reaching into the mind of Wesley. Wesley is looking at a mate on g7.
Something. Yeah. This is against 3 minutes. This is not. It probably loses against machines, but against 3 minutes in a practical game, you want something cleaner for black. I'm pretty sure you want something cleaner.
Okay. But rook e6, I believe, is a great move.
I'm wondering if h4 rook takes e5 isn't just winning for black.
Oh no, you're telling me my rook on g4 is like...
Can I go rook e5, d, bishop e5?
Rook
also, I'm wondering if you can go f6, hg, just hg, right?
Yeah, that as well, yeah. But
well, then I was going to sacrifice a bishop and have some fun.
They're not your things anyway, right? Just give them away. Give them away.
Look, one of the great parts about being a chess commentator is you can look like a tactical genius.
Absolutely, yeah.
And they remember when it works, and when it fails, it's just like, okay, let's go to another.
But you know, it's such a bad habit because I've been playing tournaments where I'm thinking, oh, what if I just sack a piece? And then I realize it's actually my piece. I'm actually giving it away. I can't do that.
Yeah. And David, he had little time, and he chose a practical decision, which also very much exists in the position. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it either. You're up a pawn.
He is better. Queens will need to come off because of how horrible the rook on g4 is. I'm pretty sure. Like
he took twice on e5.
He just took twice. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a decent solution.
Yeah, queen b3 exists. Sadly, yeah. I thought queen b3 was worse than it is. It's actually playable, because the endgames. Once again, Wesley wants to maintain the illusion that black could be under threat. So I think in order to maintain that illusion, the queens need to stay on the board. Yeah.
So that's where you think queen b3. But Alejandro, over to you as we kind of got mesmerized there.
It does not matter how we got here. We got here.
Right.
None of the pawns the black had are on
gone.
the board. They're all
gone.
dead. But it's okay. None of the king pawns are alive either. Somehow we got here. It's a huge mess. Both kings under attack.
Not anymore. It's just a draw now.
Now it's just a draw because you take on F. Wait, how does this a draw?
The queen e6
there's a perpetual.
check.
Queen e6, queen e7, queen h4.
So why am I taking the perpetual as white? I go queen e6, king g7, queen d7.
Oh,
you just go this way,
and
I lose.
And
now you don't have queen h4 check. If you had gone queen e7 check, but I thought you were about to suggest after king h6, continue right here.
Yeah, queen d7, king h6, and if I take on c8, I guess rook f4 is just easier.
Rook f4,
Rook f4 is easy enough because you're also getting mated with rook h4.
You don't need to be.
Yeah, I don't have to be too clever. Yeah, so bishop f1 is a draw, but there's other ideas. The move rook f8 also exists. Is pretty cool. The idea is that knight takes h3 can be met with rook takes f1, and you're giving yourself some hope of defending on the 7th. So it's not completely over. There are some chances here for both sides.
Crazy.
It should end in a draw in some kind of crazy perpetual.
Right.
But it's not over quite yet. And what have we said about Shevchenko's rapid chess? He burns all his time. All of it. 25 seconds left against 7 minutes and 20. So Levon for sure will find something tricky, clever, keep the game going.
If he can find anything here that continues the game, he plays it instantly. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he against 25 seconds, you're very, very interested in the idea of continuing the game.
This is a fantastic position. I hate to say it, that the Anton game, Anton's a piece down, but I studied this ending, and the crazy part is it's a draw.
It's not.
It is, yeah. I was wondering.
Yeah,
I was wondering.
You're a piece down, but somehow it's a wrong pawn.
But this does not surprise me because if you take off f and h, it's actually not like
that trivial either.
It's not. It's winning.
Yes,
it's winning. Yeah,
it's winning. But I've seen people get to that position and then realize it's not that easy.
Right?
Like you win it eventually. You go around and around and you win. You realize you have to mate the king, not promote your pawn.
But talk again about the game of Levon for a moment, because that is just one of the most chaotic looking positions after knight g2 to f4 that I've seen.
Yes.
How would the game continue after rook f8? It's just
Rook f8 is a cool move. Let's go into these positions. Rook f8, and you have a couple of choices. Taking is okay. You can take on f2, take on f2, and then take on h3 because black, you have a perpetual as white as well as black. Here, it's crazy, right? You have to go up. Check is okay for white. Taking on d1 allows the immediate queen e6, and despite the fact that the rook is on f8, it doesn't really help that much against the perpetuals. Queen e6, and because you always have a diagonal check as well as a 7th rank check or an 8th rank check, you will make a draw. And if you go the other way, then if you go like rook f3 in this position, the king surprisingly on h4 is not being harassed, and again, queen d1, queen e8 or queen e6 is going to be a draw. Instead, the game continued
in a different direction.
In a different direction. Bishop g4 play, attacking this rook on d1, check immediately, king g7 played already, and knight e6 check on the board. No choices for Levon. He goes to h6, queen g5 is made, go to h8, queen e5 is made, king g8, knight d4, cuts the queen from the defense of this rook on f2, also dies, so he must take on e6. Queen takes e6 played already. You don't have any real threats on the second rank just yet, and well, white is kind of crudely taking on c8 or playing check on d7. So you still have to be careful as black in this position, still double-edged. I think rook cf8 is logical, but at that point, of course, white can switch to giving checks whenever he feels like it. Shevchenko should have the draw in his hand. It's the question how much Levon wants to keep trying.
Right.
Because the more he avoids the perpetuals, the more risky it gets for his king as well.
There's a pass pawn on d6, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you could just lose if you don't deliver mate, trying desperately to win. That's a crazy game.
Yeah,
I love it, Peter.
I'm enjoying everything about this. Yeah, this is a lot of fun. And he's down to 27 seconds, which is, you know, by his standards, a lot of time, I would suggest. But yeah, not a particularly fun position to play with white, because you actually run out of checks. What Alejandro said is not entirely true after rook c8, because after queen a5 check, we can put the king on h6, and with the rook on f2, there is no check from h2, so you don't actually have a follow-up with a check.
I think the problem was
The
queen.
problem is that plays for a loss, right?
Queen
I'm not
e7
sure why.
check.
F1 is hanging. Rook
But
f7.
if I take on f2?
Yeah, rook f7.
Like queen e5 here, right? Queen e5 first.
Queen e5 first.
I like queen e5 first.
Sure.
But I understand rook f2. King h6, I think, was Peter's idea, and I take on f2.
And I have to take with the rook.
You have to take with the rook. If you take with the queen h2 trade squeeze, and you're not on time.
Yeah, I'm not on time.
You're not on time.
With the king on h6, I'm definitely not on time to hold,
Yeah.
So you have to take with the rook. I play anything like queen g3, or even d7 immediately.
Yeah.
And
yeah, d7, queen e3, I was kind of hopeful, but maybe I'm a bit over optimistic.
Well, I mean, I can spot a
Yeah,
mate.
so I guess we go queen g3 actually, not d7.
yeah,
but
not
after
d7.
queen g3, yeah, I mean, I'm probably playing for a
You
loss.
start to
yeah, you start wondering why black did that, right?
right? Yeah,
I'm
you
playing
could
for a
die.
loss there a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll keep an eye on that one. I want to go back to the Vichy game just because it's so important for our standings.
And what a game it is.
Wow. And Vichy again. I mean, it's all about this incredibly difficult positional pressure that
King
he's
d4
got.
is such a cool move.
That is
I know.
cool.
That is.
It's a visual.
It's a Capablanca,
Yeah,
yeah.
just go in with the king towards b6 and then give mate or c6.
Mate,
or
yeah.
b6.
Oh man, Kappa is happy about this one.
Wow. King d4.
That's a
No,
great move.
come on, come on.
That's a great move. King d4 with the idea of
Do
penetrating.
we believe it? Come
Yes.
on, check.
Yes,
King
yes.
c5.
Check.
King b6.
Okay. I know you've got bishop a6. No, you don't have bishop a6.
don't have
King
bishop a6,
d7. So
I
what
think
can
we can
I
actually
do?
take on c3. Yeah.
Let's.
I mean,
Gift
white
me the
has
pawn.
white has the draw here. Rook a7 is a draw. I mean,
Rook
very
a7
very
is a
comfortable.
draw.
A decent draw, yeah.
But I don't think we have more as well.
I don't see it either, honestly.
I'm going to go king d8, and I was trying to sidestep rook a8 check.
I mean, King
Or
d8, I
rook
can at the
d7.
very least go rook d7.
Yeah,
right?
rook d7 is a draw.
That's the draw he mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But I don't
mean,
see anything better.
Right. Right. King d4. Well,
It's
I mean,
a very, very cute concept. Yeah.
you know, it's sad in chess. You get 1 point for the win and half a point for the draw. And if this game ends up a draw, you want to give Vichy like 3/4 of a point for the creative effort, right?
Oh.
That was amazing. I was like,
Hell no, Duda defended magnificently.
he
this
did.
game.
Yeah.
He did. But
Draw is a draw.
what a
No,
compliment.
you do feel that you know the organizers of Vaikenze had the right idea and
With the public prize.
yeah with the like game of the day public prize.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really want to give points to people, but you do want to
Reward effort.
reward people for creating something that is
Yeah.
so enjoyable to watch. And yeah, this
Exactly.
clearly wins game of the round, and
Yeah.
probably game of the day, and not even game of the round.
Right.
Despite it very likely ending in a draw, and there will be very, very many decisive games. In this round.
Whoa! What
Wait,
do
what
we have?
happened?
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
Duda didn't play rook c4 check.
He played rook 8 d7.
Rook 8.
AF7,
yeah.
F7, rook d6. Clearly, white cannot afford to trade
At all.
rooks.
Yeah, that's clear.
Rook d6 is box.
Yeah, rook d6.
And that's an improvement. I mean, rook takes check.
It actually took me a while. I never even considered what it was, and now that
There
you use
is
it
it.
again, I wonder how many people watching us understand what you mean by box.
Box.
Because
So-
I figured
and
it
we
out.
have a handshake.
Yeah, this ended in a draw with the perpetual that we were talking about. You go to h6, I think you're losing. So queen e6, queen e5, finish the game.
Yes, Levon, and again we're back with
Vichy, I think.
And Vichy's just after captures, the rook went after the c3 pawn, and Vichy captured on e6, and we got king to d6. Look at this.
Yeah.
Not capturing the
I'm
pawn
not sure.
on d5.
I'm not sure I like how this is going for. Although he has a very strong passer on e5 now. He wants to go
Doesn't
rook
he?
e8 check and e6, e7, and so on, right?
Yeah, bishop check, and I don't know if clock, d4. How much time did he have when he made
4 seconds.
4 seconds.
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah, we can go rook e8, e6, or we can go bishop
He's
c-
done it?
Yeah, but he's
Done it?
Yeah, the e pawn seems to be stronger than the g pawn here. It's just running faster. Yeah, this is going to be very, very tricky for young Krzysztof to handle because
With almost no time. on
almost
this
no
clock.
time, and I think it just plays easier for white than it plays for black. Rook c7.
rook c7. So after the move e7, and he's reaching
Rook
for the
e3,
pawn.
I guess, is the idea.
And then I'll move my rook.
Rook e3. What?
Oh, I apologize. You've kept the e pawn under.
Yep.
Under control. Yeah.
Under control. And rook.
It's still very, very confusing. I don't think we're playing e7.
Yes, he
he's
did
gone
not.
Rook g8. Yeah, he's gone rook
yes.
g8.
I think that's a better.
very strong threat.
Yeah, d3,
d3.
d3, 7, d2, rook b8 check or something, or is this a draw?
What?
I have a perpetual, right? No, he's gone king e. Whoa, king e5.
e5.
He's running
some risks here.
Some risks here, but maybe not very many. The king goes to f6, and he wants to pick up the pawn on d3, and then queen the e pawn. And
who can blame him?
I like that plan.
d2.
d2 just.
So you've got a rook check coming to e3. Oh,
more passers. Yeah. Now there's a passer on the h file.
Oh my
this
God!
This is such a great game.
Wow.
I don't care if the engines hate some of this.
I know.
I don't care at all.
But the ante with each move is being upped and up. Look at this.
I like bishop d7.
Bishop d7, Alejandro. Bishop d7. I like bishop d7 because you're threatening rook b2
Rook b2 as well.
That's the point. Yeah.
Wow.
Rook b2 as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, rook b2. Start with rook b2 is also very cool.
Starting with rook b2 is also pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I think this is what he's reaching for.
I think he's reaching for that because rook b2, practically, you have so many discoveries.
Again, the clock times, please.
Yeah. 55 seconds against 28.
Yes.
55, 28. Oh my goodness. Rook b2. What a test.
Yes.
For Duda.
Rook cg7.
Rook cg7, and if I go bishop c4, you go what?
A file, I guess.
I guess
mean, not
file
yes,
it is.
It has to be the A file, otherwise you get mated on the back rank. So
right.
yeah, you choose a square for the bishop here. Anything you do will force the king over to the A file. I very much like rook g7 though, because we've put the rooks away from getting blocked out by the bishop. So we're controlling rook e2.
Whoa. Rook e2.
What?
That threw.
That is illegal.
No discovered checks.
Okay, we can take and go king b6, and this is a draw. Because e7 rook takes e7, then the king comes to b4, and
yes, he's got at least a draw now.
So yeah, Vishy, if young Krzysztof doesn't lose his mind here, black has a very comfortable draw with.
And he's
you can even start with h3.
Right.
Doesn't spoil anything.
He'll use the h pawn as a decoy.
What?
Yeah.
h3.
Hang on a second. Is king c8 winning?
What?
King c8 is 7 rook g6.
No, he
there's bishop h5.
What happens on e7 here?
He takes it.
You take on king c6.
Yeah,
yes.
take
king
king
c6, not king b6.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No. Yeah, you take on king c6.
H3, rook d.
I mean, that's also fine, because he'll go king
fine.
b6. Yeah, he'll go king b6. It will be a draw.
King.
Yeah, and in the meantime, that endgame that Alejandro alluded to is now, and yeah, somehow Anton Korobov lost both of his f and h pawn in within the space of 10 moves.
Which means that Richard should win, and a draw agreed, even though they're not supposed to agree to a draw. They should play it out to
once again.
But yes, and we'll switch over.
Very happy that nobody bugs them about it.
By the way, a game we've lost connections with is the Fabi versus Radek game.
Which will be a draw,
Which will be a draw.
Yeah, which will be
Wesley So.
And Wesley is going to make a draw against Gavrilescu. Didn't actually have too much trouble defending that one. This one ended in a draw. So let's focus, I guess.
On Richard. Can Richie go 3-0? And the answer should be absolutely yes.
Yeah, this one is...
well, it says mate on 18, but this is the one I was talking about. I hate this endgame because the engines are mate in whatever, but it's sometimes not trivial.
Yeah, I wonder... Okay, yeah, I was...
He's not going for some rook trade, like what?
Yeah, I thought maybe there was some way to keep the king away from the corner, but not just yet. No, the way you win this is you get the pawn to h3, and then you set up the position with the rook on e2 and the bishop on e3, and you give mate. But you kind of need to know that this is the way you win them.
And then you have to avoid a couple stalemates.
Yeah,
because once the bishop gets to e3...
There's definitely some tricks there, and yeah, I watched during the World Cup in Sochi, there was a game being played, I think, between Katerina Lagno was playing this position against somebody. She did eventually win, but in rapid time controls, it's very easy to get somewhat confused.
I think that
Definitely.
I don't know why I've seen this position like many times, and every time it's kind of weird. But every time it's the same story. They get to this position, black makes a ton of random moves because they don't know how to make progress.
They can't believe they're not just winning, they can't claim victory.
They can't claim victory, right? And eventually they land on the one thing they haven't tried, which is the bishop on e3 and the pawn on h3.
Yeah, that's
Right.
actually the only thing that wins.
It's actually the only reason,
If you don't know, and I'm not entirely sure why I know, perhaps I have watched somebody do it and I kind of clicked around to figure out exactly how. But yeah, knowing what wins, you get there reasonably comfortably.
Right.
You do know that you need to stop the stalemate tricks. Yeah.
Wesley has drawn the game, so that means 4
And
draws
I think that's
this
it.
far.
All right. So he blundered his rook, so it made things a lot easier.
He blundered his rook.
Yeah.
Wow, and for Richard, that's great news as he's made it 3 in a row. Why did he blunder his rook? What
Well,
happened?
he didn't blunder his rook, but you have to keep the king in the corner if you want to have any chance of drawing. And if you go king h1, rook h2 picks up the.
Gotcha.
Picks up
Yeah,
the
and
rook.
king f1, king h2, then the
Then
h1 just wins
it just
very,
wins,
very
yeah.
comfortably, obviously.
Exactly.
Once that starts happening.
So maybe rook f. Well, maybe he should have just gone king to h1.
I mean, he shouldn't bring the rook to. It doesn't matter. The endgame is lost. I mean, we waste too much time on this one.
Fair. Vichy.
Yeah.
Still is remarkable.
Came
I mean,
very
come
close,
on.
yeah.
I
King
mean,
Vichy, not 6 out of 6, but 5.5. We'll give him a pass on that one. I mean, what
11 out of 12.
Jeez, what a way to start the tournament here. I think he's finished Grand Chess Tours with less than 11 points total. And now he's on 11 out of 6 rounds. He's just on fire here.
Yeah, right.
And I love the way he's playing chess, putting the pressure on Duda till the very end.
That was fun at the end.
That was a
because
great game.
Who was playing for a win in that game? I was like, what? And
it
both
was
guys.
unclear because the Polish player, he had his things. He had his pass ball.
Right.
His rooks got active at some point. Vichy did have to make a couple of only moves. I thought it was a fun game.
Oh yeah. I mean, and I'm with you 100% on the public prize. And what we're talking about is from the very opening, Vichy made a very enterprising exchange sacrifice, which is rather with this move g4, and he just kept the pressure.
Yeah,
Peter,
I mean,
it was
clearly
great.
the concept was something he knew of. Perhaps he didn't prepare it specifically for this tournament, but since he's actually, very seriously, clearly playing the advance against the French here at every opportunity, maybe it is a part of what he thought of as a part of the repertoire for the tournament, since the field does feature a number of people who can play the French against you.
Yep.
But yeah, just he plays very, very fresh chess. He plays, very close to what I like picture as prime Vichy.
Right.
It's just such a joy to watch. He is
Nice.
just very, very
And
strong.
here's our current standings after 2 days of play.
Yeah. 2 people kind of separating themselves from the field. Richard Rapport won every single game today.
Bravo.
Yeah, very well done. Very nice games as well. And Vichy, 2.5 out of 3 here, as you see on your screen. Vichy only dropping 1 draw in 5 games, allowing 1 draw against him. Leading the field by 2 points, and Richie 2 points further above everybody else.
Wesley may be leaving something on the table with that draw with Levon in the first round of the day.
Possibly, yeah.
But
And,
Duda, sorry.
Yeah, and Duda having a kind of a topsy-turvy day, starting with a win, then losing that game to Wesley. And we have an interview from Warsaw. Cristian is with Kirill Shevchenko.
Thank you, Peter. We are here indeed with Kirill Shevchenko. Kirill, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. What does it mean, this opportunity for you to play against the best chess players in the world?
Well, first of all, I would like to say a huge thank you to everyone who made this Grand Chess Tour possible and for opportunity to me to give this wild card to play here. I'm very excited to play against the top grandmasters, and I can see that I can see their strength and try to do my best. But of course, I had no before that experience to meet very top grandmasters, but now I have it. So I'm very happy to be here, and
yeah, try to show exciting games.
How would you say you lived the first couple of days emotionally? How did you feel these players?
Well, I think it's quite unusual because, for example, I never seen Wesley So in real life, and so it was very finally I saw them all together, and of course it's very nice to always analyze with them games, and I'm very happy that they are very kind to me, and we are discussing many different things, and I will try to do my best to get into Grand Chess Tour next time.
Yesterday we met at a restaurant, and you told me that in the first day you felt you played a bit too aggressive.
Yes.
How did you change your strategy going into the second day?
Well, as you can see, against Anand I didn't do that, and actually after that lose I decided, okay, I will not play too straightforward, and somehow I have to be more calm. And but today, last game against Levon.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
In fact, let's look at the last game against Levon. Take us through the critical points in the game.
Well, he chose. I played Rui Lopez with knight c3. He chose the carries variation with d6 and knight d7. It's quite dubious by computer, but it seems very solid because he has very solid structure, and so we played some moves, and probably that was the moment. Well, as you see in the game, I give him chance to play knight b6, and his pawn on e5 is very good.
Safe, yeah.
Yes, very safe. But maybe knight a4 was a bit better because he cannot play knight b6,
So
and after
f6,
f6,
c4.
yeah, and I can play knight h4, or either was c4 is also very interesting because here knight b6 I can just go back knight c3, and already pawn is straight to the knight. So yeah, knight b6, and here I realized my position is kind of worse. Knight b6, you take b6, c4. Here probably I was curious about he could play b5. It's very not this. Maybe here, yeah, queen d3. Here b5 is very interesting move. Was no, there is rook under attack.
Some take and then take and queen d5, I guess.
I mean, he played king h8 and bishop g4. He could play also rook a7. It's a very interesting move because now he's threatening b5, and then somehow b4, c5 is very. He could try to close position and to get pair of bishops advantage. Yeah, when he played king h8, rook d1, bishop g4, and I thought my position is totally worse. But after I played knight h4, g6, knight g2, I started to think my position is not so bad because his bishops are very passive. And after rook d8, f4, position becomes very unclear because, like you see, again I go all in, but now it's might be paid for it because
there's a bit less pieces on the board.
Yeah, you can see bishops are stuck. Yeah. And Levon told me after the games he was also very surprised that this position is very good for me. But somehow my position, if he goes c5, I go d5, and now already you
have some bishop
g5. Yeah, g5, and if he closes g5, I just take knight e3, and I have no risk. So he played b5. Here is also interesting moment. I thought about bishop b2 probably was interesting, but here he can open much more files, and
that would probably help.
Yeah, that was maybe interesting alternative. But I took on b5, bishop b2, queen c6, d5 is also interesting. Well, king h2 or king h1 was interesting alternative to d5 because after d5, queen b6, king h1, rook c8, rook f1. Bishop e8, and his idea is just to play b4, bishop b5. Now I decided, okay, I have to.
How did you feel about your position at this point? Were you confident?
I felt like if I play with very aggressive move, I shouldn't be worse. But of course, in such position, you can be outplayed because my king is just too weak. But his king is also not so. Very well defended.
Also, another point of concern for us here in the studio, as well as for the guys in St. Louis, was that he had 12 minutes while you only had 3 minutes. Were you concerned about the time situation at all?
Yeah, I wasn't very confident at this point to calculate some very long variations because I wasn't even sure that my position is better because, well, you can see bishop d7 is much stronger than knight of g2, and if he even this point Levon told me I could play f5, but here I thought queen d8, f take g6, king h8, and this position looks very interesting because I have pawn up, but his g file is open, and rook c2 is coming, and probably rook g8 is coming. If I take on h7, he can play queen a7, or otherwise rook c2. And position is very complicated. That's why I decided to just take everything on e5, bishop h3, d6. I was confident that I am not worse in this position because my king is not very weak at all. But pawn on d6 can create some stress. So I calculated some small variations like rook f8 and queen f4 probably. And the idea, if queen b7, just d7 is winning.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, rook f2 is very nice move. And here I found out, yeah, I can give perpetual check. Yeah, queen d5, queen f5, but I decided to play knight f4. It's was like last week I saw rook f8 move, but here I probably was too confident that I can find something, but computer shows I don't have anything.
Perhaps there's always some sort of perpetual, yeah? If you take on F2,
exactly.
take on h3 and then check, check, check.
Exactly. So he played bishop g4, queen g5, king g7, knight e6, takes on e6, and here probably that was like the only chance I saw to take on f2, queen d4, but I found this position is totally draw because rook d5, rook b8, or even b4, king can sacrifice the pawn, rook e5, king e6. My king is completely stuck on king side, and he can just push his pawns, and it's not very clear who plays for winning.
Absolutely.
So that was very...
You wanted to avoid this.
Yeah, because... Yeah, I didn't see at all, because if he tries to refuse the draw, he plays this, I will take a queen h2, and his king is not in time to block this pawn. So very interesting game, very tense, and I am very satisfied that it was very good by computer agents.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
a solid performance today. How would you assess your overall performance up to this point?
Well, I still have some blunders and some points, like with Viswanathan, I blundered long castle, and I was very curious how could I blunder this, but after that I tried to get some counterplay, but it was impossible because he defended very well and very precise. But yeah, I will try to change something, but the last game against Levon showed that not everything is bad, yeah.
Kirill, always entertaining chess, always a fighter. We're looking forward to see your games in the next few days.
Thanks very much.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, Kirill. I like the fact that Kirill says, okay, I'm going to draw back. And then he goes all in. I mean, it's just great. And here's our standings after day two, Peter.
Yeah, as you can see, Vishy currently just crushing the field.
Wow.
2 points ahead of Richard Rapport, who is further 2 points ahead of everybody else. Yeah, Wesley and young Krzysztof tied for third. Fabi and Levon tied for fifth. One more day of Rapid in front of us, still plenty of action, and then non-stop action on Sunday and Monday, when we will have 9 rounds of Blitz both days, and playoffs really if necessary on
fast
Monday.
And furious, absolutely going on there. Predictions. How are we doing? I mean, who got Vishy? Silence.
Silence in the studio, silence in Poland. But good. Let Vishy come here and silence us with his good chess and show us that our predictions are not that great. Well, not that great. I'm in second place right now, so.
I'm in third.
Not doing so badly. Not doing so badly there.
Yeah.
I like my Duda pick.
Yeah. What second place are you speaking of? Richard is in second.
Richard and Duda, they're tied for second place right now.
No.
What?
No.
No.
You just saw the
sorry, third. Tied for third. Yeah, I'm going crazy. Sorry.
No.
And let's go to Warsaw for some final thoughts of an exciting day two. Chris.
Guys, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Our predictions are pretty terrible. I mean, nobody picked Vichy and nobody picked Richard, the top two contenders going into the final day of Rapid. That's not great. Anyway, an amazing day filled with exciting chess. 4 draws in the last one, but still very combative draws. And it's amazing to see the youngsters finally making some noise in this one. And Vichy, the Tiger of Madras, is still roaring. Going into the last day of Rapid is going to be an amazing day. Anastasia, what did you see today?
Yeah, actually the same. I'm very happy that Kirill Shevchenko and David Gavrilescu are back to the tournament. They already made a couple of draws. I'm expecting they will do even better tomorrow. Of course, as someone who is obsessed with numbers, I paid attention that we had 7 decisive games today.
Oh, wow.
So still not bad at all. Of course, a little bit less than yesterday, but still we're in a good track. So I'm looking forward for more exciting games tomorrow. It's going to be the last round, the last day of the Rapid Chess, and I think everybody will fight really hard.
Last day before the action gets fast, even faster and more furious as we enter the Blitz portion. Guys, a lot of exciting chess ahead. Back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. Thank you, and Anastasia. I felt that Cristian just put us in our place there, didn't he?
But wasn't necessary. Wasn't absolutely necessary, though.
You guys are terrible. I mean, telling it the way it is. I mean, that's what it's all about.
As long as he's not wrong,
Exactly.
he's allowed to
he
do
is in
that.
his right.
Right?
Yeah, he's very much.
Alejandro, final thoughts of a very eventful day 2.
It was a great day. You see Vichy roaring, it's always a good day. I love seeing Richard coming back from a terrible tournament in Bucharest and finding his stride today. Winning 3 in a row is going to put tons of wins behind his sails. This is going to be a fun event. Tomorrow we have a great day of Rapid, finishing it up with 3 rounds. I'm excited for tomorrow, and we're bright and early here in St. Louis to call all the action. I'm very excited.
Alejandro, thank you very much. I think that put it in perspective. And really, Peter, Alejandro, Anastasia, and Cristian, it's been great calling the action. And thanks to the players for making it so much fun. Thank you for joining us and sharing your day. We'll see you tomorrow, same time and same channel.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.